All right. Hey, everybody. Hello, hello. Good morning. Hope
Good morning.
everybody's doing good. What's up, Ashley? Good to see you. Excited to chat with you today, as well as everybody else joining in here. We're going to give everybody just a second. Jump in, get settled in, get acquainted.
Hey, Jeff, I don't know if it's possible. I have to check out of here at noon. Is there a way to squeeze me in before then?
We can, we sure can.
You're the
Love to do
bomb.
All right. We'll have some other people jumping in here in a second, but we're going to go ahead and get started. So, and please, if anybody does have a time crunch, please let me know. We want to do everything we can to accommodate. So just let me know. Before we get started here, I just want to let everybody know, if you haven't known this yet, okay, want to inform your knower. If you're within your 12 weeks active membership, you do now have within the Mastermind Sessions access area access to one-to-one on-demand support. Okay. Tom, who is now our official client success specialist, we have literally brought him on as a team member in order to basically just be here to really dive deep with people in the area of basically one-to-one stuff. So, Tom's already ranked his website, multiple locations, first page, booking using Google, etc. Plus, he's a super cool guy and has a nice beard. So, one-to-one on-demand support is now active. And if you're here in your 12 weeks active membership, you do have access to that. Please don't use it as a substitute for Mastermind sessions. Okay. That's not what it's meant to be. Please don't use it as a substitute for actually watching videos. Okay. Please don't use it as a substitute for being active in the Facebook group. However, please use it. Good example of this would be, maybe you're just feeling like you're really behind. You're kind of just like, man, I don't even know the next step. I don't even know. I feel kind of discouraged even with coming to Mastermind sessions because I just feel a little bit like I've been behind. I've dropped the ball. That might be a good time to do a one-to-one just to kind of get caught up to speed and get some encouragement, get back on the horse, etc. Or maybe you got a very specific design issue going on that it's like, oh gosh, there's not a mastermind session for multiple days. And I kind of, like it's really hard to handle this inside the group. And maybe I asked the question, and I'm not getting responses like I feel like I really need. That's another good time for you to go ahead and just raise the hand inside that Mastermind Sessions access area. There is a complete the form link that will allow you to submit a ticket where Tom will follow up with you. So if there's questions about that, please feel free to reach out. I'm very excited about it. Very, very excited about it. And we have just, we've officially increased the price of Dream Clients. So by $1,500. Now, the reason that I want to mention that specifically is because for you guys, our current Dream Clients members, I want you to know that my desire is that we don't have everybody join this program. I don't want you competing against a bunch of people in your market. My goal is to work with the least amount of people as we possibly can, right? Because I want you to have the least amount of competition as possible. I mean, we want to help people, right? But at the end of the day, I'm asking myself, how can I help you as individuals to the furthest extent? So just want to make that quick announcement real quick so you guys know what has officially rolled out here. You guys have been grandfathered into what is now officially Dream Clients 2.0. Okay, so yay, celebrate, clap of success and grandfatheringness. And hope you guys enjoy that addition to the program. That being said, I see the confetti from Becky. Thank you, Becky. Appreciate the confetti. Ashley, good to see you. We're going to dive into checking out your new website, which is awesome because your old website was comparatively speaking, I'm not insulting you. You said this, I think yourself. Comparatively speaking, your new website makes your old website look like a back alley drug dealer's website, right?
It was a hot mess express. It was like Yeah, it was the poster child for if you want to do something the wrong way, check this out.
Yep. Yep. Well, the new stuff looks really, really, really good. I like how this looks. I know that you put a lot of work into this. You've been active in the group. I want to point this out because like you are though your old site was a poster child of what it shouldn't be, a website shouldn't be, the work that you put into this, the using your resources, you know, going into the group and asking other people's opinions. I've seen you really hustling in terms of just getting advice from other people, utilizing the group. You've shown up, you've done the work. I'm super proud of you. So I just want to say that up front and first and foremost. Okay. I think that the logo looks fantastic, much more simple. You know, just this like more high key look, I think suits you and your style. You know, you're using words that are going to resonate with the people that you're trying to work with. The images also correlate. Love it. Love it. Now, I do recall, was it you were having some of the issues kind of getting stuff to do the right thing on the mobile version? Is that correct?
Yeah, I eventually had to just go with, I had to contact Square Muse because it was a third party, you know, template people, and they've actually had to fix stuff for me because I couldn't. I was literally beating my head. Like, this cannot be this difficult. I mean, I've built websites before. I work a lot with tech, and it's like, I feel really stupid. Like,
right.
Bad. So they went and fixed a lot of the issues that I was having because it was something in the code that I didn't have access to for some reason. So they've been very helpful to fix everything as far as spacing and.
Yes. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm really happy about that. You know, I think that what we'll do today is mostly just kind of cover the desktop. However, I have looked at your site on mobile. So I'm going to give you some tips that I think if we can change it on mobile, awesome. If we cannot, there's going to be certain things about your desktop that we probably want to possibly alter in order for it to look better on mobile, because in many markets, you're going to have more mobile users than desktop users. Right. This is not always the case. And you can actually see this data inside of Google Analytics. You can see, okay, are they looking at it on a mobile device? Are they looking at it on a desktop, an iPad? Like, what's the split there? Okay. So you can tell for sure. And then you can, if you wanted to, prioritize based on who's using what device. Or you got more mobile users, more desktop. And like in my market, I haven't looked at it in the past year, but years prior, I had more desktop users. Okay. I don't know why, but my market was different. You know, of course, all the educators go, oh yeah, everybody's using mobile, and it's all, yeah, that's true in many markets, but it's not every market. So, you know, again, everybody's here, and I know we've got a lot of new faces here today. So again, warm welcome to our new Dream Clients members. Super excited for you to be here. One of the things I just want to reiterate is, look, even though, you know, right now I'm going to be going over Ashley's stuff, you can be learning something from this. Even if you're not having an issue with what we're going over right now, you may have this issue a week from now, right? You may just gain something from what we're going over. So again, the best thing to do, and I say this mostly for our newest members, we're going to be going through some different things that I want you to draw from. Okay. Draw from the principles. Don't just look at it, the you know, the concrete of what we're doing, but the principles of what we're doing, and begin to learn from it, because it's going to be very valuable as you progress throughout the program. That being said, let's go ahead and dive into a few things that I think we could probably improve on with your website moving forward from here. Number one thing is, you know, I know this right here, you know, probably here soon, you could probably even take that off. You know, for now, it's fine, because I know you're kind of like, hey, you know, everybody, we've moved to we've got a new website, new branding, all that good stuff. So, you know, you can leave it up for now, but I think eventually you can probably take it down. Because, you know, obviously people finding you, say, on Google, they're not going to really care too much. They're not going to know. It's not, you know, it's going to fade with time, the importance of having that there.
At what point do I stop forwarding my old website to this address?
Never. Don't do it. Just don't do it.
Always forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you really, really, really wanted to, I would not stop doing a domain forward until you've got like way more domain authority just built up on this site versus what your old site had. So
Yeah.
for instance, y'all, if you have used Moz, awesome. If you haven't, this is one of the few reasons that I like to use Moz. I just prefer this interface over Ubersuggest. I want to say Ubersuggest, you can do all this same stuff I'm about to do on it, but I think it's easier and quicker on Moz personally. So, you know, you don't have to do this. I just want to show you guys something real quick that I think is helpful, especially if you ever do a domain change. Okay. So let's get your other website address, or the old URL, I mean, in here.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it images, photo, and video?
Images, photography, and video.com.
Images, photography, and video.com.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So we'll analyze that. And you've got a domain authority of 10 here, right? So what we want is we want this domain authority, because you do have websites that are linking to this URL. Peerspace, right? That Peerspace is probably like a top 10.
Yeah, and I just got that switched over. I contacted them, and so now it's the Garland's photo. and
Okay,
film.
so it is switched over.
Yes, they're
Okay,
switched.
cool.
The Knot, Wedding Wire, all those are all Cincinnati Wedding Magazine. I'm working so with them. Expertise should have been switched over.
Okay. Well, you know, my guess is there's maybe some of these that maybe you can't switch over. I don't know. Maybe you can switch all of them over. And if you can, that makes this domain less important.
Okay.
Right. But again, I would probably not stop that domain forward. I would not stop paying for that domain at least until your new domain is a 10.
Okay.
Because it's still going to be sharing SEO juice, SEO power to the new domain.
Okay.
Okay. You almost never really want to get rid, like, and I've actually, I don't know if they're here, but one person I talked to this past week was not doing a domain forward. So they had this, you know, old URL with power that they just never forwarded to their new one. You know, anytime you do a change, you do want to forward, because Google's going to go, oh, hey, images, photo, and video is now the Garlands. Let's give the Garlands all the power that images, photography, and video had.
Okay.
Right. So again, I would at least keep doing it until you see the Garland's photo and film get to a 10.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yeah, but I can take that announcement banner off.
Yeah, I think you probably can. Now, this right here, see how the Cincinnati, well, hold on. Yeah, Cincinnati, see how I had to get real close?
Make it bigger.
Yeah, make it bigger. And your logo, you know, the Garlands looks pretty good. Honestly, the whole thing I think could get a little bit bigger in proportion to the navigation.
Okay.
So my
navigation has been the worst nightmare. Also,
so?
It would take all the links and shove them over to the corner. They wouldn't line up.
Yeah.
And like, so it's been a nightmare. So I'll get that bigger in the middle too. Yeah.
Cool.
That's
yeah.
right.
And I mean, I would make it huge. I would maybe, you know, go to here to here.
Okay.
Like that, like for the Garlands. Photo and film's probably going to be completely fine then. We'll have to see about the subtext. That may need to get a little bit bigger in proportion to the rest. We'll just have to see. You know, you can do, I think they have this active or even photos now, but don't quote me on it. If you go to live test inside of Google Search Console, and again, this is for everybody. If you haven't done this on your homepage, you probably should. You go into Google Search Console, you inspect the property, then, you know, go ahead and submit it to be indexed. Why not? And click on the live test up at the top right, and it will tell you if it's picking up on anything that, whether on mobile or desktop, if there's like clickable elements too close together.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. I
So,
think I got
for
all
text,
that.
if text is too small as well, by the way.
I can show you an example. I'm dealing with that right now.
You got that? That's Jeff, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry.
You got an example? Do you have an example?
I do. Yeah. You want me to pull?
Yes,
I
well,
literally
screen,
have
yeah.
it up now.
Yeah, screen share it so we can see that, because I
Yeah.
want everybody to see this.
It's the most annoying thing in the world.
Let me make sure I've enabled it though, Jeff, before you get slapped with the no, you can't share. Host is a big meanie.
There we go.
All right, you should be good anytime.
Okay. So this is I've been struggling with this. This is a blog post. And when I do the live test, I get, this is what comes back, page is not mobile friendly. So when I click on this, it says clickable elements are too close together. Now we had this problem back, I had this problem back a couple weeks ago with my banner bar, which I got rid of, and that solved the problem because I haven't seen it since. But recently, as of like yesterday, there was kind of a big change in at least my rankings anyway. Some pages completely fell off Google radar altogether. And
sounds about right.
But my spearhead went up to first page, which I'm psyched about. But I've been trying to figure this out, and it's killing me. Anyway, I believe what the problem is this little. I use this theme called Divi, D-I-V-I, on WordPress, and so this is like a default logo that shows up at the top of the page. And so on mobile, I believe what they're looking at is this logo. Google doesn't like this here. So
that's very possible. The only other thing I could think of, and sometimes when you guys if you do see this stuff,
so that's an example.
It can be, you're looking at this and you're going, okay, well, what is it? Again, so that's a good thing for mastermind sessions, because we can kind of go, well, I don't know, maybe it's probably this, but in this instance, I'm looking at going a couple, well, even because this is a blog post.
Yeah, this is a blog post. So, and actually what happened recently, and again, just to kind of basically give kind of everybody a heads up, if this error occurs with Google, and I don't know what happened, I can just sort of explain the results of it, like visibly. So this down here, CT beach wedding, is a keyword that I went after. I did a blog post, CT beach wedding, and let me just put it in here. Give me a sec. So this is a blog post that I've got. So this one right here, Amanda, Mike, CT beach wedding, etc. So this is the blog post that I did. When I first put it up, it was like ranking like number 10, right? So good out of the gate. Now all of a sudden, whatever happened, Google has now decided to flag me, and like, because it doesn't like this. And now understand, this is a different blog post I'm showing here, but it's the exact same error.
It's the same issue.
It's the same issue. So then when I go to Uber Suggest, whereas this used to be CT beach wedding, I used to rank like 10 for it. Now I've gone all the way down to, as you can see, 22, and it's a different blog page. So I had blogged this one, beach wedding, CT Penfield Beach, Fairfield, Connecticut, Wendy Stephen, like 5 years ago. So this is the URL for this one, the one I just showed you.
Let me
URL is different.
That's a really good point. Let me slow us down real quick, Jeff, because that's actually something really useful for everybody. This is why I typically say don't use blog posts to rank for specific locations. It's good for venues, but what we see on Google when it comes to locations, Google's not super friendly towards blog posts. And the bigger, to sort of add insult to injury, is usually we have some other blog post that seems also like it could be ranking for that. And so then Google almost battles our own blog posts against each other. And so I do think that you, like, and again, this is a good example of exactly what I was kind of sharing with Ashley. You've got this, stuff showing up, error, live test, it's like, well, what exactly is it? How do we fix it? I'm sure we'll get that figured out. I know that the Divi thing, it's likely that, the only other thing I see there that it could be off the top of my head is maybe the navigation. They want it to be a little bit further apart, which I don't even know if you can adjust.
I can't actually, because this is so, and it's all mobile, right? So I don't know if you can see that, but like this is what it looks like on mobile. Is that it's that little drop down menu there. So when you click it, everything's all kind of tight together. But what's hidden here is this little Divi logo, default logo, which I can hide in my in WordPress in the admin, but like it doesn't, Google can see it. And that was also the problem, Jeff, that I had with, remember we looked at my SEM or Quake, whatever, and was showing like multiple H1s and H2s and H3s or whatever. So just heads up to everybody that if you're developing a page for desktop or iPad or mobile and you've duplicated your content, like my about page, oh, this format looks good on desktop, I'll just duplicate it for mobile instead of using the same format. You duplicate your text, even if it's hidden, Google sees it. So just a heads up, careful about hiding, because you can't hide anything really.
This is a good reason if you ever switch to a new, and again, this is everybody, right? This is not just Jeff, this is not just Ashley, this is everybody. If you're switching to a new theme or a new website builder and theme, if you can test it before you finally commit, it's always better to test it first. Because, well, Andrea, right? Andrea, I know you're here, and it's like, you know, you got this theme that has like a bunch of random hidden stuff in it that it's like, we can't even figure out how to get rid of it. You message the theme people and they're like, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Yep.
Stuff like that happens. And so, and that's not your all's fault, right? Now we know, because we're looking, you know, behind, we're lifting up the hood, so to speak, and we're going, hey, what's this random stuff? So the moral of the story, to make it easy on yourself, if you do ever switch to a new theme and or builder, try to always do a trial, get it, you know, check it out. You may even, I haven't necessarily tried this, but you may even be able to sometimes catch stuff, even if you do like you know, how you can see like a demo of a site. You may even pick up some weird stuff when doing like a demo of a site if you run it through like SEO Quake. So again, it's kind of hard sometimes if you're doing like a third party theme, because maybe you have to buy it before you can really start utilizing it. So that's the danger there. But, you know, if you've just bought it and you get it set up, and then, you know, three hours later, you message them and say, hey, there's some weird stuff with this. I think I probably need to return this. They may let you, you know, so that's being aware of this stuff, so that when you do go to make those transitions, you can handle it in a way you don't end up getting into a theme where you got a bunch of random stuff that you got to figure out. Now, two things real quick to add to that. Jeff, I know I've got your site pulled up on mobile, and what is going on for me is that the select page for the navigation is actually over top of Jeff Lundstrom. And that's on even your homepage. Yeah. And then to speak to that, Cody, Cody is on Squarespace as well. And he just commented, you can actually space out mobile navigation. I had to do that. Not sure what you're using. My clickable element issues have always been 2 buttons close to each other or 2 anchor texts nearby, which I agree. I think it tends to be, you know, buttons really close. It can be an issue with the logo sometimes. I've seen that. But and I want to say it was even maybe Kevin and Ashton. I think maybe you all had this same sort of error thing popping up. And I wanted to say that it had something to do with your all's logo, if I remember correctly. Y'all can chime in and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're 1000% right. And I recently redid some stuff on the website and I ran into the same error again. So actually just now I just increased the logo size again. So
perfect. Yeah. Did that fix it?
It fixed it last time. I have full confidence it'll fix it this time. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Nice. Well, you know, still running the live test just to be sure, but yeah, you know, these things are not hard once you know what to do, but it's just, you know, knowing what to do. Right. So that's why we're here. But yeah, Jeff, for you personally, you know, I'd probably, that'd be a big priority for me. I would not worry. And this is again for everybody. And I do want to switch back to Ashley real quick, because I know she's got to get going.
Actually, Jeff, check your phone again, right quick. My site.
Yeah. See if
you
it's
don't
fixed.
mind. Sorry, Ashley.
No, you're good. You're good. We're making progress. No, that looks good.
Yeah. So
That
I
looks
just,
good.
it's a little funky stuff with this theme, just adding spaces in certain places, whatever. Okay. So all good.
Yep. And double check that, live test it and let us know if that fixed it. I mean, maybe
I will.
that even fixed it on the blog post, you know, that may have been the
keep
same
refreshing.
solution.
I don't think it will, just because that default logo is beyond my control. So,
okay.
But anyway, I'll play with it and see what happens.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. You know, drops are normal. And you really shouldn't stress, especially if it's fairly early in the game. If we see repeated, like it's dropping over and over and over, and it's not doing big bounce backs, usually the culprits there are going to be an issue with bounce rate and session duration, or one or the other. So it's some engagement issue. Typically.
Actually, it's real quick. It's kind of interesting. That blog post that is not, has the warning on it is currently at number 12 for that venue search term. So it doesn't look like I'm being, penalized, but it probably could be better. But at the end of the day, it's not tragic. So anyway, that's all.
Yeah. And over time, guys, as you make these little tweaks to where we just get it in the sweet spot, that's really what I've seen cause people to hit the first page and then stick there. The worst thing is when someone goes, oh, cool, this, I hit the first page, and we're talking 9, 10, 11, bottom of the first page.
Just did that.
Yeah. Well, and then they give up though. Right. And then they're like,
oh yeah,
right. And then they don't look at it for 2 months, and they come back and they go, oh man, I'm on the third page now. Well, because sure, Google puts you, and it's not like we have to do a lot more to really get you static up on the first page. But I try to tell people, just because you see a first page ranking, there's so much more that we can do that's going to secure you there. Not necessarily volume, not so much more, but a few impactful things that we can do that cause you to rank long term. So the difference between a blip on Google and ranking for years, page one, is often just minor tweaks, usually to bounce rate, session duration, and possibly just trying to acquire a few more backlinks. So, I say that because I want you all to be the people that rank like years, right? Like years, you don't really have to do any upkeep. You just keep ranking year after year, like what I've done. But you do want to you don't want to just hit first page 9, 10, 11, and then go, okay, cool. You're going to get a lot more clicks if you get up into 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Even 5, 7, like I think it's 7, 8, and 9 are the lowest clicks. 10, 11 actually can get more clicks according to the stats, because apparently people skip over, like, I think it's 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe something like that. And then they go to like the last 2. So they'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 maybe, but then they'll skip and go to 10 and 11. So moral of the story is, don't get overly excited. I mean, celebrate if you get page 1 rankings on stuff, but don't give up, right? And if you do see a page 1 ranking and it drops down, goes up, we want to get to where it just stays right there on, not just on page 1, high on page 1, so that we can give you those long-term rankings. Okay. So Ashley, back to you real quick. I do want to come into your site, just point out a couple of things that I, as I'm going through, I'm kind of thinking about.
I fixed the logo. I don't know if it's the right size, but
well, we can refresh and see. Well, it was interesting. Yeah, I think it looks a little bit bigger. I think I'm still going to recommend probably 2 things. So does this have white space on the left and right side of it? Like if you have the logo downloaded to your computer, do you know what I'm saying? Like, does it go off to the sides pretty far?
I'm not sure. I can look.
Okay. I might consider, because this is almost looking like it's pushing pretty far over to the left.
Yeah.
I might almost consider, if you do have some extra white space on this, to trim it down a little bit so it doesn't push off your navigation. That's a minor thing. Okay. I think I am, and I'm gonna pull it up on mobile just to be sure, because again, y'all, the discipline of looking not only at your desktop version is very important, especially if you're on Show It. If you're on Show It, you really want to make sure you look at your mobile version and check your links. I've seen people that for years, they don't realize it, but they've got links in their navigation that you click it and it goes to like, well, Andrea, we had something like this with you. It was like you clicked on journal, and this was in one of the bottom footer navigation. I think you'd click on like the footer navigation journal, and it would take you to just, it was like a broken link default page. And I've seen people, they'll have that for years and never know it. And so who knows how many hundreds, if not thousands of people are clicking and going the wrong spot. I
I'll
think
chime, Jeff, I'll chime in and kind of like be your amen choir here. With the new Squarespace setup, like every single change that we make, we're having to go and we're designing it for desktop because that's what's easiest, right? Because you're designing on a desktop, but then, I mean, like as soon as we get done designing it, we've got to go click the mobile design button and then start moving
Fix it
things
all.
around
Yeah.
in like a major way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's good to know. I know that with Squarespace, you know, their new stuff, there's probably going to be all kinds of quirks, especially as they're kind of honing in the, what is it, Fluid Engine or whatever. So, you know, hopefully some of this stuff will kind of work itself out. Ed and Victoria, they say it's epic. They like it. So, yeah, I do think it's kind of cool, the customization that they've moved into, but anytime you've got something new like that, it's going to be, I mean, you're going to have some quirks that they got to get worked out. Show It has had the quirks for indefinitely. they've got those quirks. So that's why I always try to tell Show It people, just be aware. You really need to check your links. And one of the easiest ways to do that, honestly, is in full story. You go in full story and you can select rage clicks, or there's rage clicks, there's broken link clicks, I think is what it's something like that. There's the various clicks that you can see people actually, oh, that person got real frustrated there, you know, hence a rage click, right? So you just want to be cognizant of that. Going back to just the Cincinnati, Cleveland, worldwide, even on mobile, it does to me look like it's too small. So I would say to keep it balanced, increase photo and film slightly, maybe to here and here, and then also in proportion increase Cincinnati, Cleveland, and worldwide. And it's going to just make it a little bit easier. It's going to be good for your SEO. So I recommend that. Now on mobile for you, if you can take this off, and you probably can't see this for everybody, but no, Ashley's going to know what I'm talking about. It has that Cincinnati wedding photographer, like right, and the same thing for the Genuine Joyful Couples. It's got it right over top of the picture.
Yeah.
So my thinking is, if you can't just take it off on mobile, I would just take it off a desktop, because the best solution for if you can't fix it is just simplify. And again, this is a lesson for everybody. Always choose simplicity.
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin has had any success with making that different, but it's kind of stuck. Once you're there, it's there. So I may just have to move it off.
I would probably move it off. I mean, you've got this, you know, Cincinnati related keyword here, and of course this, which is, you know, it's pretty much the same thing as this. You know, I know the wording's a little bit different, but I think that you can go ahead and wow them with this photo, let them get to that there. You know, and then they move on. That's kind of how I feel about it. Because again, mobile, especially if you've got a lot of people on mobile, I think the mobile version, it looks real busy with the text over top of the photo. I'm really not a big fan of text over top of photos, guys. Two things: text over top of photos, and then a lot of times we see, well, even Kevin and Ashton, we saw this with your site where it was doing the, you know, the overlay film, like where it kind of makes it like darker on certain images. I think we saw that on yours.
Yeah, we saw that last week and I got rid of it. Yeah.
Nice. Good. Yeah. And it's, you know, it just kind of like messes with like the consistency of your work, basically, because it looks like you do, you know, almost like you're raising up the blacks and then lowering the exposure. So we just want to keep your style looking consistent. We want things to look good, smooth. Simplicity, it speaks volumes. So even though on desktop, I think this looks fine, I would say take it off and let this do that work, right? I think that let's see if there's anything else I was going to mention on desktop. You know, the kind of the next phase for you, and we'll stop here. I know that we've got to get to a few other people before they have to leave. So I want to mention a few things that I think you can be working on in the meantime. I would not have this here. I'm just not a big fan of having portfolio, like directing people to a portfolio. Your website is your portfolio. If you want to be doing specifically portraits and you want to be doing specifically events, have separate pages. Don't put them here. And I will say, especially on mobile, like on desktop, this isn't too big, but once you get to mobile, it's very jarring, because it's like, oh, wedding stuff, but whoa, big, colorful, bright tiger. And so it's almost like breaks the hypnotic stream of your website.
Okay.
So, you know, I just take this off.
So So
You know,
in my other question, in my portfolio tab.
Mhm.
So can you look at it?
Where are we going to?
Portfolio.
Like up here?
Yeah, or you could explore my portfolio, the links that were there. But portfolio is fine. I wasn't sure how to exactly do this because I have like a wedding portfolio there, but it's
Mhm.
like you click through, it's like a reel. Is that the best way to do that? And for whatever
No,
reason,
I don't like having a portfolio at all.
okay.
Use like galleries, if anything. So like, wedding at this specific venue.
Okay.
And then you have photos from throughout the day. Like even this, like I don't even
I
know.
know the
You know what I'm
line,
saying?
the navigation is there on the bottom and I've got to change it. It's horrible. I've been fighting with Square Muse to fix it for me.
Ashley, I regularly tell people just take the portfolio off.
Okay.
And we see increased amounts of people hitting the experience page and about page and then inquiring. Because again, your portfolio, you're essentially trying to say, look at my photos, and then distracting them with your photos so that then they can go, okay, I've seen enough. Let's throw them in the bucket so that they can compare you to others.
So do I make it like galleries and then do like those featured galleries, like blog?
I would do featured galleries. Okay. But again, you mostly want to point people towards your experience page, which you do. You are doing that. So that's good. But I used to not have anything against portfolios until I just started looking at the numbers. So we're basing off the number because your website's already a portfolio. Like they're already going through and seeing your work. A gallery is still even sort of like a portfolio, but you have the ability to sort of weave together a string of images and tell a story, which is going to be more unique DNA than just, a bunch of images. Okay. So you're wanting to draw them into yourself and your brand. And what we're seeing is a portfolio typically is just allowing them to quickly compare your images instead of developing a picture of yourself in their mind.
Okay.
Now, one other thing that I will say, this portfolio, another thing you really got to watch out for. Okay. If we like scroll down this, looking for a wedding photographer in Cincinnati, that's I would not have that on this page. That's going to freak Google out.
Okay.
Yep. Having your spearhead keyword or supportive keywords for specific locations, it's dangerous. It'll freak Google out. And at best, it'll like, basically it'll like, try to think how you say this. It will sometimes cause pages to compete so that your rankings go more slowly. That's the best case scenario. So I would not have other, Cincinnati wedding photographer, those key, you can talk about like on your about page, you can talk about living in Cincinnati and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I would not have anything like this on any other page. And I know we have just a couple questions coming in. Kevin and Ashton were saying, did I understand that Jeff is recommending only one blog per venue and our blogs prevent our blogs from finding each other with SEO? Yes, that is correct. I really don't recommend, and which again, this flies in the face of all the SEO knowledge that, knowledge, quote unquote, everybody's sharing. Yeah, share, just blog. So now you got 10 blogs for one venue. I don't recommend that. I say, okay, find the winner blog. I mean, like for instance, like if you have one that you blogged from 3 years ago that's been ranking, but now you've got a wedding that, hey, this is a lot more ideal, replace that one or de-optimize the other one, or de-optimize. Really, the best case scenario is de-optimize it and then hyperlink from that blog that's already ranking to the new one that you're trying to get to rank and make sure that one's hyper optimized.
It's not right.
And you use the hyperlink anchor text from the older blog to the newer blog. So, if you enjoyed this,
what would be your thoughts? What would be your thoughts on just gutting that old blog and creating a new blog for the original couple? You know what I'm saying?
Can do that.
What's that?
You can do that.
Okay. Is that the safest way to make sure that the blog stays ranking?
I don't really have a preference between that and I have a caveat here. I don't have a preference between that versus the other thing I was just saying about anchor texting to the new one.
Okay.
The only instance that I would say, this is the caveat, is if you're trying to, let's say that the older one, like it's like outdated,
Yep.
right? Like you're like, yeah, I don't really want people seeing this anymore. And truth be told, we have some work probably that maybe it's from a few years ago. We're like,
Yep.
yeah, we don't really, we're past that now. That's when I would gut it, because it's like, you don't really want people finding it. It's not serving any purpose. So it's better off just gutting it out, replacing it with a new updated material. And what I always do, guys, is when I do an update on a blog post, I will at the top, like the first, text, I'll put asterisks updated on, and then put the date. And I do think Google likes seeing when you make some update to a blog and you change the date, it's just a minor change. I tend to think that Google likes that a lot. It just makes it look a little bit alive. Right.
Jeff,
So
is there a video section of the course that talks about like the ideal keyword spearhead for blogging? Because I mean, like you also talk about telling their story. Like instead of saying, I liked working with Jeff and Michelle, their, wedding was so beautiful, they were so fun to work with, blah, blah, blah. Like we start talking about like, from the moment that, Jeff and Michelle met, they felt the spark, and what I'm saying? Like you're telling Jeff and Michelle's story rather than my experience working with them, right?
yes.
Is there a video in the course that talks about how to weave in the keyword attack on that blog?
No, it's the same concept though, is your content Trojan horse.
Okay.
So the easy, and actually I want to say, if you look at the templates, I want to say that the one of the blog templates may not say this explicitly, but you'll see that in there, which is basically like, you're going to tell their story. Then you're talking about, weddings at that venue in particular. So you're kind of like talking about the venue a little bit, and like say there's a planner, you're kind of talking about the planner. So when you start talking about the venue, you can talk about, words related to the venue. And usually if you're blogging a wedding, the best thing to rank it for is the venue.
So we're going to like set the hook with their story in the first paragraph, and then we're going to move on to weddings in general at that venue, and then working with the planner, working with the DJ, whatever.
There you go. Perfect. And
Okay.
that allows you the space, the Trojan horse, to fit in the keywords. But just what you don't want to do is try to rank it for X city wedding photographer, which is what everybody's done for years. And none of those blogs, I've never seen one of those for any period of time rank on page 1.
Yep.
And I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying for cities, for venues, Google loves it for venues. That's what we've seen. So I'm cool with that. But yeah, you tell their story. That gives you some space. And I usually, for the most part, you might be able to weave in some keywords there, talking about why they, you could even say why they chose the venue, but that's more of like, again, talking about the venue. So the story, I kind of like mostly just to be their story, and it doesn't have to be 15 paragraphs. It can be a brief paragraph. And guys, I've had people come to me and say, oh man, one of the reasons we had to work with you is because, you really like, we read so-and-so's story, and like, we could just really tell that you care about your couples. And I think that they think I care more than I do, actually.
Yep.
And that's fine. I'm not correcting them on that. Like, well, I don't really care that much. I do care. Right. But the couples almost feel more impacted by it than we do, probably. So again, the moral of the story is, tell their story, talk about the weddings there. It's like specifically, because you're going to be informing people. And if someone sees this, X venue wedding photography, they're doing a Google search and they find this one, they're probably considering that venue. So if you're kind of informing them and giving them education, and even going a step further, if you will consult with them. So
you don't blog you don't blog every wedding, period.
Heck no.
Yeah.
Heck no.
Even every good looking wedding, you don't blog. Okay.
No, I have and I'm not even super thorough with blogging the ones that I do want to blog. I've got a backlog of ones I'm like, I probably should blog that one. That one was cool. And I just, it's like it gets pushed down the list. But yeah, I definitely am not blogging every wedding.
Awesome.
It's
I
usually
love that.
one at a specific venue, and then really getting that one to rank for that venue. And it's not every venue. I'm like, hey, I only want to work at these specific venues, so I'm going to focus my efforts and my resources on developing sort of this aura. I don't know what word to use here. Like I want the venue knowing that I'm sending them traffic. I want people finding me when they're looking for that venue. I want the venue putting me on their preferred vendors list. Like, because if you just pick literally, you should write down like your top 5 venues you want to be working at, pick the top one and just say, okay, the next 3 months, my singular focus in terms of like venues is to get on that preferred vendors list.
Right on.
And then you say, how do I use Google to do that? And you do that, number one, because that puts you in a position of power. If you just go to them with like, you know, you buy them locally baked cookies, you're coming from a position of weakness. But if you're ranking on Google, you're sending them traffic, you know, you've got, and again, this is where podcasting becomes real powerful. Or if you're doing like a venue feature, you know, especially if you, I know we've got some videographers here, like y'all got the gear and the equipment to like, literally you come in and say, hey, look, like we're kind of doing this thing where we really want to work at specific venues because we really like what they have to offer for the types of people that we are really wanting to work with. Could we do like just like a venue walkthrough and kind of highlight the things that you guys feel like really make your venue like super unique?
Right.
And that's the other type besides a wedding blog. Okay. Is the, and what I mean by wedding blog is a wedding at X venue. You can also do a venue feature on that X venue. Now, the cool thing is theoretically, you're probably going to be able to rank both the wedding one for specific keywords and then the venue feature one for other unique keywords. Because some people are going to just search for, you know, weddings at X venue or X venue. Your wedding, you know, the wedding gallery one may or may not show up for that sort of search. Now, if they search wedding photography or X venue wedding photography or X venue wedding photographers, that's where your wedding gallery one can really shine. Okay. But if you do a venue feature, that's where it can start showing up specifically for the venue. Okay. So again, you may say, I don't want to do that. You don't have to do that. I'm not saying that you have to do this to really succeed or even get on the preferred vendors list, but it does help, especially if your market is kind of closed off to people. The second that you start doing this stuff, instead of saying, oh, can I do a styled shoot at your venue? They don't want to do a style unless it's a really new venue. You come in wanting to do a styled shoots, a burden. Same thing with planners, you know, hey, can I do headshots for you? Like, I'm just going to be honest. They probably have 10 other photographers wanting to do headshots for them.
Yesterday, style shoots.
Right. So instead of doing stuff that's like down here, we're starting from up here to where we're in the position of power to deliver referrals to them. So when it comes time to get on the preferred vendors list and you ask boldly for that with reason, because you love them and their venue, they're all ears about it. Okay. So this is how you use Google to now generate, and it's not even necessarily generating more referrals. You got to think they're finding you on Google early. They're finding you on Google when they're searching for a wedding photographer. You know, maybe they book the venue first, then the venues get putting you up. They're saying, hey, here's our preferred vendors. You're on there. They book the planner saying, oh yeah, here's my preferred vendors list. So they've seen you on Google like 5 times. They've seen you from 2 preferred vendors lists. Like it becomes almost a no-brainer. And that's why I like to create some resources for people to find me before they've even booked those other people, like the wedding venue or the planner, which is typically the first 2. You do that, and now you are able to even sort of become the consultant where the venues and the planners are your inventory. You are selling the venue and the planner, and this can be other vendors as well. I'm just saying primarily venue planners. You're selling them versus the planner relying on, or you relying on the planner. Does everybody understand that? This is the apex vendor strategy, because now you're in the position of power. You're not subject to them. You don't have to schmooze anymore. I hate schmoozing planners. That's the worst thing. I hate it. I do not want to be dependent upon another person. I would love to be on their preferred vendors list and them to give me, basically just echoing what Google's already saying, but I don't want to be schmoozing. That's just my kind of feeling on it. I know we had a couple questions come through and we're going to keep rolling along here. So hopefully this is helpful for everybody. Let's see
Jeff?
here. Who was that?
Andrea.
Hey, what's up, Andrew?
Thought about this. One of the things I did the other day was I wrote out a list of questions that I would love to have answered for my preferred vendors. And then I wrote them a tiny email that said, oh my gosh, I love your work. I'd love to feature you. Would you be willing to answer these questions? So they're writing their own feature. You don't even have to do it.
Exactly.
And all of them were like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. Yes.
Yes. That. I love it. Are you going to do blog stuff? Or are you just doing feature articles or what are you doing?
I mean, they're all blog posts. I'd love to feature you on
podcast. That's what I meant to ask you. Yeah.
Yeah, here's a list of questions. I'd love to know what the answers are. If you want to tell me anything else, please tell me anything else. I want to share what you want shared.
Yep. You're not even creating the content.
Yeah.
That's how easy. If you're like, oh man, I hate blogging. Cool. Let somebody else. And no, I'm not saying pay somebody else. Just come up with a few questions. Let them generate the content. Copy and paste. Super easy. Super
Also
easy.
a good
Thank
way,
you,
just sorry to jump in, but that's a good way when you're after a wedding, when you get vendors are like, oh, it'd be great if you just send us some photos. You can come back and say, hey, you know what? Love to, let's do a blog post together. And then, you can provide some of the contents on what goes into being the top florist in the area, and we can do a blog post collaboration.
Beautiful. So. Beautiful. And here's the reality, guys. I think that as photographers, we tend to be like, oh, well, we need people. We need the planner and because a lot of times we feel like we're in that place of feast or famine or just famine. Right. And so we're like, oh, we need the planners. And then we try to get into this people pleasing sort of mindset where then they don't respect us because they know that we're cowering in fear because we need them. And look, it's great to get in tight with planners. Okay. But you'll probably have a better long-term chance if you obtain more power versus obtaining, I don't even know, like their temporary feel goods. Because it's really hard especially when you're competing against other photographers to stand out when it's just you're relying on your people pleasing skills. Most photographers, okay, are people pleasers. And that's partly because we feel emotions so strongly. We feel where we generate, that's the power of our work. A lot of times we feel deeply, which enables us to be creative. But the weakness then becomes when people are not so much that way and they're more power focused, then we think, well, if we can just please enough, but then it's a competition and that creates a commoditization that causes you to undervalue yourself. And believe me, planners, they pick up on that. Planners are usually more of your driven sort of like y'all know, if you're working with planners, you know this. A lot of times they're more of your type A type people. Okay. Anybody want to chime in? You could disagree too, but a lot of times they're more of your type A type people.
1000% correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
They can sense your fear and they will lose respect for you if that is the case. Now, if they sense that you are not needy and that you are a producer of status from a position of strength, they will be more attracted to you. They will be more drawn to you. They'll have more respect for you. And therefore you'll have more weight when it comes to working with them. That's why I tell people do the apex vendor strategy, because it's going to start putting you into that position of power to where you don't have that neediness that is going to kick you into people pleasing mode, so that you end up losing respect with planners and end up feeling like you're basically a slave to how they feel that year. Because I just don't want to run my business that way. I know we've got some like questions coming through. I'm going to do my best to answer. I know that we've still got a lot of stuff that we need to cover just in terms of questions. Joy asked, when you update the blog, do you keep the same paragraphs but add new information at the top, or can you go in and edit your wording? You can edit wording. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But note that if you're going to change your wording and you change your keywords, then that can affect stuff, right? But I'm even saying, like, there's been times that maybe I change one little thing, or even if I just notice a typo in a blog. I did this past week. I have a blog article on a film camera that people visit a lot. And somebody shared it in a group and I got notified about it. And I went through and I go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I made this silly typo. I think a lot of people are looking at it from different countries though. So they probably don't care too much. So that's great. But when I go in to fix that typo at the top, I'm going to put, I've already got it, but I'm going to put asterisks and then the new date, even though I'm just fixing a typo. Okay. So I hope that answers that question. Let's see here.
You've got some typos on your website too.
Say it again.
Said you got some typos on your website.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I goof.
Yeah, he does.
Jeff knows. I kind of just word vomit and then wait for people to tell me all my typos, then go back and fix them as I have time. So just know you can run a 6-figure photography business and have typos. Okay. So I hope that encourages my fellow mistypers.
That's perfect.
But I appreciate when people point it out. I do appreciate it. I need the help. Let's see. I know Tracy had a couple questions. Was this related to the blogging stuff, Tracy? I know you said H1 spearhead, white, know how it looks aesthetically.
Hey,
what's
sorry.
up?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is it related to the blogging stuff?
There is one question related to the blogging. Well, 2 questions related to blogging.
Okay, let's keep it related to that. I am going to go down through the list. I know we have to get to Andrea, and I want to say there was one other person that I know had to leave pretty soon. I think it was Alicia. So I want to make sure, I hope she hadn't had to leave yet. I'll maybe follow up with her if she already did, but I know we have a couple people that have to get going pretty quickly. So let's do the blog post one real quick. And then
Okay.
we'll come back to you though about the other stuff.
Yeah, no worries. I was getting caught up yesterday on some videos and I watched the one video, it's like halfway down, about blogging. And there was a lot of content about like putting things out there that you already have. And I want to target specific venues that I haven't worked at yet. So I didn't know if you had any advice there on creating content for venues that I have not worked at.
Yes. Okay. So one thing, and that's a great question. One thing is the feature, like we just talked about, go into them. And even as a photographer, you can do this. You can say, hey, like, I really like your venue. Would love to, if you all want any photos. I mean, I kind of just want to come in and take some photos because I know that I have couples that are interested in photographing it in your venue. And I'd love to have something that I can personally share on my website to sort of give them an idea of what it might be to have their wedding there. Okay, so that's in their world. That's a benefit for them, right? And you can come out, take some pictures, throw it up there, and bam, now you got it. Now, if it's like, okay, I just don't have time to do all that before, okay, but because maybe you plan a trip for that or something. It's it's out in Colorado or whatever. Maybe you're going to be traveling out there. You can do that. In the meantime, the best thing to do, and you don't have to have literally, you don't have to have any pictures for it, is to do sort of like top 5 wedding venues in Colorado, for example. Okay.
Separate the venues in the blog post.
Yeah, but it's one blog post, but it's got 5 of your, the venues that you want to be working at. And we've been booked literally. I've never even stepped foot into a particular area, much less have photos of the venue, and have been booked that way. So people will find those, and you want to do your research a little bit just to speak intelligently about the venue. Again, okay, who's this venue for? Who should have their wedding here? You keep it identity focused. Okay. So that it's an identity that benefits from certain features at this particular venue. So you use what we know about identity psychology in order to sort of sell the venue. That gives them confidence and trust because you're the guide there. So that you'll get bookings even though you don't have any pictures there and you've never even shot there.
Mhm.
And Google likes those articles too. And so there's usually a lot of traffic and low competition for those sort of like, and especially the more niche you go, by the way. So if you go like, if you tier this out, so you do like top level would be, you know, top 5, you could even do a large one, like top 10 Colorado wedding venues. Okay. And then inside of that, maybe you split it up to where you mention ones in specific cities.
Mhm.
Okay. Then what you do is, let's say one is, or let's say 3 of those are specific types of venues. And I don't even know that. I'm trying to think which you even have in Colorado. I want to say chateaus, but I feel like that's more France.
They're more like ranch style.
There you go. Ranch. So you
Yeah.
want, now you have one that may, or 2 that's maybe a ranch style. So then what you do is you say, this one actually made it on my top 3 list of the best ranch wedding venues in Colorado. So now you've got a separate blog post that one links from, or links to, that is top 3 ranch wedding venues in Colorado.
Okay.
Like in Kentucky, you know, mansion wedding venues, or, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like, or whatever area type, you know, if you're out in Santa Barbara or Sonoma, and it's like top winery wedding venues in Sonoma.
Mhm. Okay.
So you're just tiering it to where it's like, okay, I've got the general one. Now it's like it can kind of branch off to a more hyper specific type of venue, because people are going, they will search for that. They know they want to have a winery wedding venue. So they may search specifically for winery wedding venue in Santa Barbara.
Mhm. Okay.
So when you start doing this, you know, it's like, as people are doing all their venue research, maybe they start going, I know I want to have it in Colorado. They start doing their research, and then they, oh, that was informative. And they go, the more I look at it, I think I really want to have a ranch venue. And they start going, well, best ranch, and then they find it there as well. They found it with the other article.
Mhm.
So
Right.
you're just
Okay.
building confidence and familiarity with those people so that you get more traction. And again, you set yourself at, sort of to consult with them. So there's calls to action in there. You'll see that in the videos. So I hope that answers the question, though. I don't want to take too much more time on
It
that. That
does.
is a good conversation to have, though. So
Thank you.
let's, no problem at all. Glad to. Andrea, I know you had to get going pretty soon. I think Alicia dipped. Alicia, let me know if you're still here. We'll get to you one way or another. But Andrea, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay,
And
you're still with us.
just a heads up, my technology is being super janky. So you're going to screen share on my computer and hear me from my phone.
Okay, whatever. We can work with it. I dig it. Okay, cool. And I do want to get into Google Search Console. Now, if you'll screen share, go for it. Because I want to,
right.
that's almost directly where we're going to go, is Google Search Console.
Yep. Funnily enough, I already have it pulled up.
Nice. You're prepared.
I sure don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, you got your chops. You got your chops down. You know what, you know how the drill goes. What we're going to do is we're going to look once again
It's
at
not.
this.
Mhm.
Now, here's my question for you, because you were seeing that you got to clarify with me here. You are seeing inside of SEO Edge that you're ranking for, say, like wedding photographer in Utah.
Yeah, wedding photography in Utah is the one I usually rank for. It's right there. But that's
But what
not.
about wedding photographer in Utah?
Let me look.
Or even Utah, because Utah wedding photographer is your spearhead, right?
Utah wedding photographer is my spearhead, and I am not ranking for Utah wedding photographer. I rank for wedding photography in Utah, and then wedding photography in UT, the abbreviation.
Yep.
And then I rank for Utah wedding venue and Utah wedding venues, and I rank for my name. I pretty much for my name, so that's a win.
But are any of them wedding photographer?
No.
So there's been no change on that. You have not seen that change yet.
Nope.
All right. That's what we need to figure out.
Yeah.
And I'm going through just to make sure there's not a glitch. I'm literally just going through a search for Utah wedding photographer. Where are you ranked? Let's see, wedding photography in Utah. Where are you at for that now? Let's see.
Wedding photography in Utah.
Yeah. Hi.
Uh,
Getting up
SEO
there.
Edge says 14.
Yeah, almost page 1.
Mhm.
Okay.
For my one supporting keyword.
For your supportive keywords. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there's a couple of variations, but all supportive keywords are photography.
Yep.
All
All
right.
the ones on SEO Edge.
Okay. So the
I have
first
that are city specific, I'm ranking for, that are
Say it again.
photography.
Say that again. You kind of cut out.
I have some that are city specific that are photographer from blog posts.
Mm-hmm.
So like Logan, Utah wedding photographer.
Okay. That's
But
a blog post.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any Utah wedding photographer blog posts, like anywhere on your site? Do you have a
No.
page that has spearhead keyword type content on it other than
No.
your homepage?
Nope. And I haven't even made duplicate pages because I want to figure this out before I duplicate and then have the same problem.
Yep. Well, so one thing I'm curious about is with your situation, you kind of, this is a little bit of a rare situation. And when I say rare, literally this is the first time I've ever seen this happen. So that's how rare I'm talking about. So I'm gonna make sure I don't understate that. Usually we see the cluster of keywords start to show up. So in my mind, and I'm gonna go ahead and take the screen back here real quick because I do want to look at something, and I'm gonna pull up your website. One curiosity that I have is it possible that maybe we have over optimized for some
It's
of the
It's only on there.
photography related? Yeah, like the wedding photographer or wedding photography in Utah. That's the first realistic thought I have. Now, secondly, I do know that we were working on getting some anchor text up. So
everything we've done, everything you've told me to do, I've done within that day.
Cool. Let's look at your density, because that's the first thing I'm kind of curious about, some of the photography related density. So that, yeah, okay. So real quick, so see how we have these one word keywords here?
Yep.
Wedding Utah photography.
Mm-hmm. Down there at 6 times.
Yep. So photography, we do have 11, which is fine because it's obviously various keywords.
Yeah.
It's in the title. Let's see title real quick. So title is going to be Andrea Jolene photography. Okay. So this is sort of what I was thinking was, okay, we've got photography showing up way more prominent than photographer.
Okay.
Despite the fact that photographer's used a little bit less. So that's one thing. There's less density. Prominence, though, is a little bit higher. Let's go down to 2-word keywords and see what we're seeing. Of course, we see stuff about Peter Sellinger. Wedding photography, still kind of at the top of the list here. Let's go down to 3-word keywords, see if we're seeing any patterns. Of course, we see Peter Sellinger.
I feel like
photography.
When I'm a millionaire, Jeff, I need to look that guy up and be like, here's your royalties.
Yeah. I don't know. I might, what royalties for you for making use of his theme despite his annoyances. Okay, so here we go. So see wedding, notice what we're seeing now as we get in here. Now we do see Utah wedding photography here, but I think the sheer density of photography. Where's this at on your site? Me, Andrea Jolene photography 4 with me, Andrea Jolene photography. Does any of that look familiar?
I have no idea.
Okay. And everybody else, as we're kind of doing this, you may kind of observe and see if you see anything like this yourself. where we're noticing, your spearhead keyword may be one word, but we're seeing some patterns, and y'all can let me know if you see anything in specific. But here we go into 4-word phrases: wedding photography in Utah, wedding photography, Andrea Jolene photography for wedding photography, me, Andrea Jolene for wedding with, and that's a little bit weird looking because it's all like pushed together. So we may want to look and see if we can figure out what that is. But the patterns we're starting to see here are, I mean, it's even more intense once we hit our 4-word keywords. I don't even think we hit a 4-word until we get down to, I'm trying to see. I mean, I guess the first one is really, is that the first one?
Yeah, maybe. But are you in the 3-word table or oh, there you are.
Well, yeah. Well, I was trying to find Utah wedding photographer specifically, but it's like we got to get a ways before we even get down to the photographer. So it's like the way your balance is with your site, and this is where we get into keyword balancing. I've not seen this exact dynamic. I have seen something akin to where it's like, maybe one keyword's ranking. Usually it's not to the absolute exclusion of other keywords, especially your spearhead keyword. But what we're seeing in terms of this density, you got to understand, this is going to be basically what you're communicating to Google, because Google's seeing 1s and 0s, right? So we're coming in and showing Google, if Google's looking at this, it's going, oh, wedding photography, wedding photography, wedding photo. There's some wedding photographers, but it's definitely wedding photography. So
okay.
The data, the practical data that I draw from that is we need to get wedding photographer to be more balanced. Now, we don't have to completely tip the scales and reverse it, because we do want you ranking for wedding photography related keywords. But what I'm saying is we're going to have to do some rebalancing to get wedding photographer to be higher up. Now, I know you got some anchor text that itself is going to help you as you have various anchor text coming into your site. Did you get specific anchor text for like wedding photographer, Utah wedding photographer in Utah, etc.?
I usually use photographer in all of my anchor text because I'm like, if you want to learn more about,
cool,
whatever.
And we'll see if Google's found any of that yet, right? So some of that's probably yet to be seen. Has Google found it? We don't know. We don't know until we look in there. So in the meantime, what we can control is we need to start. Number one, I do want to figure out where this like Andrea Jolene photography is, because I think part of the photography emphasis is coming from your business name, because
Right.
it is Andrea Jolene photography.
Okay.
And so there's a lot.
Made sense that it was Andrea Jolene photographer. Like I could just name my business that and call it good.
You could do that. It may work.
Gosh.
It may work, but I mean, part of me even thinks that you may be able to, in your number one, something easy, you could take photography out of your title. So like you've got, I think, Utah wedding photographer or wedding photographer in Utah. And then, the line, and then Andrea Jolene photography. One easy thing, and not everybody should do this. Again, generally speaking, you shouldn't have to do this, but with Andrea specifically making some tweaks, I'm going to recommend that you try taking out photography from your title.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing that I'm thinking is let's do we'll view source and see if we can figure out where that run on is occurring. So,
Okay.
Again, anybody, if you have this, you can just go into your site, right click, and you can click on view page source. And then I'm going to do, control find, or I guess on Mac, it's probably control or command find. And then I'm going to type in Andrea Jolene photography and try to figure out if we can find where all these repeats are.
Oh, they're in all the links, Jeff. Those are all the links to my everything.
It looked like it was in sentences somewhere too, though.
So
Oh, there we go. Connect with me at Andrea Jolene Photography.
which is a link to my Instagram.
Yeah. And then for wedding photography in Utah.
I could just change that for a wedding photographer.
Or, I mean, could you even do, because I have two thoughts. One is taking your socials off.
Completely?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of having your socials on your website.
Okay.
It's better to use, if you're going to use socials, it should be intake into your website.
Right.
But your website's home court, right? We want
Right.
people staying there. We don't want them going back into the world of seeing other competition. We want them staying in home court. So me personally, I'd almost prefer not to have socials at all. If you wanted to just goof around and play, we could try just changing some of these things to like what, like you said, like photographer. If you can make it sound photographer instead of photography. I'm going to look at the other repeats though, real quick. See if I can notice anything else. Because there's 14 of those.
Yeah, they almost all look like they're links.
They are all Instagram,
Facebook,
etc. Yep.
Yep.
So I think I'd for sure get rid of some of those at least.
Yeah.
Is it footer? I guess that maybe some are in the footer. They're kind of spread around. I think
either in the footer or the menu. So
okay. Well, I think removing that alone is probably going to help us out a little bit in terms of density and prominence. Let's go back here real quick.
And take it out of my title.
I would take it out of your title because I just think that you're hyper optimized for photography. That's what it comes to. It's like, I think Google is like, oh, this is about, Utah wedding photography and not so much about a Utah wedding photographer.
Which is funny. That's like an accident.
Yes. So another thing I'm going to say is I think anywhere that we've got photography on your site, we should, obviously you want to have wedding photography in Utah, but I think I'm going to say don't completely get rid of any repeats, but I would start reducing those repeats anywhere you can. So like this one's 3.
Okay.
I'd maybe try to replace it with, again, don't use your spearhead keyword 50 times or even really, I don't like it used from the more that I see, probably no more than 5 times. But I think I would try to, either get rid of some of the photographies or if you can replace them with photographers related keywords, I would do that.
All right.
Just getting rid of some of those social links, I think is going to fix quite a bit of the photography repeats. Let's see, is there any more?
That wasn't me. That created by Portents. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I think that's something with your theme. Yeah, basically, so I play around with this and let's try to get this photography basically to drop.
All right.
And get this photographer to raise. Now, it doesn't need to drop down to where photographer is. Honestly, if we had Utah wedding photographer, and then maybe photography is like a couple down. I mean, it could even be just below photographer. And I think we'd probably have a lot more. It'd be, I mean, I'm just saying, I think that's a lot more balanced, right? Because right now it's like, you got to think photographer's really less prominent than 2001 to 17 Selinger Peter written pot race created mom day experience photographer. Right. So
that just bugs me. Most of those words come from that stupid thing.
I know.
All right.
So mess around with, and that shouldn't, that's probably just going to be a few alterations, but mess around with that and submit it to be indexed. Okay. As of right now, there's probably one other thing that I have in the wings that I want to experiment with your site. and I don't know if I want to do it just yet, but there's one other big thing that I think will likely fix this.
Well,
But I'm
I
not
signed
going
up.
to mention it.
So
Yeah. Did
cut
you
out.
say it again?
I signed up for a one-on-one, so we'll figure it out sometime.
Oh yeah. So, but do this and then let me know if you see anything specific over, say, even the next week.
Okay.
Okay. The last thing I'll ask you is inside links. Did you happen to see any of those anchor texts that you've gotten? But and you can screen share and I'll look at it with you real quick. This will take like 2 seconds. Basically, I'm just wanting to know if any of the anchor text for photographer has shown up.
I don't know how to look that up.
Well, today's the day we learn. All right. So we'll go into, let's just go in here real quick. Top linking sites. Let's see what we got in here. Did you get any new domains? That's probably the first thing I should ask you.
Yes, I did. Both of my features that have happened I made that page you told me about,
Mhm.
and linked back to them, and then indexed it on Google, and they both showed up. So
Good. So pretty quickly then.
yeah, like I was like less than a week after they were published, it showed up.
Awesome. Show me those. Show me those real quick.
Okay.
And what Andrea is talking about, again, this is for everybody. Because again, y'all new people, you probably aren't going to care about this just yet, but eventually you're going to. Sometimes when Google's trying to find your links, they're kind of sending out these robots all throughout the interwebs, right? It can sometimes take them a long time to find a link. To combat that, what we do is basically just you create a page on your site. And let's say you've gotten a profile on Wedding Chicks, or you got featured in, Utah Valley Bride. Well, you create a short little blurb. You don't just put the link, but you create a short little blurb about that feature because you don't want it to look spammy, right? So if it's Wedding Chicks, you say, yeah, I got this Wedding Chicks thing, and Wedding Chicks is XYZ. Doesn't need to be a whole blog post. It can be a short little blurb, sentence or two, maybe a paragraph. Then you've got that page, which is hidden. Nobody has to even see it, right? Then submit that page to be indexed. That is going, hey, Google, go check out all these links. So Google now has a direct wormhole access to going and finding those links that you've acquired. Okay. So is it this Utah Valley Bride?
Yep.
Let's check it out real quick.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to write any of this, but
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's the one.
yep. That's it.
Nice. Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
Jeff,
And
so
it's
is what
probably-
you're saying is create a blog post about your feature and then index that?
You could do that too.
I probably wouldn't make it a blog. I would make it a page.
Like a page on your website.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a navigation. It can be like a on Squarespace. It would be unlinked. On Show It. Y'all remind me on Show It. What are these called? Are they just hidden or?
I think they're honestly, if you just don't link it to anything, no one can find it because you're not
Right.
optimizing it for anything, so no one's gonna find it on Google.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I just don't feel like I don't know how to do that.
Do you know how to create? Yeah. Do you know how to create a new page?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. If you don't, really the best thing to do, in my opinion, is probably just Google search how to create new page on Show It. Show
Okay.
It's guides are very thorough. I think they do a pretty good job of just saying, hey, here's exactly how to do it. It's very easy. And now if you do run into troubles, that's a great question to ask in the group. I'm almost sure that one of our other Show It users would be more than happy to kind of walk you through that.
I can help you if you need.
And then there's a way to easily hide it, you said?
Yeah. I think, Andrea, you were saying like you on Show
So-
It, you kind of have to intentionally make it linked to.
Yeah, when you create a new page on Show It, it's not connected to anything. So like if they go to your homepage, there's not going to be a link in your navigation. It's just going to be there. And if they would have to know the actual slug of that page and type it into Google to be able to find it. So it's not just going to appear when they see it. So it's not a super huge deal. I have like 10 random pages. One of them is like my experiments for trying to build a new block for my website. And one of them is links. And one of them is like a bunch of janky stuff I'm trying to figure out. And then like, they just don't appear. No one can find them. So, and if you need any help, you can message me or tag me in your post, and I'm happy to hop on a Zoom chat and I can show you how to build a page, and it won't be connected to anything, but it's surprising how many pages you can have on your website that just don't do anything or appear or whatever.
Okay. I appreciate that, Andrea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's what it's all about, y'all. Okay. So this is great, by the way. Gorgeous photos too, Andrea.
Thanks.
Let's do this. Start with the, trying to rebalance some of those keywords. Other than that, you're starting to get some of these links show up. Like I said, I do have another thing that I'm kind of wanting to try specifically with your site that I don't necessarily want to try it though until we really pinpoint if it's the keyword balancing like I think it is. So I'd like to figure that out first, just so we have that data. If we don't start seeing some changes on that fairly quickly, then we'll probably move on to the next thing that I think would be a pretty powerful fix for this. But again, in the spirit of data and collecting data, I don't want to do everything all at once. So start there. Right. Okay.
Can I know what it is? I promise I won't.
Not yet. It's a secret thing. Right. Yeah, it's a secret thing. It may become more public, but not yet. Not yet. We're keeping it on the DL. Some stuff I've been working on. Okay.
I'll balance.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's keep on a rolling, because I know we got a number of people we got to get to. So, who was that?
Me. Sorry. It's me.
Yeah.
Who was talking to me about Show It?
It was Tracy.
That's me. I'm Tracy Birch.
Okay. Tracy, feel free to message me. I've got to go. So I'm going to hop off, but definitely don't hesitate.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Right, thank you, Andrea. You're awesome. All right. So we're going to keep rolling along. I think we kind of got to tell our people that we're in a rush. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just going to start going straight down my list here, and we'll see who all we got that's still here. And again, if anybody has to get going, please let me know. Okay. Again, we try to prefer.
Can't stay on too much longer because my kids are poking their head in wanting lunch.
They don't know how to go out and hunt for themselves yet.
Well, we're working on it, but not quite.
Y'all got squirrels out in your backyard, probably, don't you?
We have lots of critters in our backyard, but none want to eat right now.
Yeah, you need to teach them how to go out there with some like a rock on a string, and whack some squirrels, fend for themselves. I know you kind of had the question, you had the question about the H1, and I think you were asking basically if you could put it white on white. Is that what you're asking me?
So I think I know what your answer is going to be here, but I just want to ask to make sure. Just aesthetically. Okay, so what I came to realize was my spearhead needed to be wedding photographer in Colorado versus like Colorado wedding photographer, which would aesthetically look more appealing, in my opinion, on a website. And so I created something that said wedding photographer in Colorado, but I made it white so you couldn't see it. Does that completely erase?
You do need to be able to see it. If you do the white on white, that can get you in trouble with Google.
Okay.
So truth be told, I'm not going to lie, most people don't even notice it. It's like under the radar, like they're not looking for that sort of stuff.
Does it have to be above, like where it says refined imagery with an elevated experience? Does it have to live above that?
The higher, the better.
Okay.
The higher, the better. Because two things, there are people literally that come to your site and they want to know immediately what you do. And when I say people, I'm saying people that work for Google, like Like Google literally has people that scour the internet, and they're going to rate your page based on certain things.
Okay, so then my question is, I am obviously new here and I do plan to create more landing pages, but for right now, I'm working on this one and getting it ranked because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Yep.
So if I put wedding photographer in Colorado at the top of my page, I am actually a destination photographer. I'm just wanting to specifically
That's it.
target
I'm
this
so
area.
glad you're going right where I want. That's exactly where I wanted to go with this
So I
conversation.
don't want to deter someone like, oh, she only works in Colorado.
Yes. For you specifically, what I'm thinking is that we probably keep your homepage, your actual homepage, like when I click home and it goes to tracybirchphotography.com, we keep that more just like general. So it does, I mean, you can mention even multiple locations if you want to. Now, it likely won't rank for anything specific. I mean, you could do a specific location if you wanted a specific location to be home base. But then what we do is on other, like a duplicated page, like we talked about before, that's the page that we say Colorado wedding photographer or Colorado elopement photographer, or, you know, again, et cetera, because the only way people are going to find that is if they Google search that specific location.
Okay, so then what needs to live and happen on this main page? Do I need to be putting that spearhead keyword anywhere on this page?
Well, this one, if we're thinking that we want to keep this one more general, you don't
highlighted it and it came up. I just thought that was really funny.
Yeah. I did that on purpose because I know. I was trying to figure out where it was. I find this stuff on people's websites and I'm like, don't do that. But people, it's a common thing. People are like, oh, I want to tell Google, but I kind of want to be low key. But yeah, if we're really trying to focus on, you know, being more general for this homepage, and truth be told, really the only reason that you'd want to do that is because, like, people, let's say people are coming in from, I don't know, that's a referral or something. And they're like, oh, well, she's only in Colorado. There's two solutions. It's either keep your homepage more general or mention, you know, that you are serving multiple locations and still optimize it for Colorado though.
So I did that at the footer, but I'm assuming the footer is probably not a good.
Well, you know, yeah, for people, you know, people coming in, if they come in and go, oh, Colorado. That's kind of where it's going to be so specific that if somebody goes to, if they do go straight to tracybirchphotography.com, you know, from a referral or something else, now they may be kind of like, oh, well, she's only in Colorado. So that's where I tend to think, especially if you're doing primarily destination work, that we focus on keeping this more general. Then our duplicated pages, we get more like, you know, focus, like wedding photographer, Colorado, X location, Y location, Z location. Then from there, your big strategy is to do the, you know, specific wedding venue posts. Top 3 wedding planners in Colorado. That would be a really, really, really good one to do. Okay. Because that's going to set you up to start rubbing shoulders with them. So, you know, you can get literally, we've had like, I still think Kaylee's a good example of this. She, you know, she moves to Phoenix. She's there for like a month. She writes a blog post, and like the first week, she's already getting on preferred vendor lists. She got 3 referrals that week that she did it and booked 2 of them from like one of her 3 planners that she was targeting. So, you know, for you specifically, again, I'm thinking, I'm leaning towards, for now, keeping your homepage more general. So we don't really need to optimize for that much. And then go ahead and create a duplicated page and focus on that. And in terms of homepage, though, layout, that's probably going to be most of our conversation initially. I would personally get a picture of you up on the homepage and start focusing on persona and identity, because your higher end buyers are likely going to be more drawn to that anyhow, right? But it's also going to start setting you apart, because they're, instead of just looking at your photos and then comparing you to other photographers, they're going to want specifically you, Tracy, and you're doing education too. So I mean, like, you're doing, you know, you've been doing some workshops and stuff. So like for you, you're going to probably gain more authority by even sort of positioning yourself and letting it be known that you're not just a photographer, you're an educator photographer. And we're building sort of like a persona around you being this expert, trusted guide with a personality.
Okay.
Okay.
So then would you say that I need to go ahead and create those duplicated pages and start working on that, since I'm not specifically targeting this landing page?
Yeah, I think what I would do is that we still at least create, let's see. I would still get like a mini about me created.
Okay.
How's that make you feel? Number one, just checking in emotionally on how you feel about that.
Well, I mean, you already know how I feel about redoing my page, and not coming from a place of like, I don't want to do it or don't think that that's the right way. I just, for one, just lack the time to do it with a family and then running this business. And then also the lack of experience in navigating, creating things on my website.
If it made the booking process more effective for you, like concretely, like you all of a sudden started seeing people being more willing to spend more with you. They were more excited during their inquiries. They're sticking around on your page longer. They're wanting specifically to work with you with more fervor.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it sounds great, and I want that to happen. It's just getting it to look the way that, like, I'm really pleased with the way my website looks now, because it, you know, it's a new website. I just had it done. So I just don't want to mess up anything.
Yeah. Well, here's the beauty with Show It, right? You can start making changes, and that's even something that we could possibly mess around with during a mastermind session. May even be good for like a one-to-one scenario. I bet you even Andrea would be willing to, just because I don't think it's going to be as hard to do it and make it look really good as you think. And keep in mind, sort of the philosophy that I've accepted over the years is, at the end of the day, what we want is we want to feel satisfied with the business that we've created. And we can primarily focus our efforts on things that at the end of the day, the client doesn't recognize a difference in. You know, early on in my business, that was, I need to have a wedding magazine, right? Because that was the trend. Like, so-and-so has, my clients do not care if I give them a wedding magazine or not. They literally don't care. But there was a point at which, well, everybody else is doing that, I should be doing that, because if I'm not doing that, then I'm not really going to be able to have a successful business. It's like, no, that's, at the end of the day, the client doesn't know the difference between you doing that or not. And there's other things they probably care about more. And so that's when it comes to your site and making some minor tweaks, because a mini about me is going to be a very minor thing. It's probably as simple as, for example, it could be as simple as literally this section here, I bet can be duplicated. We make this picture, say it again.
It can be duplicated. It's really easy to make extra things and show it.
So duplicated, maybe, you know, if you wanted to, you could do something, design a little bit different, but we could ideally probably duplicate this, put the picture on this side, move this to this side. So it's essentially the same thing, just reversed. And then like move that up higher, probably under here, underneath this, you know, refined imagery with elevated experience, etc. So that it would be over top of portfolio, journal, inquire. Now, the reason we want to do it above that is what we're seeing is when people are faced with choices, it can either excite them if it's done very specifically, or it can cause a level of decision fatigue. that actually reduces the experience. Here's a good example of it. If you've ever went to like buy a car off of the lot and you start getting into because you know, oh, I want a X car, but then they have different packages for the car.
Which one is it?
And then like you try to ask a question about the package and the car salesperson doesn't really know what they're talking about. And you're like, you thought it was fully loaded, but actually it's not fully loaded. Well, what's fully loaded anyhow? And like, what does it have this? No. And all of a sudden the simple task of going to purchase a thing with 4 wheels has turned into like 20 times the complication. And all of a sudden you're like a million times less excited about actually purchasing a vehicle.
Mhm.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a vehicle that you've experienced that with, but you've probably at some point experienced where the choices reduce the felt experience. This is one of the reasons why I think something that's like a, all-inclusive, sort of like a vacation that's all-inclusive. One of the reasons it's kind of nice is because you just don't have to worry. It's done. Like there, bam, that's your trip. You don't have to figure out where you're going to get food for the, no, it's just all there. It's full package deal. That's what it is. In the same spirit. Jason, were you going to add to that before I move on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you just, there's this quote that I just learned. Complexity is the enemy of execution.
Yes. Very, very, it's anytime that all of a sudden they come in, because right now, what they're probably doing is they're trying, Tracy, even if they've made it this far, they're going to be thinking 2 things. Number one, they're going to be thinking, oh, pretty photos. I wonder if I like the rest of their photos. That's one thought. The next thought that is, it actually has a defense mechanism against is trust. Can I trust this photographer? Now, we have basic defense mechanisms against trusting others. Liking your photos has no defense mechanism against. It doesn't, if they like your photos, that doesn't hurt them at all in any way. If they trust you and they get hurt somehow, like we've all kind of experienced, right? We trusted someone, we trusted this company, trusted this doctor, trusted whoever it is, we trust somebody and somebody's hurt us, right? So it's, as we grow up, we learn to create defense mechanisms around trust. We know trust is good deep down. It's healthy in a good context, but in a broken world, it's dangerous. Because one gets your trust and it can hurt. So what people will do is they will then go, oh, portfolio. And they'll just consume your photos to the point that they feel comfortable comparing you. Okay. Now, this is the red pill. If you've ever seen The Matrix, you remember the red pill, blue pill?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give you the option, though, because you can probably still rank pretty well and not take the red pill. Okay. So if you're like overwhelmed, you're like, wow, I literally just want to leave this as is. Then I will work with you on still setting things up and you'll probably still rank pretty well. Now, the amount of effectiveness, how quickly you'll rank, etc., going to drop from what its true potential could be, or not necessarily drop. It just won't reach its full potential because of the hours and hours I've spent analyzing, looking at the data, all this stuff. Now we've got support for you where we can help you with this. And I don't think that you need to redesign your website. I think it's more about taking an aspect that you like already and merely duplicating it. So like this section here could easily be turned into a mini about me.
Mm-hmm.
So easy.
Say it again. Who said that?
Oh, am I still on speaker? Sorry. It's so easy. I thought I was muted.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's so easy. You're
so
not even
easy.
trying to add to the conversation. It's just coming out of you. So
I just thought I wasn't like reading my text messages or anything out loud because I'll do that once in a while.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it's very easy to do so. You already like this section. So my thing again is if you want to take the red pill, maybe it's a little bit more to do. I don't think it's going to be as time consuming as you think. I think it's going to be a lot easier than you think, especially if you've got people coming alongside of you to help you with it. So that's kind of my thinking. We don't need to redesign your site at all. We just literally I guess this is technically a canvas is what it's called on Show It. Y'all Show It users can correct me if I'm wrong. Probably just duplicate the canvas, set that bad boy right here. Again, I would put the photo on the left just because we've seen that people tend to go from left to right. So if you put the high stimulus thing on the right, the momentum from left to right increases. So the odds that they read the text decreases.
Okay, so if I do that, then the About Me section, which is the second tab over, would then need to be eliminated?
No, keep your About Me, because the mini About Me is actually not meant to be about you. Surprising, right? At the same time, because it's not about you, it's actually more about you. Now I've really confused us, haven't I? The point is that the mini About Me is actually more about you communicating your unique values through storytelling. So you don't want to go, hi, I'm Tracy, and I like coffee, golden doodles, and long walks on the beach with my manly husband. Okay. Even though that's what you like, I don't know. You don't have a golden doodle.
Not how I describe my life, Jeff.
Well, you don't have a beach either. I guess you could go to the beach though. So, you've got squirrels in the backyard, right? At least.
Lots of animals.
Yeah. So what we do instead is we story tell about an experience that one of our ideal clients has had that was meaningful to that specific type of person.
Sam.
Okay. As I do hear somebody reading text messages now.
Darn it.
Teasing. But we're storytelling in a way that now the people that are coming to your site that want a specific experience, you're not just telling them that, you're diffusing their defense mechanisms, because storytelling diffuses the defense mechanism that prevents trust.
So can you give me, I'm assuming maybe your website is set up this way. I'd love to see an example of.
Mine's not the best one to look at for that. I'll show you. Mine I experiment with and I goof around with. So anytime people copy my website, I'm like, you probably shouldn't, because I'm goofing around with mine at this point. Right. I think one that this one's a little bit unique, which is why I like to use it as an example. Keep in mind the stories that you tell they must be unique to you. Now, this person, Alyssa, actually did not choose to tell a story about her ideal client. Now, the reason why she chose not to tell the story about the ideal client is because her ideal clients largely are future oriented, and they think a lot about legacy and family. So in order to reach that specific person with her copy, she realized it'd actually be better to tell a story about sort of what her ideal clients likely dream about for themselves one day. In that, she's communicating very specific values about herself. So you shouldn't think I should do it exactly like Alyssa, by the way. But Alyssa is a person that made herself stand out by being uniquely her. We won 2-3 mastermind sessions ago. We were talking about Elvis. There's apparently a new Elvis movie, right? And I guess a few of our members had seen the movie. And one thing they took note of was that Elvis's popularity grew the more that Elvis was very much just uniquely Elvis. So the more Elvis that Elvis became, the more Elvis gained fame.
Right. Yeah, I understand that concept and being yourself and selling yourself. I just have a hard time converting that to my website, if that makes sense.
That's what Dream Clients is for. That's exactly why we're here. This should feel a little bit uncomfortable. Does it feel uncomfortable yet?
Yeah. I feel like you're a preacher and I'm like sitting in the audience and I'm like having those moments where you get quiet and you like, it means to like hit deep. Maybe you should be a preacher, Jeff.
Okay. We'll see what life has for me. I mean, and it's, the cool thing though, is also we get to come alongside of you in, obviously I want you to develop these skills. So I do want you to stretch yourself a bit, right? We want to flex the muscles because this will affect even how you speak with potential customers. It'll affect how you speak to just about anybody when you start thinking in this sort of way, because it's literally a whole different way of thinking. So just to kind of elaborate, well, before I do, I'd said I want you to strengthen your muscles here, but keep in mind, we can literally do one-to-one. We've got one-to-one support for you. So, I want you to try to flex the muscle. If you start feeling like, man, I'm really getting stuck here, we got you covered. Okay. We still like you to try to flex the muscle to get it working. But if we need to come alongside and, add a little bit of protein to the diet and a little bit of, make sure that the joints are all working correctly, we want to come alongside of you and help you. Okay. So keep in mind, what is it? Rome wasn't built in a day, right? We want to kind of take this step by step, little by little. The cool thing is you don't have to do this forever.
Yeah, that's
kind of once it's set up.
Plus.
Yeah. Now we want you to have the skill, because for instance, one of the first people I helped, his name's Steven. I'm getting ready to see him this next week. He lives down in Tampa. He I taught him how to do stuff with his one website. Then he decided that, okay, yeah, I like doing wedding photo and video, but he loves developing film. So he created a film developing website, started getting 90% of his business through Google. And last year, I think he did $500,000 in revenue. I did not help him at all with his film developing website. He already knew the skills from me helping with the photo video. Another funnier one, in my opinion, was I helped somebody out in Santa Barbara with their wedding website. Well, their in-laws owned a porta potty business. So they helped rank their porta potty business. Right. So it's like, you kind of never know what the future might hold. Right. So we do want you to have these skills, and it is going to make you more skillful in interacting with your people. But going back, unless you have any questions about that, I do kind of want to dive into, again, sort of the DNA of what they've done here.
Yeah.
So any questions? Okay, cool.
No.
So the story here, Grandma, do you have any photos, any of your wedding photos? Like, this is curiosity. You might tell a story like, a large tear rolled down Jonathan's face. Enter X meaningful wedding moment, a reveal, a, special exchanging of gifts. Like, and it could be more how someone looked in a particular moment or how they felt in a particular moment. That's where it's, what do your ideal clients look forward to about their wedding day? Okay. Now, again, Alyssa decided to be a rebel here because she's like, well, I know that my clients, it's almost more of like the long-term perspective versus even the experience of the wedding day. So, Grandma, do you have any of your wedding photos? I asked. Oh, yes, I have a wedding album. Let's see if I can find it, she says. Now, again, you can already tell what's she doing here. Did anybody pick up on what she's doing? What do you think that Alyssa really likes to put emphasis on and sell?
Family, heirlooms.
Okay. What's the product? Albums. She's selling albums right now. She's a salesperson. She's selling albums, right? Which is beautiful. She's doing it in an awesome way. She walks away to find her album of memories. We don't want our couples just thinking, oh, an album is a picture book, as you throw pictures in. She's already educating them through storytelling on why they should be spending a lot of money on albums. Now, again, do you have to do that? No, maybe you don't want to really sell albums. Well, you don't need to do this, but she's infusing all this into this here to get the end result that she's after in her business, because this is what she values. She values albums, and that comes through, but she's not telling you, I really like albums and I'm going to try to sell you albums, and albums are great. That is passively accepted through painting a picture of the value of the album through the storytelling. by creating a mental model of these people. So then she goes on to say, I sat and waited in excitement to see my grandparents' wedding day from 50 years ago. Sat down, she goes on to tell the story. At that moment, I knew exactly why I'm so passionate about being a wedding photographer. Right? So now she's introducing herself into the story. Now, one thing she didn't do that I do think is good is to briefly tell your backstory. You don't have to. Again, we kind of give you a template of high emotion, curiosity headline. That's this guy right here. Then sort of the story that goes along with it. Then you introduce your character. Okay. By the way, literally what we're doing is character development. This is like Hollywood has made billions of dollars off of this very thing. So introduce you. And then we ideally work on developing you through telling now your backstory. So, in that moment I felt XYZ, but for me, it began years earlier when grandma asked me to grab the Christmas lights from the attic. And as I climbed up, I just happened to spot grandpa's old film camera sitting in the corner. Still had a few frames left. Now, fast forward years later, I'm photographing an X type of couples. That's identity, right? By the way, right? We're selling that identity. X type of couples, producing X type of photographs that give them X type of emotional feeling-based benefit that excites them. Again, that's the parenthesis, quotation mark. You don't say X type of couples, X type of photograph, right? You're filling in your own words here. And then it's the X type of emotional benefit. So now what we've done is we've said, okay, cool. You like our beautiful, my website looks awesome, right? You like my photos. I got these cool photos, beautiful photos, but now it's literally connecting with values and creating this mental picture of yourself as this guide to this identity, which is going to increase their felt feelings of safety and status, which then when they go to spend money with you, the more money they spend, the more invested their psyche becomes in you, which means that they can't help but look for the awesome things about you and intentionally, subconsciously, blind themselves to any negative things about you, because how good they feel about their choice is directly tied to their own identity. The better choice you were, the better they feel about themselves. If they see anything negative, it makes them feel dumb because they chose you. They're bought into you for you. And if on the flips, on the opposite side, if they only purchase with you because, well, so-and-so recommended, we like the photos. The problem is now they've bought the photos. They didn't buy you.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're a service-based provider. And you could say, well, I'm still an artist. Sure. Artists have existed for thousands of years, I'd argue. And there's been the majority of those artists have been service-based providers. They're not necessarily artists in the sense that they're valued for their art, and many of those were even not valued until after they passed away. But the people that get truly valued for who they are the visionaries. So it's not enough to be an artist. And you hear this in the photo education world. You're an artist. It's like, do you know how many artists there were throughout the centuries that literally were not treated as anything more than service-based, sure, it's a luxury to have a picture painted of yourself, but that doesn't necessarily mean like they were treated like royalty. But visionaries inspire people. And so the way that we're visionary is by guiding them to an identity, because the only other alternative is that we provide these pictures that they like the pictures that they see on our website and on our portfolio, and they go, oh, I could see myself in that. And that feels awesome because they're so optimistic. There's no insecurities in their brain when they imagine themselves in those photos. But then they get the photos of themselves, and now all of a sudden the photos don't feel as good as when they imagine them. Y'all ever, you wanted something really, really bad, and it was like, oh, I want this thing so bad, whether it's a camera or whatever it is, and then you get it and it's kind of like, It's a little bit underwhelming. The dopamine trigger was the pursuit of the thing. It was more exciting to pursue the thing than it is to actually receive the thing. If we train people to base our value in their satisfaction with us on the receipt of the thing, AKA the photos, when they get them, they will be almost always more underwhelmed. And that can be to varying degrees. I'm not saying they're going to leave you a bad review, but they're going to be more underwhelmed because they are now in the photograph. And generally speaking, just about everybody has insecurities. So that is worse now that they have the photograph than when they positively imagine themselves in those photos. So by utilizing something as simple as the mini about me, we immediately start being visionary and selling on the identity versus the photographs. This is why when we look at people's sites, the portfolio, when people go homepage portfolio, tends to end up in the least amount of inquiries. Whereas when people go from experience and or about me page, those pathways tend to end up in the highest amount of inquiries. Okay, I know I've just like went on a huge tangent, but it's because it's so valuable to understand this dynamic, not just in your website, but in life. If you get this in life, you're all of a sudden going to become a more visionary person in general. If you just understand this dynamic, because you can use it in your marriage, you can use it in your friendships, you can use it with your kids, you can use it with literally anything that you do. And it's thinking from a storytelling mindset that allows you to be visionary, where you are actually guiding people to this identity. You understand people's felt need for identity, and every communication you have with them is from that position of understanding. So now in that person's world, you've become visionary, and that excites people. That draws people to you like a magnet. Okay. So I'm going to stop, sort of belaboring that point. Any questions? Because that was a lot. Anybody have any questions about that? Jason?
I just wanted to thank you for that. That's something that I've struggled with my entire life is identity. And I just wanted to say, like, I've always sort of wrapped my identity around like the activities that I do. So like, I'm a photographer, right? That's my identity. Or I was a skateboarder, a surfer, a snowboarder. And so I've always wrapped my identity around that. But I'm working on sort of defining my identity, and then being able to communicate that with clients, I think is super important. And I just thank you for going on that tangent. Also with Tracy, I just wanted to let her know there's just a tiny little, like instead of in, it says is on her about page. And that's something she could fix in 5 seconds. And then I would love to see that about page, like right underneath her title, like you just said. I think her headshot is super, super cute. I think it really, I don't know. I want to hire her to, shoot my wedding when I get married someday, because
okay.
like I really love your website. I love
Thank you.
Your headshot. I love the aesthetic. And I think just moving that about page so that, because I've always liked like one scroll. I hate like having to click on things on websites. I think it takes too much time or whatever. And Jeff could probably elaborate, but if I could literally just see everything just by scrolling down, I think it's so much faster, and you literally have like 3 seconds to impress someone. And if they see you first and then they see your portfolio, I think that's more powerful than seeing your portfolio and then having to click on your about me,
Awesome.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome.
Tracy, you've got a really cool persona that I think is buried a little bit.
Oh.
And so that's not, I hope that doesn't come off like an insult, but you've got this really, I'm trying to think the words to use. Like, you've got this very interesting persona that I think is not being communicated through your website to excite people about working specifically with you. And so to sort of like stand out among others that are, you know, in similar sort of like a range with your artwork, your photographs, I think it's largely just going to be getting better at communicating your persona with confidence. And so I'm sort of just echoing a little bit what Jason just said, but part of what I think you're going to get out of dream clients is a greater realization of your potential as a visionary person, which is going to allow you to communicate that more clearly. And this is why we go for 12 weeks, because this is not like hey, today you start working on it today, but over time you're going to learn how to pull this. You're going to gain clarity. And the more clear we are on that, the more clearly it speaks to your ideal couples. And the more they become magnetically drawn to you, which is going to, again, practically from a business owner perspective, that's going to affect your booking percentage. How many are willing to actually move forward with you? It's going to affect how much they spend with you. Okay. And also it is going to, because I know one of your strategies is you want to get in tight with very specific venues and planners.
Mm-hmm.
Communicating these things, because y'all know, some of y'all that you've seen the planner like scoping your site. I know we've had some people in here, I don't know if anybody's here that's seen this, but like, you know, that a planner was like looking at your site and they like spent like a long time on your site. Planners are trying to gauge information about us through our website, right? A planner that's considering you is checking you out, trying to figure out how you fit in the whole mix. And the more that we're just about photos, the more that we can be just compared to another photographer. Usually it's maybe even, because I'm telling you, planners they will try to figure out the balance between price. Okay. And they may know, they say, well, I know my clients here, they will not work with a photographer less than $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
But then they're trying to figure out who they're going to pick for the $20,000 photographer. Right. And if it just comes down to photos, that's a hard battle to win. That's a hard battle to win, because a lot of times certain planners are going to know more about photos than others. But at the end of the day, if you have persona on your side, the uniqueness of your photos will automatically increase, because now subconsciously they're seeing it through the lens of your persona. And if they know, well, this person's like they're if you're educating, like we probably want to highlight that a little bit more than we are even now. So I think over the 12 weeks, this is the type of stuff that we're wanting to massage into place. Now, what I might suggest for you specifically, Tracy, and then we'll keep rolling, because I know we gotta get through to other people, but I think for now, why don't we leave your homepage more general? You can even leave it as it is now. You duplicate this, and then why don't we start experimenting with just a duplicated page?
Okay.
That way we can we can sort of start figuring out, okay, how do we want to do things in terms of about me? And that way you don't feel like you're wrecking your homepage, right? Like, your homepage is good. Let's leave it as it is. And now let's say the duplicated page we really, really, really like. Well, then maybe we end up changing your homepage to sort of match this new page we've experimented with.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think that sounds, if it were me, I would feel comfortable with that. And I think that's going to give you a little bit of creative freedom without feeling like you've wrecked the milestone you've achieved with this gorgeous website.
Okay.
Okay.
I can do that.
Cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, I know you're going to maybe chat with Andrea, and I know she's going to be able to kind of direct you with a few different things. So, if there's any other questions that you've got, utilize that with Andrea. Feel free to jump into the group. Let us support you as you go along. Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Okay. Becky said she can help with Show It too. So you might got another friend there, Show It friend.
I need to go and friend request all of you all that are saying that you can help me.
Yeah. Easiest way to find everybody is probably going to be going to the Facebook group and be like, you know, like, because obviously, like Andrea is in there. You can type in Andrea, and I think we only have one Andrea, if I remember correctly. I think we only have one Becky too. So you'll probably find them pretty easily in there. Okay. Yeah. She says she just friended you. Becky just friended you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Cody said he agrees 100%. He said he can help with duplicate pages as well. So he's willing to help with duplicate page stuff too, if you need that. I'm sure Becky's probably pretty good at that as well. All right, let's keep rolling here. I know we got to get to everybody. Is anybody in a super fast rush?
I've got a shoot that I got to go to here in just a couple minutes, Jeff.
All right. I was thinking maybe we need to jump into here. Let's go ahead and let me pull up your list. Oh, let's see. Or your question, my list, your question is the best way to say that, I guess.
So we're getting ready to change up something that we're doing with the contact page. We're finding that, I mean, like similarly to Tracy, like we've got the kids, we've got, you know, multiple businesses, things that we got going on. The workflow of having them fill out a contact form and then us getting back with them within 24 to 48 hours is, and then them still being like super excited to I guess, return the volley, I guess, is not working really well. So we're going to follow everything else, except for we're also going to add back in to where they could set up a phone call with us, which is what we had before we did this, before we started changing everything. I do want them filling out the same contact form because having more information is always better. But they're going to be setting up phone calls with us directly. Okay. We're going to add like how you can do in Honeybook to where people can schedule family mini sessions with you. We're just going to do that for phone calls. Cool. My concern is that we're still a lot of contacts that we're getting, a lot of direct phone calls that we're getting are still very price oriented, very quickly. And they're very much not even close to our booking, even our smallest package. They're just not, even with our older pricing, they're not. They're looking for like 1,500, 1,850 type stuff.
How does that conversation happen? Like, how do you discover that?
I mean, like we're vibing with them, and then, you know, it's like, okay, well, what are you guys, you know, where are your packages at? And almost all of our brides are wanting to directly go into that booking conversation, which I heard Rory's stuff yesterday in the ITB mastermind of how to explain to them the importance and be like, I totally understand that, but like, I also want to understand Joe's values, you know, when I built the custom package, like I heard all that. But I mean, yeah, when they find out, when we start going over pricing with them, we do the top down and they're like, it seems like they're almost mortified. Like they're embarrassed, right? Like they're like, I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. Like we're looking for like 2,000 and under. And it's like, I totally understand that. Like, you know, we could try and build a custom package. I mean, like they're hanging up before, you know what I'm saying? Like they're embarrassed, right? So
most of the time, and again, I've had a lot of experience with that type of stuff. There's so many variables in that environment that it's like, well, it can be as small as even, are they sensing that you are anticipating a negative response about the pricing? Because in that conversation and when you're sharing pricing, even the feeling that they might be responding like that can trigger in them that because if they're thinking, oh, we were thinking 2,000 under, and maybe they have thought that, and I'd go, well, why are they thinking that? I'm saying that now, I'm not saying asking them that now, like that when you're on the phone, but I'm saying even the delivery of how you're presenting the packages is going to have a massive impact on how safe they feel going through that with you. And so from a sales perspective, being able to, you know, and I don't know yet because I haven't seen like a sales call, right?
Yeah,
so I don't know. Like you could be the best in the world, right? You could be like nailing it out of the park. But if there's even some minor sub communication that leads them to feel like they're not safe.
Yep.
Improving that can have drastic effects on how well they weather that particular situation. And that has something to do with us specifically when we're guiding them through that.
Sure.
And that I've seen that in my, over the years, I've seen that in myself. So it's like crazy because you go, oh my gosh, this person just, you know, it used to be, man, why can't I get people to book over this? And then making some minor tweaks on that sort of stuff. And you go, well, that's not a big thing. Is it really that big a deal? You start making these minor tweaks and all of a sudden you start seeing people, bam, 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 spending more and more and more. So
yeah.
To know that though, we'd want to do a hot seat in ITBM.
Yep. We need to do that for sure. Yeah.
That would be, and that is, man, that is like huge, huge, huge value to be able to do that. So if are you guys recording your Zooms?
We're still we're having a lot of trouble getting to the actual consultation, a lot of trouble. So we're going to go back and like, we're owning the fact that we may be our own worst enemy and that we need to create a workflow that works better for our lifestyle. So we're going to go back to letting them set up the phone call with us. What we didn't like about that, and just for anybody that's thinking about like, ooh, that's a cool idea. The thing that really sucks about that is you all of a sudden look on your Google Calendar, and you're like, oh crap, I've got a consultation in 15 minutes, right?
Hey,
you're at their disposal now.
Because like even with dream clients, you know, we let some people book like certain calls in order, you know, I'll tell you, we're about to stop it.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's really hard because
like,
yeah.
You go, oh, today we're going to do this because I've got a few free hours, and then you go, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
So
do you require them to book 4 hours in advance, 4 days in advance, you know, a day and a half in advance? Like those are all the things those are all the wrinkles to iron out. We never had problems getting people on the phone. And once we got them on the phone, we had a drip campaign that would hit them between the time that they booked a phone call of like, hey, and this is all automated, but it was in our voice. Look forward to talking to you soon. But, you know, until we have a chance to chat, here's a resource. And I mean, it was all super self-serving before. And I think that we have more resources that we're adding to the site that would be even more successful. Previously, it was like testimonials. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's our testimonials page. Like, go watch people brag on us. And now we could send them to more meaningful content that we're creating in our blogs, to position us more as an expert. But ultimately, like our experience has been that if they're planning on spending at least $2,500, we can get them up to $4,500, no problem.
Yes.
There's something awkward about the under $2,500 expectations that they don't have the means to.
It might be too for them. It might be too much of a stretch.
Right.
Well, and now, number one, you may be able to just fix it to where you're dealing more and more and more with the 25 up.
That's what I'm wanting to do. So like, we've got that blog that says like what to expect to pay for a wedding photographer in 2022 in Tulsa. And we worded it very much for like, we're local area experts. This is in terms of local area vendors. It's not a national thing.
Yeah. That's good.
But when I'm looking on my activity on Squarespace, like that page is not getting visited. It's not, let me see here. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. And let me do last month because it was active all of last month.
While you're screen sharing that, let me ask, do you have this linked from, say, your contact page?
Yes, I'll show you where it's at.
Okay.
Okay. So last month we had 330 page.
Those are homepage views.
Yes. And then you come all the way down here.
Real quick, just to be sure. How many inquiries? This was July 1st to the 1st to the 31st. Do you know how many inquiries you got?
I don't, man. I don't know off the top of my head.
You're using Honeybook, right?
Yes.
We don't have to do this now. I'd be really curious to know because we want to start getting some hard numbers on that stuff.
Yeah.
So if you do I think the easiest way to do it is it probably tells you straight in Honeybook, but me being the doofus that I am, I'll usually go into Gmail and just put new inquiry added.
Yeah.
and then just count them, you know, and usually it's got like, you know, so many on a page. So it's like, if you've gotten 50, that's cool. So, okay. So that'll show you through July.
So yeah, we're looking at July. In July, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inquiries last month.
So 5 out of, because that's the number one thing I'm kind of going, we need to figure out if there's any what's the word for it? If there's any symptoms that like, where do the symptoms start?
Right.
That's number one, because it's like, okay, yeah, I know the end result that we're dealing with. And by the way, guys, look, as I'm going through this with Kevin, this is like some pretty high level conversion stuff here. Okay. So please follow along with this and like apply this to your own situation, because we're going, like I said, we got some new people. Okay.
So you're saying 5 out of 330 is good?
Well, that's a little bit low. If those are 330, our target for how many people we want to inquire, and this is a good target. This is not as high as it can go, but this is a solid target, is 8%. So 330? It was stay there, stay there, by the way, because this is going to answer the next question, I think. So, if I divide 5 by 330, we're around the 1.5% mark, which is, it's a sort of like low average ish. So to me, there's now like one other thing I got to ask. Because you've changed your first picture, which is great. I think your site suddenly looks more high end.
Yeah.
Like literally, I was just looking over it and I was like, this looks so much better.
Yeah.
So when did you make that change? Because I need to figure that out.
Within the past week.
Okay. So let's look at the it's tough because it's like, like weeks can fluctuate. So can we look at the traffic just the past week?
Yep. And then let's see here. So like, what was a week ago? So we've gotten one inquiry within the past week. So it's really not a different percentage right now. So
let me see. So the 22nd was that you had 3 since the 22nd, but was it after the 22nd that you made the changes?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it's kind of short amount. It's a short, I really like 2 weeks a lot better. Even a month is really more preferable. But my thinking is, now that we know that, number one, where are most, like, go back to where it shows the sources, like how many, like the sources, and you can do that over 30 days too.
Yeah. Check this out really quickly.
I see that.
You can see that the flow looks like it's headed in the right direction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
versus last month where it was not. So, like we're getting there.
Yep.
But this is the page that, so when in the course you talk about couples self-qualifying, that they understand where you're at, what ballpark you're playing in, and that they belong there in some way, right? So I'm getting, like, I don't know what percentage that is, but.
Well, in 30 days, you've had that the full 30 days.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All of last month I had that. So
pull up let's go to, I'll see it here. I do see it, but I'm going to request remote control, because now I'm kind of curious the flow. Yeah. I'm more so curious about the flow. So like right now we're seeing like, the percentage of who's doing what, but I want to see inside analytics, the actual behavior flow real quick, because I'm sort of curious what they're doing. Again, from homepage, we're seeing experience. This is, your flow is starting to look real nice. So that's cool. I like that. This experience, contact, about. Now, if they hit contact, they're almost exclusively going to about and blog. Then this tends, and we're the last, this is like the last 7 days, I think. So let's look at like 30 days.
So my structure has changed in the last 30 days for sure.
Okay. Well, let's still look at a 30-day window, because I'm sure. Mostly wanting to see how that average cost thing fits in. The average cost, let's see, they're getting from, largely it looks like they're going to the blog first. So my first thought is, it is on the contact page, right? So we're seeing some come in from there.
Right. It's on the contact page beneath the form, very subtly, like okay. I've seen on other people's pages.
Okay. Let's go ahead and show me your well, I can get to it, but no. Is your site up, like the actual site?
Yep. Not in here, no. I try not to do that because I don't want it showing up on full story.
Yeah. I can look at it on, well, if I look at it on mine, it's going to show up in full
Here.
story too.
I got
So,
you.
all
This
right.
is not a problem.
Cool beans. You got it covered.
So next steps, and then the contact form, and then right down here.
All right. So my thinking right off the bat, and there's two different sort of zones of discussion that I think we can move into. Number one, since we're on this, my first curiosity is what happens if we move the link up higher to where they even possibly see it before they fill out the contact form. Because practically speaking, we're going to move more into a realm of education, which is going to impact people and move them upwards in their willingness to spend.
Okay.
Provided that your article's doing a good job at that. Right. So that's kind of my thinking, is that, you know, instead of just really directing them to the contact form, how many people are really going to scroll down further? You know, maybe, but it's kind of like, it almost seems a little bit like an afterthought.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah.
So I would want to experiment, and this would be my recommendation right now, would be, let's move it up higher as kind of like a, if you're not ready to inquire, check this out. So that way, if they're coming here looking for pricing, or they're trying to find info on that, they have a clear way to get straight to it. And then we direct them back to the contact form once they've been exposed to that content.
Okay.
Because right now, especially the fifth, because I told you there's two things. One is we can just work on getting more and more of the inquiries from the 2,500 and up, because you know you can get them to spend multiple times more of that, which has been my experience. Somebody comes in saying 25, 27, I may be able to get them to spend 10,000 plus.
Yeah, I think once you can, like, once you start talking about the packaging and you know, having, I mean, like, honestly, earlier you said something about you know, do you want to provide albums? Honestly, I really don't want to provide albums, but I don't think that we're going to get, you know, go from $3,650 average booking price up to $7,500 average booking price without having some nice artwork in there. I mean, I think that's just the route that we're going to have to go.
I think it'll make it easier if you establish more high-end clientele, like regular basis on preferred vendors list sort of scenario. You can get high spends without albums.
Okay.
But I think for now, right now, as we're making those adjustments, the happy compromise for you guys might even be to include, like, if you're using PickTime or something. I had a client that literally I gave them a credit to design their album.
Okay.
Using PickTime, and they were like super cool with that. Like, they got a super nice album. I think from like Miller's maybe.
Yeah.
And like literally they went in, flagged their photos, and it like made it, and they got it. And I didn't do anything. So they still got an album, and you don't even have to say, well, it's an album you must design. Just treat it like a normal process. Be like, okay, so like, you know, you've got an album included. All you got to do is just flag your favorite photos and go through the process. Literally now they're designing their own albums. So if it's a fulfillment thing,
let's go back to moving this blog further up here as an educational piece. How would you recommend structuring this page with that being higher?
Yeah. Okay. So you've got the next steps in process. What you have on here, I'm not going to say you need to change it. Number one, because I'm cool if this is what you think is going to work best, and we can always experiment if we feel like it. My thinking is this type of stuff is usually what we include on the experience page. Sort of like, hey, here's kind of how it goes. So if we decide to keep this here, and I'm going to click so I can scroll a little bit just to see. My thinking is like, we really need to communicate to them like what this page can do for them. So if we just give them the process here, the thing, it almost becomes difficult to really tell them that there's anything they do besides inquire. So my suggestion would be, probably the best bang for the buck is to take this and put this on the experience page, if it's not already, but this is really an experience page sort of thing. You can still mention this maybe in short, but I would simplify, like we talked about earlier, right? Many times the answer is not to get more complicated, it's to simplify. So I would take this off of here, and maybe you can in sentence form just kind of tell them, you know, hey, like for the most up-to-date pricing and availability, fill out the contact form. We'll follow up, and we do, you know, we create, you know, shoot a limited amount of weddings, et cetera, et cetera. You know, again, they're kind of seeing you as a boutique service, less like a company that's cranking out a bunch of weddings. And then below that, if you're just interested currently in how much you should be spending on wedding photography, click here to go to this article, let them click over and go get educated.
Let me see what we used to have really quickly.
Mhm.
Because I don't know if, I think this may be our old. So this is what we used to have. Okay, maybe a little bit of a blend of these things to where it says, you know, like you were saying, we take a limited number of weddings for most up-to-date pricing and availability, fill out the form. But then again, we're talking about popular packages, and we're trying
Yeah,
to
and I don't think
sell
you
the
need
idea
to
of
do that.
custom.
I don't think you need to go into the details. Again, sometimes less is more because you create more curiosity.
Okay.
So let that work for you. You know,
Okay.
let that drive them. So I think if you literally just create a little bit of like exclusivity, because it's true, right? And you're always trying to make them see you as more of a like boutique experience versus we're cranking you out. I think my thinking is if we can create enough of that, then it is possible for those $1,500 people, unless they're just not your people. It's this dynamic in the market. Sometimes it's like people that are there, maybe they're literally just not your people. But we've seen a lot of markets where it's like, man, some people are like, a lot of people are just convinced that they need to spend a certain amount. We can either reshape that by reframing it, or we can say, well, let's just get out of that battlefield altogether. Now, everybody's market's different to a degree. There's a lot of similarities, but sometimes you've got different dynamics. There's markets where people come in thinking, there's one, I know some people in I think it's North Carolina, where they have found a way to get like $1,500 people to spend like $15,000. And stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm not telling you to do that, but there's those options of like, do you stay on the battlefield because there's maybe some minor tweaks we can make that makes it worth it? Now, I don't think I'm going to tell, I think you should be focusing on probably getting the people that are easier sells. However, I think doing the stuff that we're doing, talking about today, if it is going to get those people to now move up to where they're paying more premium prices, it's probably going to be exactly what we're talking about. But that's also going to work better for even the $2,500 people.
Right.
Right. And so, you know, ultimately we want you booking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I want to see you booking as high as absolutely possible.
Of course. Yeah.
And in doing it again, you know, I feel you on the album stuff because I don't want to fulfill on albums.
Gosh, I don't want to.
So that's why I'm like, I think, and I get it, and I've done it, but I get it, you know. So that's where I'm like, I think there's creative solutions. Like I said, with pick time, I did that with the person. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't have to do it. I didn't do proofing. I didn't do design. I didn't do squat. They literally, you can literally just generate a code for them, and they can, they choose their photos, they make the album, they check out, it gets shipped to them.
Yeah. Here's honestly, man, like here's probably what I'll do. I mean, like if we can get to the point where we're booking $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 weddings, I will pay a dude in India to design my wedding albums for me. Like I already do it with my real estate stuff. Like that's not a problem.
Yeah, that's another option.
Yeah, I'll totally do it and be a blessing to somebody on the other side of the world.
Exactly.
So yeah.
You can call me actually.
What's that?
I'm happy to design your albums for you.
Are you?
Yeah, I love albums. They're like my go-to. We have a company in Greece that does amazing albums. They're gorgeous, and
I would love to entertain that. The only challenge just being 1,000% honest with you, man, is those dudes on the other side of the world, they'll do it for like $3 an hour. And they'll make more money than anybody else in their town. So
for sure.
Who do you know in Greece, Jason?
Art Point albums.
Arc Point?
Art Point, yeah.
Okay.
I met them at WPPI earlier this year, and they're awesome. They're amazing.
Just curious, they're not related to the image architects, are they?
No. I don't think
Okay,
so.
because we outsource to some people in Greece, a company in Greece, and they do a fantastic job. I was just curious if maybe they were like a related company. Okay, so our
I got one last question here for you.
I want to get back to your original discussion. So hit me with it.
Okay, so I've got some homework, and I will come back to the next mastermind with a different layout on the contact page that has that article a little bit higher up and a little bit and move this stuff. I think moving this stuff to the experience page will also give more staying power here, because I would put it in right here, next steps, and then a button to the contact form again. So I've got a plan there. I think that my time of like average session duration on my homepage is way too low. I would love your expertise. I'm stuck, man. Like we're stuck hovering around 9th to 12th place on Google.
Yep.
And I have a belief that it might be in relationship to how long people are not staying on our homepage.
Okay. Let's take a look and see exactly what data we're getting.
And the homepage has not changed a lot in the past 45 days.
Okay. Well, let's even look. I'm going to look. I do want to do a smaller window real quick. So we'll do last 7 days compared to the previous 7 days. I see you there, Lois, by the way, just letting you know I saw that. So bounce rates kind of around that 50. A little bit, we got some shorter duration coming in here. I don't like weak windows very much though. So that's not breaking my heart.
I will say I've seen a lot of 5-second session durations from all over the world. So
okay.
Something's going on.
Don't let those get you down. Don't let those get you down. The 2 minutes is pretty good. 2.5 minutes is pretty good. If that's really more of an accurate representation, I feel pretty good about that. So bounce rate's still a little bit high, but
I don't think that's an accurate representation, man. I think that we had some people that were exceptionally interested. I think maybe a mother of a bride that has already booked us was wanting to see why we were shooting her daughter's wedding.
Funny. All right. So, okay. So we don't have data from back here. June 6th to July 5th. So we don't have that. So a minute 39 is what we do have from July 6th to August 4th. That's still not that like, I'm not looking at that going, oh my gosh, that's absolutely horrible. It's below what I want it to be, but it's not absolutely horrible. 46%, it's about the same level of, it's not, it's not that bad. It's like not exactly within tolerance. I like to see between 30 and 40%. But again, this does not look like a lost cause to me. That's what I'm trying to say to you here.
Sure.
It's not that bad. That being said,
what can I add? I mean, like from what I've looked at from like some of the champions, of SEO from your course, like I feel like their homepages are longer. I feel like you can scroll down further, and I'm just not sure what I should put next.
Yeah, let me look around here just a little bit, very brief.
Can I just say a few things about my first impressions on Kevin's website?
Go for it, man.
You don't have very many images, which really bothers me. Like when you click on the different galleries, there's maybe like 10 pictures of each, 3 different weddings. So you have 30 images on your website. There's a lot of text that just kind of, I don't know, it really like makes me want to just leave the website right away, like within 5 seconds.
You're so mean, Jason, but you're right.
I know. I'm very direct. So I have any filter usually.
You're good.
Um,
You're good. My wife is in agreement with you, by the way. I took Jeff's don't have photo galleries available to an extreme.
mhm. I love your
and
work, by the way. I just want to see more of it, you know?
sure, that's great. I love it.
Just to clarify real quick, Jason, when you were saying galleries, are we talking about these galleries?
I'm talking about like, even if you just add up all of the images that are available on the website, there's probably less than 30.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is something as I'm looking through here. This is like a wedding feature, right?
Yep.
So to me, I would just to sort of reverberate a little bit here. Now that Jason pointed this out, I would definitely come in and make sure that there's enough images from this that it feels like a full wedding day.
Yep.
Big time. That alone is probably going to increase session duration. Because if people are coming to these and they're like, oh man, there's only like, 1, 2, 3, 4 images. They're probably
got
going
4 good images out of the whole day. Wow.
Yeah, it's like they start going, what happened? So, I mean, they're good images, don't get me wrong, but I would say you got a story. This is where you got a story tell, right? You want to get into where this does not mean put 80 images. Number one, on Squarespace, it really starts slowing down the load time, like badly on Squarespace, especially I've noticed. Maybe it's that way with some other website builders, but I'm very familiar with this dynamic on Squarespace. So to me, I'm number one, adding, make sure they're optimized, right? So 20 by 48 on the long edge is what I recommend. Leave it probably, 72 to 90. A lot of people do 90 resolution or whatever. You want these to be optimized because Squarespace is maybe they've made it better now to where they auto resize them for you. But my experience was I always had to do it myself. So 2048 pixels on the long edge is what I recommend. I would get enough though to tell the story from like start to finish.
Okay.
Getting ready up through sparkler exit or whatever. Now that doesn't mean put 50 images from getting ready. I would choose the best of the best that tells the story, from each scene, of the biggest highlights throughout the day, so that people feel like, okay, cool. Now, some people don't like to provide full galleries. They kind of have a thing against it. I've always been really cool with it.
Ashton definitely wants to. I've been fighting her on it. So
I wouldn't do it on the website though. Here's where you use that desire to your advantage. If you'd like to see a full wedding gallery, please click here to inquire and be sure to mention it on the contact form. Okay, because now you're using curiosity to drive them into because they have to commit a little bit now. Right. So I'm super glad that Jason decided to be direct about that, because this is a good point. I do think it's a really good point.
Yeah, I love it. Jason, thank you for risking my feelings.
You're welcome. This is all about growth, and sometimes it can be uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. I love it. I really do appreciate it.
This is a good example, by the way, of why I want people to feel comfortable with chiming in, because nobody here has the whole loaf of bread. We've all kind of got a slice, right? So that's why we do these things as a group. There's some things you're going to pick up that I don't. A lot of things I'm going to pick up that you don't, right? But together, we've seen time after time, man, we make some big progress. So if you're not Jason and you don't feel as direct, please don't undervalue what you have to add to the discussion. Please. Everybody here has got skills and has vision and stuff like that. It's valuable.
Is there anything that I can add to the homepage? Any like low-hanging fruit that you say, hey, like add this section?
Let's think. Expertise is up at the top.
Pricing. There's no pricing on your website, and it really bothers me. I'm like, how much does this to charge? Like even a starting price, something.
I've got a lot of teaching on that one.
You do. Yeah.
You'll hear about it
later about that. Yeah.
You'll hear about it.
That's intentional in a way, Jason. That's one, I hear what you're saying. And I think that, I don't think that we have enough inquiries right now that I want to put that.
Yeah.
I think you'll get more inquiries because for me personally, looking at your website, I go, oh, this works great, but I have no idea what he charges. And I don't want to be embarrassed to be like, hey, I'm the $1,500 budget couple. And then I go and inquire and you're $4,000 or $7,000, right? I have no clue. So give me some sort of clue on what you charge. So
Hey, Jeff, can we split the difference here? What would be your thoughts on having that average price blog somewhere on the main page here?
Oh, I'm not even opposed to that as an experiment.
Okay.
Because again, we're using sub communication to be able to insinuate these things versus using direct communication, which direct communication is really good from a business side of things. In terms of the romance of people interacting with your website, sub communication is a much more acceptable and influential and powerful way to communicate. So versus,
yeah,
go ahead.
Well, Jason, here's my thought on that is, if I don't want 100% of my website traffic going to this site necessarily, but when I was looking at this, I mean, like, and I'm open to your thoughts, everybody's thoughts really, with having this bold of a presentation of what to expect to pay. I can't imagine that anybody would look at this and think that I'm going to charge anything below this. Because if I'm charging anything below this with the style of website that we have and the quality of work that we have, I'm then going to paint ourselves as an enthusiast.
Well, and Kevin, real quick, on that note, and this is again for everybody, your contact form itself should be doing the qualifying. If they're putting in a venue that it's.
Yeah, we know those venues.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you already know if they're qualified or not. Now, Jason, the reason that we tend to opt for not being direct in communicating pricing is number one, I could probably give about an hour-long seminar on the psychology behind it. But practically speaking, what we've seen is I was still in my first year of business and booked a $7,500 client. Now, the client came in saying, we've got a $2,700 budget. And if I would have price anchored, I could have kept them from spending as much as they wanted to, basically. And so, like time and time again, we've seen people come in saying one thing, mostly out of ignorance. So if they've set the price and they've price anchored it, usually it's because of some esoteric, like their friend spent so much money on it, or they went on Google and the not said to spend $2,500 or $1,500 or something in between. And so they start developing these expectations. So if we then just come along and say, well, here's the pricing, we do risk shifting them into a price-based mentality that can do two things. Number one, it can anchor them further towards a price range, okay, which can be, if they can spend more, now we've sabotaged them being able to spend as much. Number two, it's going to prevent them from even inquiring, possibly, when they could have spent more. And so that's what we've seen with, especially when we go from sharing pricing to it, and you agree. I've experimented with just about every way to do it. Average spend, price range, starting prices. And the best overall in terms of increasing our revenue has been to remove pricing and then to sub-communicate pricing, like what Kevin's talking about, which is giving them education on what they get, that is benefits, at what price range.
I'll tell you, having this blog on my website, it is an accountability. It's added accountability to us of what during our bridal consult or our wedding consultation, what our lowest package number is. Our lowest package number, even if it's a 3-hour coverage, cannot, in my opinion, cannot be below $2,500 if I have this on my website. Because then by default, I'm unless if I'm saying that it's like, elopement coverage, 1 hour of elopement coverage, I'm putting myself in a category that I'm not comfortable with. And like these prices I truly believe are 100% accurate for our market. So
I just don't see anything on your website that says luxury photography. So I'm going to assume
the words or the style.
There's nothing on the homepage that says luxury. I mean, obviously your style is great. Your images are great. That's not the issue. The issue is there's nowhere that it says that you're a luxury photographer. So if I find that blog post, I'm not going to know that you're charging luxury prices. I'm going to assume you're either enthusiast or professional.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I can hear that. And I've thought about having the word luxury here. My only catch back to that is that there's a competing brand that also took Jeff's stinking course that has luxury wedding photographer. I think so.
I don't know if I would totally like agree with that though, because whenever I see like a set of black tuxes in large like bridal groups like that, like your first picture, I immediately like if I go to Picasso, I am definitely on the middle scale lifestyle, right? If my husband and I are going to pick out a restaurant, if we see like linen napkins that are set out nicely on top of the table, we just don't go in. We're like, yeah. Let's go find paper napkins and like a Pabst. Like this isn't for us. Like your first picture has black tux. It has really nice dresses that are all matching. It has the style of people that are presented appear to me to be more luxurious.
It's a big wedding party
to
too.
see the word
luxury.
Big, lots of people. That looks like an expensive wedding.
It is sub-communicating. There is some sub-communication going on with that.
Let me flip this too.
Echo that.
Like earlier in our conversation, like if somebody thinks that they're going to spend $2,500, I want to talk to them. Like, because I'm from my experience, I'm super confident that we can talk them up to $3,500, $4,000. When they're planning on spending $2,500 in my market, they want a professional that is going to give them a great experience. And when we get them on the consultation and they start hearing about the experience, that as a husband-wife team, that we're going to get to know them, we're going to go out, on a double date with them and actually get to know their story and help them plan their wedding and all this and that. Like it suddenly becomes very palatable to them to spend $4,000 or $4,500. So
some of the highest earning, by the way, Kevin, just to echo that, I'm not saying you have to do this, but to echo what you're saying, one of the highest earning photographers I know, I believe he starts at 2,500. Now his average spend is like 10,000.
Yeah, we were thinking about like a simplicity collection of like 3 hours of coverage, only Ashton, for being like $2,500. But then having a 5-package layout, and that simplicity collection with 3 hours and only Ashton is the only one that you can get that doesn't have both of us, because our whole niche, the next collection up would be the experience collection, which is where you finally get to experience the team of Kevin and Ashton.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, is there a thought with the article that this is mainly based on experience and of a photographer? Mm-hmm. Is there a thought that potentially the article could be tweaked? Because I'm just thinking of the comment Jason made about luxury. What if that was like, just say it's full service and it's $5,000 and up, but you start talking a little bit about like albums maybe, or an engagement session, whereas the tier below is maybe it's my time, sorry, maybe it's a lead photographer. It has the experience included, but then it also has like commentary about here's what you could potentially get in your package. Is that a bad idea, or is that something to kind of round it out and bring it a little bit more to their like their direct budget? Because this is basically saying you want an inexperienced photographer, you're going to spend $800, fine. If you want a really experienced photographer, you're going to spend $5,000 and up. But then they're kind of left with like, well, what do I get?
Yes, I want to say mine. I do now. I've written. It's been a while. Somebody's voicemail or something's going off. I want to say in mine, I did actually kind of go into that. And now it's also been couple years since I've written mine now. So I mean, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, I do think that I go into that specifically because I wanted to specifically address what I was seeing happen in my market, where people were going like other photographers were trying to start at a higher price point, but they were also like forcing you to get stuff at those higher price points. And they were trying to like seem more luxury, but I'm like, no, they're basically just like forcing you to get certain, which again, I'm like, everybody, you need to infuse it with your own ideas.
Okay.
Right. You can kind of throw stones. I mean, you're not calling people's names out and saying they're scamming people.
Sure.
It's not that. It's just, you got to take what you think is the best approach and then sell that to your people. You might even say, well, I am at a higher price point, but I include a lot more in my base package. So by going into that stuff, you start creating angles of differentiation.
Okay.
And that is what people start to realize in terms of, oh, well, here's why we would want to spend this much. And this is one of the reasons why I did the actual calculator. If any of y'all been to mine, you've probably seen I have a calculator on there that you walk through, and you're more than welcome to fill it out just to get a feel for it. But that calculator literally just like asks questions and gets them to now quantify their desires on a scale from like 1 to 5. So now the price point is based on their quantified desire. And so now spending more is tied up in who they are based on their desires.
Okay.
And it goes and it talks about one of the questions about albums. How much do you value having an album that's of high quality and will last for the years to come?
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that was my curiosity to see if you had any research behind taking that article and tweaking it a little bit. So, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, no, I would definitely do that. Do that. I do know that Lois has to get going pretty soon. I don't know I think Kevin had to step away for a second. So Kevin, if you're here or you come back, let me know. But we'll jump in if Lois is still here. Are you still here, Lois?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, awesome. I want to make sure we get to here. Good to see you. Let me pull up your question.
Could you scratch my question and I'll just tell you where I'm at right now?
I could probably scratch.
Because I feel like I keep changing. So I have a couple like quick yes and no questions, but overall, I've been working on, so I raised my prices and then I just wanted, and I'm on page 3 of Google at the moment.
Nice.
So I want to make sure I've been working really hard to like storytell better and build my characters so that people want to pay me the prices I've raised it. So that's my main thing I want you to look at, but I want to just check. I put a services page on my website if you go there, and I don't know if I should have that up or not. I just want to make sure I have all the correct pages without going deep into them, just generally. Is that okay to put a services page?
Okay. Well, let me just scroll down the homepage real quick. Things are looking great, by the way. Good job.
Thanks.
Super proud of you. I know you've done a lot of thought and a lot of work here. So good job. Looks awesome. You got your storytelling up in there, simplified, right? Doesn't it look nice and clean and neat? Very nice, clean, neat. Love it. And so let's go to the services page. All right. And then this is kind of going into like I guess, is this like the different things that you're doing, right? It's like
because I still want to be a portrait photographer too.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where they can go maybe.
So let me see. Oh, whoa, did some stuff. That was cool. Do you have an experience page? Yes,
yeah,
you do. Okay, cool. So here's my thought on this. I'm actually not opposed to you doing this if you would like to. However, you'll probably get more business if you have specific pages for these things. So for instance, if you do, just like you did, San Antonio wedding photographer, you can make a San Antonio maternity photographer page.
Okay. Keywords for.
Yeah. And at that point, it almost becomes unnecessary to have the services page.
Yeah.
Because now Google is basically showing your services to the people that are looking for them. The problem with having a services tab is if someone comes in, they're looking for wedding stuff, like probably most of your traffic is going to be.
Mhm.
Then all of a sudden they're looking around they're trying to figure out what to click on. They go, oh, services. And now it's not photography, not wedding photography.
Yeah, which a lot of people seem to like that tab. That's why I'm
Yep.
not sure if it's good.
I think it's probably going to do you more harm than good.
Okay.
But I think it would be fine for you to have, like like even if you wanted to keep this page and maybe you just like take it off of navigation, and then maybe you've got like, one of your couples, like you've already photographed their wedding and they're like, do you do family stuff as well? Like maybe you say, oh, I do a bunch of stuff, and you educate them on the other stuff that you do. In
Mhm.
reality, this is probably one of the best ways, unless you're trying to shoot tons of families or tons of maternity. Generally
Mm.
speaking, wedding photographers have enough people coming in each year to turn that into like legacy photography, which is, I define legacy photography as basically like, okay, now you're doing their family photos each year, right? Now you're doing their newborns. Now you're doing their maternity, like you're doing all of it because they've gotten accustomed to you, and
Mm.
you almost don't
Hey,
even
Jeff,
really
can I-
have to market for that. Oh, somebody chime in.
Yeah. So I'll say this: we used to have everything that we did on our homepage. It used to be different blocks, and then you would click into it to see the gallery, and then you would click to see a contact form. And this was like 5 years ago. And Ashton loves animals, so there was everything from wedding photography, senior portraits, families, maternities, newborns, and pets. So it was like she literally just loved taking photos, and she still does.
Yeah.
But as soon as we stripped all that down and we became a wedding expert, that's when we started getting more of the wedding clients that we wanted earlier on. Because I mean, and I'm sure you would agree if you've done all of those things, shooting a maternity session is way easier than shooting a wedding, because weddings, you only have one shot to get it right. So like with wedding photography, you need that expert. And then like to kind of like piggyback onto what Jeff is saying, if you have like Studio Ninja or HoneyBook or something like that, you can generate an email list out of that and hit an email blast. And you can like send one out in the fall and say, fall family sessions booking now. And you can have a special booking page just for that. I will say that to your concern, that we used to do family photos a lot more than we do now. And people go to our website and they think that we don't do anything other than weddings. They were like, oh, I didn't know that you took families anymore. I thought you were only doing weddings.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's an easier problem to overcome if you have an email blast strategy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And
I just
like,
have
for us,
a
we
lot
don't
of
do that very
people
often, but
finding me on Instagram that want me to do like just portraits, a lot of portraits coming in off of like social media, and I enjoy doing them. So and they just kind of come, they're like new leads.
Can I give you a tip on that?
Yeah.
So I'm actually more comfortable with you on your Instagram, like when they click on your like link tree or whatever you have. And do you have a link tree like where it shows multiple
No,
links?
just a website.
I would get the link tree.
Okay.
That's good for your SEO as well, by the way. Right. On that link tree, you can have a link for your maternity page, your family's page, etc. I would still put wedding photography first, but I'm actually more comfortable with that than I am with having the potential that wedding people are going to stumble in to the other stuff. Because even the wedding clients that find you on Instagram, make that the first page is like, visit my wedding photography page. They go there and it's like all about weddings, and like their focus is there. They probably even forgot or didn't even see that you had a maternity button. Right. So I'm more comfortable with that than I am with having a services page.
You kind of have to pick a specialty. You're saying portraits, like it's going to take away from weddings, even though I love them. I really like them.
I would say that, yeah, even portraits, because like you have the ability, and this is why I brought up the whiteboard, right? Like you're getting weddings here, right? Here's your wedding pool. So from your various sources like Google, you're booking wedding clients. Okay. Now you have this pool of people from weddings that you've booked. And this is what Kevin was saying. It's like, all right, well, you have a system where, let's say their galleries are up here, right? Like we'll put
Sorry.
galleries.
Oh, so sorry. I'm not even looking at the you. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Look at the thing.
Okay.
Sheridan, I hear you, by the way. I'm happy to let you go next here in a second. Let me explain this real quickly. You've got the galleries, right? Well, I think what Kevin, I believe that was Kevin, he was saying, like, you know, you can send out like an email blast, or if you have an email, you know, so we say galleries, or even if it was like, if it's an email platform, we're just saying you have a way to let people know what you're doing. So if you're educating them on what you're doing, these people then have the ability to book you for portraits.
Right, like the wedding
Okay.
clients, you're
Yeah,
saying?
the wedding clients, you know, the maternity, my words are hard to draw for some reason today. Maternity, etc. So you've got the ability to then draw work out of that pool of people. Not only that, but like, you know, again, if you've made a you know, portraits page and you've ranked it, now you've got more traffic coming in from Google as well to that particular page.
Okay, so in order to do what you said, like maternity page, all this, I'm making a portraits page, but I'm not making it visible on my navigation. Is that correct? Or
That's what
how
I
do
would do.
people get to it? They
They
only get
Google.
to it. They Google. Oh, they find me on
Yeah,
Google.
they Google, or you know, again, like I said, your link tree on Instagram.
Yeah.
You know, so here's Insta, right? They click that link tree and it gives them the option to go to a maternity page, and that's that hidden,
And
or
these
you
are all
know,
duplicates of each other, and they're
pretty
not
much.
visible on my site, only
Yep.
through Google or my
Yes.
link.
If weddings are your main bread and butter. Now, if you said maternity was my main bread and butter, then we'd switch everything around for maternity to be the main focus. We
I'm
just
kind
don't
of
want.
in the middle right now because I'm getting both, but I'm trying to get like in the higher price ranges. And I haven't done that yet with weddings, getting in the higher price ranges. Otherwise, I would be busy and probably, yeah, focus on that.
Okay.
Because I am ranking for a word, which is weird because I took it off, but I'm still ranking on page 2 for just San Antonio photographer. So I can
Okay.
put my
Well,
keywords.
you know, if you're ranking well for that, honestly, I might not remove that.
Well, I already did because it was part of my old website, but it was
Yeah.
on, I'm trying to remember what it was on, maybe my old services page. So, I mean, what
Oh.
will it screw it up if I make a new portrait page with that on it?
You could do that. You could do that. You could focus your portraits page on basically San Antonio photographer. You could probably do portrait photographer. Now here's the reality of it though, and this is a special little thing. I'm probably going to make a video on this here soon, guys. This is a new thing. If you will Google search like your location photographer, and you notice that a lot of the results are actually for wedding photographers, it's probably good to target that for wedding photography. Now, I've done this and it looks like some of the first results are more like portrait type stuff. So yeah, I would make a portrait page and make that primarily, more than likely, rank for San Antonio photographer.
Okay, that makes sense. With portraits, can you put your prices?
I don't
problem?
claim to be the portrait master. Okay.
Oh.
I honestly, if you were really curious about like doing portraits like that, I would probably look for, I always forget the name of her group, but Heather Winninger is her name. She really focuses on the seniors, but she gets up to like $9,000 spends with a single customer on
So she's
on senior portraits.
Okay, but if I were to
So
make a simple, I'm focusing on wedding, but I make a simple portrait page and I do just tell portrait people how much I cost. Do you think that's fine? Like, since that's not my bread and butter, it's just.
yeah, I mean, you could, if you're really kind of wanting to really, really weed people out and you're not wanting that to be your bread and butter, you could try that. Again, there's so many variables that I can't say which way is going to be best for you right here, right now. And again, I don't claim to be the expert at specifically just portrait photography. So I don't want to tell you wrong there. I mean, my first instinct is like, you know, if you're going for more high end, I probably would treat it just like you do with wedding stuff. I'd probably focus more on educating them, for example.
How do I educate them though? Like they go to my other like the wedding photographer cost page?
No. You could have they're on that homepage for portraits. You could have a an educational article on portrait photography in San Antonio.
So I'm completely changing my website and duplicating my website, and it's just going to look.
Not your website. Your home.
Because my homepage is going to be different now. I'm going to change it from weddings.
No, keep your homepage the way it is because you want to shoot weddings, right?
Oh, right. On my homepage for my weddings, I have a cost of a photographer. Is that where portrait people will just go? Same? Oh,
Nope. No, not if that's for weddings.
yeah.
So, and I'll draw it out here, right? So let's get rid of all this. So if you've got your homepage for weddings, okay, this is your weddings. We'll put WHP weddings homepage. You can have a portrait photography page over here. And on that one, you've got a, portrait, photography San Antonio cost. And then it goes to specifically that portrait photography in San Antonio cost.
Okay, so from the hidden portrait page, they just have to click on an educational link.
Yep, that goes to that for specifically portrait photography. Now, here's my caution for you, though, is one of the biggest dangers to becoming really, really powerful in one specific thing is splitting your focus. So if you're over here saying, hey, I'm really still trying to book into higher priced weddings, I would not start trying to do all this other stuff because it's going to split your focus.
So maybe I could just keep it simple, tell them my price, and whoever wants to come and just pay that, and it doesn't have to be complicated.
Yeah. You could build it out further later. I mean, I would feel no problem in you just creating another page real quick. But like I said, if it were me and you're really trying to break into a specific market for weddings, the biggest danger is that you end up spreading out your focus because you only have so much focus.
Yeah. Yep.
So you've got to protect by saying no to certain things. So, that's like the word decision, it comes from the word incision, which means to cut, like a cut, right? So when we make decisions to focus, it's not necessarily just choosing the thing to focus on. It's saying no to all the other things that battle for your focus.
Okay.
That's being decisive, right? And this is like a life lesson here, y'all. Like you can take this in everything. Making a decision and being decisive, which is usually correlated with things like higher income, you usually feel happier. It has to do with the things that you can choose to cut off. So which is sacrifice.
Okay.
We have to become very acquainted with sacrifice if we want to be very, very successful at a particular given thing that we want to choose. So we never truly choose until we make the incision of the decision. We have to guard ourselves so that our focus isn't split. The more it's split, the less effective we become at that singular thing.
So I guess my focus needs to be on what we talked about in the beginning, the character building and people wanting to pay my prices. So I feel okay letting go of like the portrait since I feel more popular right now with portraits, but I do want to do the weddings.
Yes.
I just haven't built that authority with people yet, I think.
Yeah. Well, I would 100% focus on that. Now, if you're like, man, I literally just need a little break for a second. Okay. Like this is becoming unfun. I'm just going to take a few minutes, make a portrait page. That's okay. If it's fun for you, you can take a little break, do a portrait page, and just move on with it. Well, at least now Google can find it, gives it some time to get found, and then you can get refreshed, come back, focus on weddings 100%. Let's get you to where you're booking high-priced weddings so that your business is thriving in the way that you want it to long-term.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. Do I need to come back next time and you'll tell me if I'm like what I'm need to do next, I guess, because I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with your wedding page right now, and that was what my next question for you was going to be. Like your wedding page is looking pretty good, but have you looked at the actual metrics on it yet? Like, have you looked at like bounce rate, session duration? I mean, we know you're starting to rank, so you may even be starting to get some traffic. So do you want to screen share real quick and we look at that?
Yeah.
That'll give me clarity on maybe the next steps.
Okay. You're seeing me, right?
Yeah.
My screen. Okay. So do you want to take over or do you want me to just do it?
You can go to, I'm trying to figure out where my mouse went to. There it is. I couldn't even find my mouse. I was like, it's gone.
So
My
I hope
cursor.
this is accurate, but I know I've been like on my page a lot. So Jeff, oh, okay.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
check
sorry.
it out. Oh, you're fine. Let's get the dates. Let's do like 17th through the 5th. Well, it'll do what I want. Yeah, you got the same amount of users. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, if you've been on this a lot, it might be kind of skewed, but honestly, I mean, you've had the same amount of users and your bounce rate has improved to a nice 26% here. So that looks pretty
I'm gonna
good.
move this box. It's in the way of where you are working.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
So I tend to think you're not skewing your bounce rate so much because again, like you've had 67 new users.
Mhm.
You know, maybe you've skewed your bounce, I mean, excuse me, your session duration a little bit, but I mean, it was already pretty decent. The 421 looks really nice. Again, you know, you may try to stay off of your site the next week or so and just see, make sure we're not seeing a little bit of inflation on that. But all in all, I mean, with 67 new users, that makes it nice because it's like it's one variation that we don't have. It's the same number of new users. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here. This looks pretty good. So have you gotten any inquiries, say in the past 2 weeks through your website?
Yeah, I'm getting inquiries. Everybody's paying like my old lower prices because I just raised them. So I haven't gotten to see like if anyone's willing to pay that much. But I did just like get a Google booking for October and I've been getting asked on Google. So that's really cool. I just, yeah, I'm just, I'm hoping they'll pay the higher prices. So
yeah. Would you raise it to?
So I think it was like 2,000 and some. They only wanted like a 6-hour package, and now I have it like 3,000, and it goes up to 5,900 is the second last package. And the last one's really high. Shocking.
Have you been attending the ITBM sessions?
I just started. Yeah.
Okay. Keep going to that because I want to get you. I'm very confident with the quality of your work and the way your website's looking. I think we could really, I think we can get you up to a very, and I want you to be really confident feeling about it too. So keep coming to ITBM. The numbers are looking pretty good here. So going back to your site though, you know, I think my only assignment for you right now is to start, if you haven't already, I would go ahead and start watching some full story stuff. You've got resources up. You know, the only thing that might improve your session duration that I'm immediately thinking of is if you had like a featured podcast episode. Would probably increase because, you know, you've got something people now can interact with that's different. Now they can listen to your voice, hear some audio. And you could go ahead and start positioning yourself as a little bit more of an authority, which is also going to allow you to increase your average client spend.
Okay.
So
my cost of a photographer page, I talk about the professional luxury, and that's kind of what I tried to put my prices in. They're in the professional range, basically.
Good.
So,
no, I like that. I like that. And you're in a pretty good area from what I can tell. So keep up what you're doing. But I think really the only thing that I immediately think of would be as if you were going to be doing any of the spearhead podcasting, which is good for backlinks, SEO. I would maybe look at doing a featured episode because that's going to keep people around a little bit longer, let them get familiarized with you, and ultimately build that mental model.
So because I'm on page 3, does that mean what should I do to get higher, I guess?
Well, time, you know, time's going to affect that, but
next time we'll talk about SEO Quake because I wasn't really in the numbers you said I was supposed to be in, but you said you would help me with that.
Okay. And the numbers on what was it for your keywords?
Yeah, for my 3 and 4 keywords, I'm like 60% prominence kind of.
Okay. Yeah. Well, did you
That is it.
did you get all your supportive keywords in there?
I mean, I think I did. I added
Okay.
more.
Let's see.
Do you want me to pull it up really quick? Do I
Yeah,
have
if you want to, you may get it up before I do. I was going to say I can look at it, but you may be able to pull it up faster than I can.
this box? So density, correct? Okay.
And then, yeah, and you are on your page 3. That's pretty cool. Have you gotten the backlinks from the backlink list?
I haven't even really looked at that. I just had my own already going when I joined.
Do that. Don't wait on that. Do that.
Okay.
Do it. Yeah,
Look
do that
through.
ASAP. Yeah, do that
More
ASAP.
backlinks. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Really quick, I'm optimized for my homepage, my experience page. What else should I find a word? Anything else? Another page, or that's it?
No, I mean, if your about page isn't getting any action, you can, make sure that your about page, I like seeing stuff like it should sort of be like lifestyle oriented. So you're really sort of going deeper into
spearhead keyword. I guess I'm talking like I have a spearhead
not
keyword
for a spearhead. Yeah.
Experience.
Yeah, not for, you're good. If you really, the only pages you're looking at ranking are going to be your homepage.
Okay.
You don't even necessarily want to rank your experience.
Oh, I'm on there, but I'm kind of far on there, like page 7. So just
For what?
For my home experience page, I'm like maybe page 6 or 7.
For what keyword?
Wedding photographer in Texas, I think.
Okay. You can try to do that. It probably won't rank real well for wedding photographer in Texas.
Yeah,
you're probably going to need to do a duplicate homepage and then rank that for wedding photographer in Texas.
Oh, okay.
If you're wanting to get that. Yeah, that experience
do you
page.
think I should do that or just leave one keyword's enough for Google?
Well, I mean, if it were me, I mean, we've got people ranking for up to 15 different locations. So if it were me, yeah, which Texas and in San Antonio, technically 2 different locations. So if it were me, I'd duplicate your homepage and then rank that for Texas wedding photographer.
I was just trying to be more visible on Google. I don't necessarily care to do any other area right now. So,
well, some people are going to, even though, the thing with Texas is like, if you rank for Texas as well, some people may be having their wedding in San Antonio, but they're searching for Texas. But a lot are probably going to be Dallas, Austin, DFW.
Okay. Do you suggest I now am able to duplicate this for different cities then?
Yeah, your numbers are looking pretty good. So I think you're probably safe to duplicate. Now, I'm looking at the one caveat here would be I am looking at your supportive keywords. I didn't see San Antonio wedding photographers. So the plural.
Okay.
I don't see San Antonio wedding photography.
If I have wedding photography, wedding photographers though, you'd rather me have San Antonio wedding photographers and photography with the city in it as opposed to just saying wedding, correct?
Yeah, you want this
just wedding. I probably have it for just wedding.
Yeah, you want to have, because if you put San Antonio wedding, like that's not bad to have that, but having photographer again is going to help you rank specifically for those variation keywords.
Okay, so does that make sense? Don't just do wedding. I need to say San Antonio wedding. So I think
San Antonio wedding photographers.
Okay.
San Antonio wedding photographies. And I looked up wedding photographer San Antonio. I don't see that one. I think, well, you do have the wedding photographer in San Antonio, so that's probably fine. I don't see wedding photographers in San Antonio. So the plural version of that. And then you do have wedding photography in San Antonio. So I would add, just one of those other ones, the variations that may itself. I mean, we regularly see people add some of those supportive keywords and boosts up their rankings like crazy.
Okay, really quick, can you just tell me, I kind of got lost. Can you just tell me what they are and I'm gonna add them today?
Yeah, I've got wedding photographers in San Antonio, San Antonio wedding photographers, San Antonio wedding photography.
So I need to add San Antonio wedding photographers.
Yes.
And then San Antonio wedding photography.
Yep.
And what else?
Wedding photography, or excuse me, wedding photographers in San Antonio is the other one.
In San Antonio. Okay. Yep. So 3 words.
There you go.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
We'll do that. Don't worry about anything else. We don't want to add, we don't want to do too much stuff. So let's stop there for now. I know we still have to get to Sheridan. I know had to leave pretty soon here. So I do want to go ahead and switch over to Sheridan. Lois, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Very excited about what you got going on. Can't wait to see it hitting page 1, likely sooner than later. Sheridan, do we got you?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Good to see you or hear you. I don't think I see you, but that's okay.
Oh, I turned off my camera.
Okay. Gonna be shy today. We'll allow it this go round. I know in there that you said that you didn't necessarily have a question. Did you have something specific about what we have went over?
Well, I have a question about like the site title. Can I share or share my screen?
You can, yes.
Okay. Okay. So can you see it?
I can.
Okay. I was able to like edit up here. It looked different from when I was watching your video. I couldn't see, it said like site title and tagline when in your video, but I could only find like site title and logo.
That's fine.
Okay. So then I felt like having this all up here, and then I had documentary wedding photographer here, but then it was too much. So does it look okay having just this here? Because does this have to be like headline 1 for it to show up on Google?
Yeah. So you're talking about mostly for like the setting it up for, so basically so people understand that you're working in a few different locations.
Yeah.
And using 7, because you're probably, what is this? Is this 7.2 or 7.3? Or 7? Well, I'm trying to keep up with all the different versions.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so like being able to fit something below there is what you're like, it wasn't allowing you to do that, basically, correct?
Below which part?
Yeah, like below the Sheridan Mangold wedding photographer in Baltimore. Like it's not letting you add anything, but yeah. Okay, so I think what you have here should be fine. The it's not going to hurt you. No, it definitely won't hurt you from like an SEO standpoint. Design standpoint would be maybe the only other thing that if you're like, oh, I'm not sure if I like this being here. I could see how maybe it might be desirable for you to actually do like a logo and then upload it. So like if you saw when we clicked up here in edit site header, you can actually do a logo. So the best thing to do if you decide to go that route, and again, I don't want you to get too caught up in this now. Like I would probably make sure all the SEO stuff is done, then come back and work on some of these finer details when it comes to design. But what you can do when it's time for that is you can go in Canva. I think it's easier than Photoshop. Some people think differently, but I think Canva is really easy to go into, and literally you just make you a logo with, basically your name, right? Just like you have here, but you can then put like the DC MDVA destination, like you can literally just make it however you want it to be in a logo. So then it may satisfy your aesthetic taste a little bit better. But from a SEO standpoint, this is fine.
And if you put it in a logo, will Google still see it?
Well, it's your site title is still going to show it. The logo will replace the site title.
Okay.
But it's still going to show if you see here where it says search engines only use the site title, so make sure to add one even when you use a logo. It's still gonna like Google's still gonna see that.
Okay.
Right. So
Yeah.
that's fine and dandy. It's just that now the logo is going to show. And so you've had more design choices by designing it in something like Canva.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Other than that, was that really the main question that you had, or did you have another question?
I mean, that was just the main one that I had for now.
Okay.
And I haven't, like, I'm still working on the rest of the homepage.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, from here, I might recommend, I would probably go ahead and, have you gotten any, like, have you done the backlink stuff yet?
I don't know. Like, I don't know when you say that.
Okay, probably not. You'd probably know what I'm talking about. For you with your site, I would go ahead and go into the videos and make sure you're working. I know you're probably working through those.
Yeah.
You're gonna get to a specific video on backlinks because your domain is fairly new. You don't want to wait on that too long because it will take Google some time. So all I'm saying is just make sure you're working through those videos at a pretty steady pace to get, we want to get you to that, that spot where we definitely want you to get the backlink stuff done. So like I said, there is a video on that. It should say, I think it's called Spearhead Backlink Strategy. So just keep a lookout for that and pace yourself, because I do want you to get to that as soon as possible. Okay.
Okay.
Other than that, just kind of looking, well, what'd I do? Where'd your site go? Hold on a second. I've got your site pulled up on mine because it's just going to be easier to see it real quickly. Let's see. I know you've got your keyword, and you're mostly still kind of, I mean, you're still kind of working on building this out, right? So like you still got some work to do in terms of building out the sections. Does that sound right? I just want to know exactly where you're at so I can help you right where you're at.
This is my first session after the orientation, so I'm just still trying to go slow to make sure I'm getting everything.
Okay. Well, and from here, I think the best thing for you is even come to these sessions, even if you haven't gotten to work on a whole lot, so we can kind of keep you accountable and keep you moving, right? And we do want to make sure that we're sort of guiding you and coaching you and making sure that you have, I guess, like all the support as you do work through those videos. So sometimes people wait a long time to jump into, like the sessions. We want to kind of coach you as you go along. Okay. Just seeing your site now, like I said, I know you're working through those videos. Obviously, you got to do that. Keep working through those videos. Keep structuring your site. If you need any help, make sure you let us know about that. Okay.
Okay.
That way we can get hands-on and help with you. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Good job on that so far. Like I said, I wouldn't get too caught up in the design stuff. So just kind of keep rolling along with that. And it's more important to get like your keywords in there and the stuff that Google can start finding. So then Google's already finding you, then you're working on design stuff. Okay. Cool. But what you got there is fine as is. Google will understand that.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you, Sheridan.
Thank you.
Jeff, I know you got to get going at 3. You want to jump on here with me?
Yeah.
Hey. So
let me share.
Yeah, screen share. And I was going to double check. Is it kind of this? Did you figure out the other stuff that we mentioned earlier?
I did actually.
Okay, good.
Actually, my blog title was too long. It wasn't the logo.
That was the other thing I was going to mention. So that was you got it.
In fact, I went back to a couple of blog posts just to test it, and I changed 3 of them, and they were all getting errors. Now they're all fine.
Goody.
Funny.
That's what I like to hear.
So want to just start with, rankings look pretty good right now for keywords and Spearhead. Yeah. So psyched about that. Up starting to crack into first page. So yay, cool. I've gotten a couple of sessions on full story.
Mhm.
And I was looking at those the other day and I'm noticing a trend. So I'll just, this is
Okay.
on 2x speed. I'll just play this. So this was the other day. So they kind of just scroll aimlessly and then head
Yeah.
over to about. Let me speed this up a little bit. Kind of similar thing. They sort of scroll. They look like they're reading a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anybody in Colchester?
Nope.
Okay.
But Colchester is in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So, and it's, you know, technically in my, well, the whole state's in play basically. So,
yeah.
So then I hop over to the blog, scroll a little bit, and then they go into a blog post. And this, so I'll just kind of stop it here. Like, there's 3 sessions that were actually meaningful. And this is very indicative of the other sessions as well, is that there's just kind of like, they're on the homepage, they scroll a little bit, then they click to something, whether it's experience or about, and then they just kind of scroll and then they go to a blog and basically they leave. So I feel like I'm missing a message.
Yeah.
I guess. Like nothing's, and again, assuming that these are potential clients, like that's obviously a pretty big assumption.
Maybe
they're not. Maybe,
yep.
You know, who knows? But I guess my concern at this point is that I feel like maybe that's the next focus. I don't know if looking at analytics would help.
It would. So
or not. So here's,
yeah.
This is for the month. So this is July 1st to today.
All right. Looks like you got a spike in traffic.
Yeah, I don't know how realistic that is toward the end. As of yesterday, that seems a little out of the norm. And I have been looking at a decent amount of, I've been on my site a decent amount recently.
Well, yeah, but it shouldn't be counting you necessarily. I mean, you got 156
okay.
new users. Your bounce rate's kind of high here.
Yeah.
We can maybe shorten the window, see if we see any variations between the last couple of weeks. So we'll do let's maybe do like the 19th compared to previous period. Ooh, come on now. All right. So bounce rate, the difference between 76 and 66, fairly negligible. Now 5 minutes pretty high. I wonder if that's a little bit inflated. 2 minutes though is pretty good. So even though we see a 5 minute here, you know, I'm more apt to say it's maybe a little bit inflated versus it's indicative of something wrong.
Okay.
And again, 2 minutes 42 seconds is within tolerance. So
okay.
Again, I'm pretty happy with that. The fact that we're seeing you ranking is good. I mean, you've already hit the first page for, I mean, at least at least one keyword I know, but maybe it's multiple.
Yeah, but Spearhead's definitely first page. And I think one or two are my, depending on the day and depending on the source, whether it's SEO Edge or Uber Suggest, CT Wedding Photographer, Spearhead, I'm 9. CT Wedding Photographers and CT Wedding Photography are all 9.
Okay.
So, you know, ranking pretty well for all keywords.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in 83 visitors in what was that? Maybe about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah.
It's cool. Now the next thing I'll ask, just to kind of gauge how serious the bounce rate is have you gotten inquiries?
Nope.
And say since the 19th through your site?
I haven't gotten an inquiry all month.
All right. So
Talking
that
about July, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. That makes me go, okay, the bounce rate is probably indicative of something.
Okay.
You know, if you were saying, oh yeah, my inquiry rate is 5%, I'd go, well, I mean, that's kind of weird. Like maybe there's some design element that we can change that would increase interaction. But if the inquiry, visitor inquiry rate is pretty low, then that's where I'm going, yeah, we got to figure out exactly what's going on, which that's the hard work that many people don't ever do. Right.
Right.
So here we are to do it. And so I know you said you had 3 sessions. Do you have any other sessions?
I got
that you think
I got a bunch of sessions. They're just, there's a lot of, sorry, just going back to beginning.
Even like a 30-second session can be helpful. Of course, we don't want one that's a robot.
All the Newtown stuff is me.
Okay.
All these unknown robots. There's a decent amount of robot stuff.
There is a good amount. Yeah, lots of robots.
Jacksonville one was no time at all. And more bot stuff. Hoboken, no time at all.
Yep.
I don't know why Australia's looking at me, but okay. Well, maybe that's not Australia. I guess there's a Melbourne, Florida, isn't there?
It could be.
It could be. This one's interesting. Like, this is from Texas. It's the 30-second one, but they went right to my blog. But just they didn't go anywhere else. They just looked at a blog post and bounced.
Okay.
So there's a decent amount of examples of that, but I'm like this one, this Seymour, Connecticut, 55 minutes.
Yeah, that's
just a whole bunch of inactivity
from Bing. Well, I mean, the blue should be activity.
I don't know. It doesn't. It just kind of. It was the blue is. I don't even know. I think it's
almost looks like a glitch there.
Maybe. Yeah, could be.
Okay. I'm gaining some thoughts as we're going over this, by the way.
Okay.
I am gaining some thoughts.
But this is this is kind of pretty indicative of what I'm seeing as far as sessions. Actually, hold on, let me look at this Coventry one. So this was, again, Coventry, Connecticut. This is 13 minutes. Went to the blog, bounced around a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Let's sort it to home page only.
Okay. And how do I do that?
So we go to any user, any event.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what is it doing? There we go. Then we're going to be doing, if it'll let me click, we'll go, usually you can just do visited page.
Oh, okay.
And so we're filtering it.
That's cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah. Makes it nice. And you can do that. That's where you can do like rage clicks. You can filter it to rage clicks and all that.
What's a rage click?
Rage click. Well, let's see if you got any real quick, because it's kind of interesting. So
is that like road rage?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it really?
Yeah, no, really. Look, a little icon even looks angry. So you don't have any, so that's good, but sad because we won't see any examples. Usually it looks like they're like frustrated or something.
Huh.
It's like erratic moving. So they can't get something to work, so if you've ever done this, you start hitting the clicker multiple times, or so it can be indicative. Sometimes it can be like, we've seen it where people think that something should be a link. So they like think that their phone is frozen or something, maybe.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So they look frustrated. It's kind of an interesting dynamic. But usually it's like, you've made something look like, maybe you made it look like it should be a link, and it's not a link.
Huh. So
it's nice to be able to fix that stuff, because you go, oh, hey, I was really messing with somebody's brain right there. Let's fix that. So let's see. I want to find West Hartford.
Yeah, that's Connecticut.
Let's check
I
that
looked
one
at
out.
this one again. It's went to contact and
straight over to contact.
Yep. Then they bounced.
And let's slow it down a little bit, just in case we don't want to miss this. All right, let's go back. That was like contact page. Now they found you on Instagram. So my thinking is,
where'd you see that?
Over on the right-hand side, it had a link. It was referred by Linktree.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I gotta look at that here. Okay, I didn't.
Yeah. That's all good. So my guess is, they maybe saw you on Instagram and they weren't really there to peruse, right?
Yeah, I get you.
There to Barcolod.
That's in like the Philippines or something.
Okay.
That Brantford one, try that one.
This is a referral from Google.
Where's the referral piece?
It's usually up here at the top.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So they stop there.
Okay. It's good.
Okay. But kind of scroll over that. Okay, let's talk about that real quick. That's because this is mobile. So hold on now, Mr. Full Story. Hold up. So let's talk about that. One thing that I'm thinking for your mobile, and I think it could be a dynamic on your desktop too, but especially your mobile. And this is a Squarespace thing. I kind of hate this with Squarespace. It makes like the photo of you is like huge.
Yep.
And it's like it takes up tons of space, and I feel like it feels out of place.
Yep.
So, you know, they kind of like stopped on it, and then like when it gets to the text, they just kind of go on.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say if we can get it to where at least on mobile, like, you know, I feel like maybe that might be a really good thing. Now, the picture itself, I don't think is a bad picture, but to me, it says it's mischievous, Jeff.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like. Your face looks kind of mischievous, right? It's like,
I like that.
I've seen you make different, and it's not bad.
No, I like that. That's
it
good.
doesn't say like, you know, you don't have a camera. You know, it's, to me, I think that you could come out with a headshot that looks much more like, you know, dashing photographer Jeff.
Okay. I like that.
So if you can get ahead of it, you know, get a hold of a headshot, and I don't mean headshot, but I'm saying like waist up.
Yeah.
Ideally. And again, there's some room for your own creativity here. Like, you know, mine is me and my family, but that's because largely that's just like the type of people that I want to attract, was specifically people that go, oh my gosh, look at their kids. And like, that's people eat it up. So, you know, again, there's some room for creativity here. I'm not saying you have to do picture from waist up, smiling, whites, but ideally, I think this is a first impression sort of thing for most people. General advice: waist up, holding the camera. Maybe you got a strap on. Look, I typically say dress how you're going to look at a wedding, unless you wear all black.
Okay.
In that case, I would dress maybe more like a guest at the type of wedding that you want to be shooting. So, because you want them to more so identify with you, so you be their type of people.
Yep.
Don't want to look like a vendor, really, especially in the first impression, because you do want it to be more of like an equal, you know, again, like we're trying to be visionary, not just we're the, you know, service provider.
Got it. Okay.
I like that you put less mischievous. You look a little mischievous. So again,
no, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all.
I love it.
I think you're right. I've always looked at that photo, that series of headshots, and I always kind of have like, I'm like laughing or smiling or have a little grin on my face or something. So
yeah. I mean, you know, I think sometimes it's easy to overlook the importance of that first impression, though.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think, again, it's a good picture. I do, and look, even like the mischievousness, I don't think it's bad. It's just for first impression, as people are seeing you, I think that can maybe make a big difference. The other thing I'm thinking about is I would go through, and if you can shorten this up.
Yeah, I was thinking that was my first impression when I saw people flipping through it. And as I wrote this and updated, I'm like, it just looks so dense.
Yep. It's kind of long, which again, that's not bad. And I've experimented with long. I've really by this time meant to switch mine to shorter again, but mine still left it long just because I have not taken the time to do it. But I would recommend, from what I've seen, to do shorter, you know, really like 3 short paragraphs is probably ideal, because you can do the storytelling. So you storytell to paint the picture for the ideal client. That's the first step towards being visionary. Then it's moving into your backstory to introduce yourself as the visionary person that has a backstory, then leading to the present. So right now, it's more of like I know you have why I do what I do.
Yeah.
Which you do storytell, but I would make this more of like standing in the middle of the dance floor, Richard slipped his hand around Allison's, slipped his hand around Allison and squeezed it tight, ... Or, some way to say, I don't know if I put the full sentence, but I might even just put standing in the middle of the dance floor, ...
Mm.
Cause that's like, what to say? Wait, what, huh? So
Okay.
it drives that curiosity. Make that the headline instead of Meet Jeff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now
Okay.
you could keep the Meet Jeff and put it down below your picture. Meet Jeff, almost like what Alyssa did.
Okay.
If you remember, she had like over on the here.
No, I remember. In fact,
okay.
I
If you
tried
remember,
that.
I hate to screen share and break the.
No, all good. I actually played with an idea the other day where I was kind of focused a little bit more on a lot of feedback I get from past clients is how comfortable I make them feel in front of the camera.
Yes.
And so I was kind of playing with that a little bit. And I had gotten an actual quote from a client a couple of years ago that said, during our engagement session, we immediately felt our nerves melt away. And I took that quote and I used that as the header of the about. And as I was writing, I was kind of like, I just got a little discouraged because I'm like, I don't know if this is what I want to do. So I just kind of punted. But so I totally understand what you're saying about using some a quote or a lead in as the header, as opposed to burying it in the body and getting it out there so they can see it.
Well, and I mean, the cool thing, like you're already starting rank, which is great. This is the vision that I just had as we're kind of talking though. It's like, now it's kind of like there's the Michelangelo in the stone, or the King David. I think it was Michelangelo that did King David, right? Or the thinker, right? We sound like we know our art history, don't we? So I think it was Michelangelo that said that whenever he would do a sculpture, he saw it as the sculpture was already in there, and his job was just to remove everything away from the sculpture. Right. So in your situation now, it's there, everything's here. Now it's about, okay, let's start really refining this clear picture of you as this trusted guide and authority that's going to guide them to this identity as this sort of visionary. So I like that we're seeing you rank. That's awesome. Now it's some of this nitty gritty work where it's all about how do we start to not just rank, but hypnotize people to get the inquiries, on tap.
Right. And I do feel like I'm a little disjointed in what I'm trying to do here. I mean, I'm trying to build this message of basically family oriented, not family, but like family friend oriented couples, people who want, hence the picture, people who want to get photographs of their day.
This is a great picture.
Yeah.
I love this. I mean, the people around, it looks like a fairly, nice wedding,
right?
Like black tie, the people around them laughing and clapping, and the couple, like the expressions on point. Sometimes it's hard with these pictures because, it's like, oh, it's a cool picture and everything looks great, but then like her expression's off or something. Like this is a great, all in all, like I wish this was my picture. I would be happy with this picture in my portfolio. So I love that.
Well, thank you.
So good job on that. And I think this is different than when we first started, right? Like, I think you had a different.
Oh yeah, definitely different. Like this was basically the overhaul that like the first change that I made, probably second week of July, maybe third week, something like that.
Okay.
And I'm trying to evoke this mess, or put this message out there of your couples who care. Yes, they care about themselves, but they care about their relationships. They care about their loved ones. They care about the wedding day being indicative of everybody in their lives. So, in talking about how do you elevate the couple, kind of what we at the beginning of the course talk about is taking your couple and how do you elevate their vision of themselves. I can't really hone in on the words about the couple themselves, but I can hone in on the type of wedding that they want, which is to celebrate their friends, their family, their relationships, their loved one, their community, and hence the reason for for the photograph. Then
Mm.
I think where my disconnect is coming in is it's just not, I'm not painting that full picture. I'm not carrying that message through.
I think you're doing better than you're giving yourself credit for. I think we need to trim the fat off and boil, if you've ever tapped a maple tree, have you ever done that?
I've never tapped one, but there are definitely maple tree farms right down the street from me. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You probably know. I mean, you tap it and you get like a big, 10-gallon sap drip, a bunch of sap. And, but that's not your syrup, right? Like you could drink that and it's like,
it makes like a tablespoon of syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did this one time with my dad. We tapped a maple tree in the yard, dripped. And as a kid, I'm like, oh, I'm imagining basically getting like an Aunt Jemima bottle worth of syrup as a kid. Right. And it's like,
Yeah, like that,
but, expectation versus reality, and it's like, what the heck? But it was delicious, and that's really what we're after is like, you've tapped the maple tree.
Okay.
You've got a lot of good stuff here. Now it's just kind of boiling down the sap until we get the maple syrup.
Okay.
So, I want you to feel more encouraged than I think you feel. I could be wrong, but I mean, I want you to feel more encouraged than I think you feel, because you've got, again, the statue, the sculpture's there. It's just kind of like pulling away the other stuff. So the maple syrup thing I said, it's pretty much the same thing as what I said about the statue thing, just a different example.
Okay.
So I think practically speaking, really the next baby steps are going to be really stripping the fat off of this to shorten it.
Okay.
Some of the stuff, like even, as a father, husband, that's probably good for your about page.
Yeah.
I would keep that stuff on your about me page.
Okay.
And then I also, let's do this. Cause again, I need to go in and change the videos, because you did exactly what the video said.
Yeah. Put the experience page.
We're just seeing more and more good results from experience page being the next thing. And I think, look, in reality, I think theoretically, if your mini about me was like an absolutely killer mini about me, if they're super into it and it's doing awesome, and like maybe they would love to go read more about you. But I think that for the people that don't buy into it, even still, just sending them to the experience page is probably going to feel more exciting.
Okay, fair enough.
But your about me page is good. Like we want that, but the more and more we look at it, I say experience page, but that to me, I think just that right now is probably the micro change that we want to make to then remeasure.
Okay.
So let's do that. And again, same thing I said about the picture. I think you can probably go ahead and change both of those things at the same time. I mean, if it may take you a few days or a week or whatever to get a new picture. So honestly, like if it's me, I'd probably go ahead and change the text. If you've got another picture, great, you can change them both. But I'd say if you're going to get a new picture because you need one, I would go ahead and change the text. That way we've got some data on exactly how that affected people. You could probably, if nothing else, I think make the picture smaller on mobile.
Yeah.
If you can. I know with Squarespace, it prefers to make it like bam, like it is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I get this. I get the same thing.
But let's focus on that.
Okay.
And I don't want to go too far because I don't want to start changing a million things and then we don't know what did what.
Okay, that's fair.
Cool.
Cool.
All right, Jeff, as always.
Appreciate it.
Mischievous Jeff. You're gonna get,
all right, I'm
gonna
take off.
Make sure you get known as Mischievous Jeff. Your cat, by the way, in the background's cracking me up. It's kind of like,
oh yeah, I didn't even see him there.
Yeah, I was like,
that's like his favorite spot.
Looks so curious over there.
Yeah, he tends to be that way. All right, I gotta bounce. But thank you.
Jeff,
Appreciate it. Start working on it.
All right, we're gonna keep rolling along here. Cody, are you still with us?
Sure am.
Hey, okay, let's dive in real quick, my friend.
Okay, you can ignore what I put for my thing. I just want you to kind of look at what I'm doing unconsciously and maybe tell me like what my next step is. And then if that's super quick, maybe just check out my Knoxville photographer page and just make sure my keywords are maximized, and that should be good.
How's that doing, by the way?
I think it's 29, I think. So it's doing pretty good.
So it's been what? You've had it up now. Has it been 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think right at 2 weeks.
Okay, so 2 weeks, you're on third page. That's not too bad. Especially for Knoxville. Knoxville has, if I remember correctly, Knoxville was fairly competitive, wasn't it? Do you remember what it
Yeah,
was, SEO difficulty?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. One of them's 30 or 320, the wedding photographer, Knoxville, and then Knoxville wedding photographers 3. Oh, it's actually 45. I don't know why I thought I was 20. Oh no, there's like 3 different keywords for Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm 29 for one, which is 210 traffic, and then 45 and 46, and both of those are in 300s.
Okay, cool. So we're looking primarily, what was the first thing you mentioned?
Basically just looking over and just tell me what you think the next step is. You said if you don't really have any issues, that you'll just kind of tell us about what the next unconscious thing to work on is, because we're not oblivious to everything.
Yep, sounds good. Let's do this though. Let's I'm gonna have you screen share.
Okay.
Then let's go ahead and start peeking at Google Analytics, because I know you've done some stuff. So I want to measure first, just to get a good clear idea. All righty. Oh, click the wrong one. There we go. So looking at like what, past 5-6 days. So bounce rate's awesome. Session duration's a little bit low, but let's spread it out. It's a few days. It's not the best window to be looking at, really. You've had analytics for a while.
Oh yeah, way before, like 5 years ago.
Cool. Okay. Well, this looks a lot nicer. So again, at session duration, we are seeing some increase. Okay. I'd still kind of mark that inconclusive, not a bad inconclusive, but like, kind of want to keep measuring, but all in all, it's an improvement. Your bounce rate is just like super good in general. Like it's like one of those freaky good ones.
I think it's because I have a very simple website. There's not all these different flashy stuff. It's like very brick and mortar basic.
Yeah. Well, and I think also like your buttons are very, very clear.
Oh yeah, true.
So they're I don't know why they look so attractive, but they're like super attractive buttons. Like the blue, I don't know why, but like the white over the blue with your color scheme looks like I know it's a button, and it's in my face in a good way. So I'm just poking around here. So you've had from July 6th to August 4th, you had 75 users. Let's see where they're coming from. Good amount from Facebook, and then Google. So you've had 85 from Google. How many have you gotten any inquiries since July 6th?
No, I've only had one all year. It was in May.
All right. So that's where we're going to start looking at. We'll look at your behavior flow, because I do want to see what people are doing specifically. And then we're going to check out more than likely full story. Have you been looking at full story much?
Yes, just not really much stuff's going on, honestly.
Okay. Well, sometimes not much is still data. So we'll take a look and see what's going on. But I don't want you to be discouraged. I mean, this is the type of grunt work that once you start stirring, you stir the waters, and that's where you start actually seeing change. So for now, if you will, number one, let's go ahead and go to behavior flow, and then I'm going to have you open up full story. But let's do this first. I want to see behavior flow. So from homepage, wedding information. What is that wedding information page?
Experience page.
Okay, good. and you're getting people on that contact page. So I like that. And have you tested your contact form?
No, but I was thinking about doing what you and others do, just kind of combine the experience and contact. So that way they just kind of go ahead and contact me from that thing instead of clicking another button. So I thought about doing that.
You can. I do like having the contact form. I do like having it just because some people are going to, they maybe have already have decided, oh yeah, I want to work with them. And then they go contact you. But I would double check to make sure that you're getting inquiries. Roy, he hit first page of Google and was like, man, I don't know what's wrong. I'm not getting any inquiries.
That would be weird. I don't think so.
He realized that his contact form was broken. And now he's on WordPress, but I would just double check to make absolute sure, because it's happened. We've had this happen for people before. So I would fill it out, make sure that it's actually going where you think it's going and that you're seeing it, all that good stuff. Because you do have people actually making it to your contact form. So I want to rule that out is what I'm saying. So when you get a chance, just fill it out yourself and make sure that you're seeing it, that it's coming through exactly how it should be coming through. Just to be beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay.
Because that does, we've seen that happen. Once Roy fixed it, all of a sudden he starts getting like an inquiry a day.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. So again, if for no other reason, just to kind of rule that out. Let's see here. Becky says that she put the Honeybook contact form. Yeah, the Honeybook one, you want to make sure that adjust the questions. I do use the Honeybook form, but I've also adjusted the questions. So if you're going to drop that, make sure that you use the tool to be able to actually adjust what people have to fill out. You don't want too much on there. You don't want too many questions that keep people from actually not wanting to take the time to fill it out. So
yeah, it wasn't like too long or anything. It just didn't look nice on my website unless I like shrunk it down. And so when I would click on it to fill it out, it would zoom out to like full size. And then I couldn't see what line I was on anymore. It was awful. So I took it off and now I use Showit's contact form. And then I just forward myself all of my inquiries.
Really? And that sounds crazy. It hasn't done that to me, but it doesn't surprise me one bit. So you use what works.
I got real mad at it. I was like, no one's going to fill this out.
Yeah.
Please. Shit, I'm done.
Please use what works. Use what works. But yeah, I mean, but the moral of the story is just make sure that they actually do that it works. Now, for
I
yours,
just tested it on my phone and it worked.
It's coming through.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. A couple things I would alter on it if it were me. One would be for the phone, I would probably make it like do a custom text, because if the way it is right now in Squarespace, maybe they fixed this, but if I remember correctly, like let me check it on. Yeah, so like when you type in the numbers, it doesn't automatically go to the next thing, like the next section. So I actually prefer for Squarespace forms. Yeah, do a text field. That way they can just, it's way easier. Like it literally saves them having to click 2 times. So I would save that. That'll be better for your people. Date of wedding does sort of, what I've noticed is if someone doesn't have their exact date yet, or they have multiple dates, they may feel a little bit self-conscious about actually filling that out. So I put something to the extent of like, either
a date or something.
Yeah, date / anticipated wedding day. Something that allows them to understand, and you don't have to say anticipate. I'm trying to remember what I put on mine. It's been a while, so I may have to go to it and see. But something that's allowing them basically to be like, okay, cool. Like I don't have to have my wedding date figured out before I actually contact.
What about date or possible date of wedding?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Let's see. I think yeah, I put wedding date or estimated date parentheses S dates. And we do get people sometimes that have multiple dates that they're thinking of.
Okay.
So that's another thing I would consider doing. Let's see what else. I would take off the budget stuff. Venue's good. I think I wouldn't necessarily take it off, but there's the I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you're looking for in a wedding photographer. I would just put
is there something about my style of work that attracts you or something?
Yeah, you can say that, or you can even make it more like on mine. I do tell us about yourself, what you love, and about your soon-to-be spouse. I've even rethought that on mine. What I normally like very regularly get though is people saying, oh, we met and and like we love your work, and they'll tell me what they love about it.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more indirect instead of, I think sometimes if you're like asking someone to come up with something, it's gonna make them feel like, oh man, I got to do all this stuff before
like
I can even.
schoolwork.
Yeah, it starts to feel a little bit like an assignment. Now people love talking about themselves, and also that helps me qualify them a lot. Right. So if they start saying, and I don't get this a lot, but if they say something like, we're simple people and, I've been married twice and this is our third wedding, just looking for something small. I'm like, that's not my person.
True.
And I don't get a lot of those, but I have seen that come through. But if they say, I'm wrapping up medical school and, John is a salesperson for X large company and we love food and cooking, and it's like stuff that
More
I'm like,
personal.
that sounds more like the type of, and then I look at their venue and it's like their venue is really nice. Those sorts of questions. See, Jason, those sorts of questions are usually more qualifying anyhow. So that, and it does leave it a little bit more open-ended. So you can say something like, I'd love to hear more about you. People love talking about themselves, and it kind of lets them solidify their identity to themselves and to you. So now if I have them on a phone call or like a Zoom, that's when I do like, what made you want to reach out to me?
That makes sense. Make it easier for them to get to you, and then you can worry about everything else once they're talking to you.
There you go. There you go. So this first point of contact, you want it to be as easy and smooth and seamless as possible.
Okay.
Yep. Where you're at in the planning process, I'd probably save that for maybe, again, the call. I'd probably say, unless you really feel like you need it for your purposes, I'd save it for later. Maybe, that can be more of a conversation.
Okay.
I think that's good for the contact form. Another thing I was thinking of is I've noticed for your contact forms, the buttons look different than other buttons.
Huh.
I would change them and have them be the same.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed that too. Just so it's kind of cohesive.
Yep. Lastly on the contact, and I really like those buttons. Like, I mean, your bounce rate's like crazy low, right? So I'm like, your buttons are working. People are obviously interacting with your page. So let's save, hold on to that. So I would change the button to be like the other buttons. I also, it's good to have your contact info on here, but I would put it after the form. Like your phone number and stuff. Like if the form isn't working for you, please feel free to go ahead and reach out to me via here.
Okay. So don't put it first, because then they may be like, okay, I'm gonna email and then forget.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. I would definitely, or even think with Squarespace forms, once they submit it, you can
Have a
well,
submit page.
yeah, which we can use for certain things, by the way, but I would probably just put your phone and email below the form. But since you can do that with Squarespace, like a submit confirmation kind of page, I would consider maybe even putting like some of your resources on that page too. So they kind of
That's
go
what
to
I
that.
have.
Does it do that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Other than that, for this, I would say let's kind of, well, let's see. You don't have a photo on this page, do you?
No, it's just like a very bare minimum. I guess I could add one on there too.
I would add one. I really do like, usually for pages, I like to give them a quick, like, dopamine shot. And a photo will do that. So I would still put a photo up at the top here. It just kind of gives them that quick reward visual. It's a visual stimulation as a reward for having engaged with your website. So you always want to reward somebody at a very basic level anytime they take a step. So yeah, I'd put a picture at the top. I was just reading through this. I would likely take if you prefer to talk or meet instead of emails, we can schedule the time. I'd probably wait on that and make that more of a conversation once you start, like the actual reach out to them process.
Okay.
Because you're going to kind of figure out if they prefer, what they prefer. So, of course, that's more on the inquiry to booking mastery side of things. So, again, I would follow sort of that template, but I'm thinking, here mostly it's like someone sees a block of text and they're going to be less likely to feel like they want to engage.
Kind of
And I want this
before they even fill out anything.
Yeah. I want this to feel like it's a no-brainer, just fill it out sort of deal.
Okay.
So let's probably take out the last, what is that, like sentence or two.
Okay.
And then I think that's good for this page.
Okay.
Let me see if there's anything else that I'm thinking of when it comes to especially homepage or experience page. Yeah, so let me go ahead. I'm going to switch over and screen share just because it'll be easier for me.
Okay.
All right, so obviously buttons are working and doing good. I would go ahead and, because we've got this call to action here, I would go ahead and just take this off. Let's just
Okay.
send them to the experience page. Let's go ahead and give them some form of visual stimulation after this. So a picture.
Okay.
Kind of like, I'll show you what I'm talking about. We just don't want any, like if we've given them some level of text, we don't want to suddenly just give them more of it.
Okay.
So even like my mini about me, and which is too long. Okay, mine's too long. I'm trying to say that so y'all don't start copying me.
Mm-hmm.
I give them this like high visual stimulation image, and then move into another section, because we do want to use images. We just don't want to cause them to become dependent upon the images, so they just compare us to other people.
It's like blessing him with it. It's like, oh, thanks for reading this text. Let me bless you with a picture.
It's Pavlov's dogs is all it is, right? You hit the nail on the head. It's here. Good job. Here's a little treat. Anybody that's been around kids, if you've ever shot family sessions, you should be a master at this, right? Get a, give them the gummy, let them get settled, satisfied, picture, oh, good job. Give them another gummy. Okay. from my experience in doing the few pictures I have with families, it makes it a lot easier. Of course, I do it with my own kids too, but I kind of do that. If you look at like my site, I do think this is good about my site. You know, I try to give them a balance of text and visual stimulation. Okay. So, but the pictures are being used in a way to provide more of a little reward for engaging with the content. So that doesn't mean you want to avoid using pictures though. I think sometimes people, and I'm not saying you think this, but I think sometimes people think I am saying to like showing them more photos is bad. No, it's just more so bad if you're showing them so many photos and just directing them to the photos instead of using them as like the gummy bears. We want the pictures to be more like gummy bears versus, hey, here's a whole bag of gummy bears. Hopefully, because I gave you so many gummy bears, you love me. And then meanwhile, they're sick on gummy bears and they don't want to ever talk to us again unless maybe we offer them some really low price point. Okay. So let's get a visual stimulus in here. Also, let's do this because I like this, but this to me is almost more of like your philosophy.
Yeah.
So I would move this to your about page. The reason why I want to do that is because I want to give the expertise to build the trust to then also build your authority. So I'm going to say, take this section
and bump it up there.
Bump it up here. Okay. That is actually going to help you with even visual stimulation. That would fix your visual stimulus gap.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing I would do so like I want to move resources up too. And I'm trying to think where I would want you to put those. Because I don't want to have like 3 pictures and then 2 pictures like this right next to each other. I want to have a mental break in a good way, not a bad way. Like a mental, almost like something straight across. Tempted to do the video, but I don't think I want to do the video.
What about the wedding venues?
Yeah,
or I could even bump up those 2 review quotes. I could do that too.
Where's the review quotes?
Underneath the contact form.
Yeah.
Or even just bump up 1 or something.
Yeah. I'm trying to rack my brain here because I'm like, I know it's there. I'm going to discover it. I'm trying to visualize it first. I honestly think it might not look bad. So I want you to do this because I want to see what I want you to just try to move this section up for now. So this will be on the, you can move this to like the about page and it can kind of be like your philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Move the galleries up. Then the video of the couple, then the resources. Will you do that for me?
Okay. So after the taking the searching for out and then moving up the blogs, then you said
then video.
Okay, then video.
Yeah, then this, which honestly, I guess if you move this up, it's probably going to be about like that. So maybe the only thing you really have to do is just move up those galleries.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So galleries and then the video.
Yeah.
And then what about the little cute crack jokes thing? Keep it there or maybe in between somewhere.
Let's see.
It's like right there. Like put the video like maybe before that or after it. Like, what do you think?
Is this like a quote from you?
Yeah, it's just kind of like a cute little, me just kind of throwing a little message out there.
So here's my thinking on it. If you're going to do this, I think it would almost be better to have it Like here's what I'm visualizing. I'm visualizing, like, let's say you shoot a wedding and you've got a picture of you like laughing, and then like everybody else is laughing too, which would be like great on the experience page, honestly. And then like below it, it's got that quote. Like that, to me, of course, you got to get that right.
Yeah.
So, and anytime you got your second shooter there, you know, we will make sure, hey, by the way, make sure I'm gonna get them laughing, take a picture. Right. So that would be really, really cool. I think here, to me, it seems like it's a little bit out of place. And I don't as much feel like it's in their world, although I get what you're saying. And I think it's good that you be that. And I think by doing that, you're going to create sort of the words like this couple's giving you in the video.
Okay.
So I think that, you know, in this instance, I'm like, I think I just simplify. Then, you know, again, we move this to the about page, and down the road, if you get a really cool picture of you like laughing it up with, you know, the wedding party, I think it would be cool then to have something like that.
That makes a lot of sense. Because now it's just kind of like you're telling a story. Hey, I want to do your wedding. And then it's like, oh, by the way, I'm this. So it kind of like doesn't fit in. But if I had a picture of me doing it, it's like, oh, it's part of, it's not like out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it would, again, then at that point, it's kind of like, instead of just reading that, they're like seeing it and then having the description of what that photo is. And they're like, oh, wow, I bet he's so much fun to have at our wedding. He'd be so fun to have at our wedding.
It's like backing it up. It's proof.
There you go. Versus if you just say it, people's defense mechanisms. Yeah. And the defense mechanisms go up because like we've been trained, again, like we talked earlier, it's like because trust is dangerous in a broken world, we put up these defense mechanisms. So anytime you make a statement that requires people to engage in trust in order to accept it, you'll actually trigger defense mechanisms. So you'll gain more trust by showing instead of telling. So that's why I wouldn't hear. I would probably just take this off.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let's stop there though, because that's like a lot. I don't want to change too much. Like I've mentioned with other people, let's keep it simple. I would just change the few things we've discussed between the contact page and this page. Okay. Maybe even next session we can go deeper into your experience page too, though. But
okay.
I'm excited about you ranking for Knoxville. You know, we're just making these micro massage changes. Super proud that you're doing it. I know it can be uncomfortable. So good job pushing forward. Can't wait to see what you're doing here as we keep pushing on, right? It already looks, I think it looks a million times better already. So keep rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead. I know we got to get to a few more people. We're going fairly long. So I know we've still got Joy, Casey, and Becky in here. Anybody really want to go next? If not, I'm going to go straight down the list. All right, Becky's next in the list. Are you with me, Becky?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. What's up, Becky?
Oh, not much. I'm just hanging out.
Cool. You've been hanging out here. I appreciate that. Where'd my list go? I had my list and now I don't see my list. I don't know what I've done here. I think there we go. Now I found it. Okay, so let me pull up your question. Bear with me. We'll get there.
It's all good. I can't remember what my question was, so I'm glad you still have it because I think I had a question, but I don't know what it is.
It was, you said just general, so it's just more of like, hey, whatever we can do.
Oh, okay.
So
perfect.
That works for me. It works for me. So let me get your site pulled up. Have you seen anything inside, say, Google Search Console, your rankings, etc.?
They kind of bounce around. They're still kind of sticking around the same numbers. Like they're really not moving much. It looks like my impressions, they like spiked one day and ever since it dropped and then they've been really consistent. I don't know about anywhere else, but I feel like it must be engagement season. But but I've had like 4. Oh, I do have a question about I got an inquiry the other day. Actually, I was very exciting. I got like 4 inquiries, but none of them were from Google. So that was less, well, kind of. That
Still
was less
exciting, but
Yeah.
did they come through your website though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was good. They all ended up going to my website. They all ended up filling out the contact form on the investment page. One of them booked with me and like sent me a video about how they're so excited and I have to buy them Santa hats now. But it's all good. But one of the inquiries, they did find me on Google, but I think they found me on the like the Google map thing, like how it lists businesses by the map.
Yep.
Except they found me from like 5 miles from where I used to live in Georgia.
Okay.
I'm in Missouri.
Huh.
So I don't know why Google is telling them that I'm still in Sharpsburg, Georgia. Because I did change my address with them and then I hit it so it's not showing as like when they pop up, they don't see exactly where my house is. But it still should be pinpointed to where I'm at and then just has that general like service region, but.
Right. Well, let me check we'll check your Google My Business real quick. Cause that's kind of my first thought is just to kind of see what it's showing me. So let me do that real quick.
I did search, like I searched, wedding photographers in Sharpsburg, Georgia, just to kind of see if maybe that's how she found me on Google. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense that someone over there found me on Google.
Yeah. Have you worked through the, you have went through the Google My Business optimization videos?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I had most of it done before watching the videos for the most part, but yeah, I'm all verified. I've gotten the new postcard to the new address in Missouri. Like Google should be very clear on the fact that I am not in Sharpsburg.
Well, we've seen it. We had someone, shoot, I think they had moved from Hawaii.
Okay.
And yet they still thought they were in Hawaii. And it was like a long time ago. It was just super weird. Now I noticed like if I type in Jeff and Michelle photo, like for my business.
Yeah.
It
gives you like a window on the side, right?
Yeah, it gives me like my business and like, like it shows the whole Google My Business profile basically. So I'm kind of wondering why yours doesn't do that.
Because it's wonky. You have to type in Juniper and Oak Photo LLC and you have to put an ampersand and not write out the word and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Juniper and Oak, you said Photo LLC?
Yeah. For some reason, it also doesn't come up unless you put the LLC in there, but.
Yes, that is true. Okay.
Yeah.
That's super weird. Now you've got it. Here's one thing I would say that I've noticed, like your Google My Business is Juniper ampersand Oak. I would make sure that your website and your Google My Business are the same because it looks like your website is Juniper and Oak Photo.
It is. Well, I have like on the web page itself, there's ampersands everywhere, but
yeah, but Google likes that title. So I would just, you can go either way with it. Although I'm a little bit like, man, the ampersand, I kind of wonder if I don't even know what I have. Let me see what I have for my business. I haven't even paid attention to the ampersand.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully it doesn't get mad at me because then
I type in Jeff and Michelle photo and it brings up ours, and ours is Jeff and ampersand Michelle wedding photographers.
Interesting. Mine has been kind of wonky since, so it started, if you go down, you can see like my old logo. Because I started with Rebecca Hassel Photography. And then I had to re-verify stuff so that I could keep all my reviews. Once I changed my name and address, because Google really didn't like that. It's like, you can't do both.
Yeah, that's weird.
So it was kind of a headache trying to change everything, and most of it should be changed, but some of it like hasn't. And
But
it
you've
just
went in
doesn't.
and you've updated everything.
Yeah, I think I thought I updated the logo too, but it looks like that's still there.
Okay.
A website and everything is. It shouldn't do that honeybook thing, but that's fine. It goes there.
It does look like your service area is like all the United States. I might recommend narrowing it down to just like the main areas you're wanting to serve. Because
Just until things kind of pick up.
Well, I mean, I tend to think if you go too broad with Google My Business, that you're going to end up not really ever being competitive for any given location.
Okay.
So Google My Business is one of those that I tend to say you kind of have to be really location specific. Now you can get multiple Google My Business locations, and then then you have to get individual reviews for each one. But I think unless you're showing up, like if I search, let me see here. So I'm just kind of curious if your Google My Business is showing up at all for like St. Louis. But, as I'm doing this, I'm just going to reiterate, I would make sure that you've got the ampersand for both, if that's what you're going to have. And mine is ampersand for both. So like my site and my Google My Business is both ampersand. Although mine still shows up if I type Jeff A&D photo, Jeff and Michelle photo. So it's like super weird to me.
Okay.
Are you wanting to do, you're wanting to do most of your stuff in St. Louis, right?
St. Louis and Minneapolis.
Yeah.
But I would like to travel as long as it's worth it. Like I have 2 kids that I'm going to be traveling. I want people to pay me.
The only thing
really well.
The best thing to do for that is rank for the multiple locations and then start doing like the top 5 winning, or do a venue feature, like the stuff we've talked about with the blogging. That's where blogging can kind of be helpful. But again, not just blogging, but like you could do even feature pages. But with your Google My Business, we're just not seeing very good success when you try to do wide service areas, because what is like location is so highly influenced, and it's such an important factor for your Google My Business. So when you do like a super wide service area, the odds of you showing up are really low. So I personally, if it were me, I would really focus on service area. Like the location that you want to do most of your weddings. So if that's like St. Louis, I know you mentioned like Minneapolis, right? But if you're like, well, we want to do some in Minneapolis, but most in St. Louis, I'd probably just set it for St. Louis, and then, still rank on Google with the duplicate homepage stuff.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that because I want you to get more traffic through your Google My Business. But if you make it real broad like that, it's probably it's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none. Only jack of all locations, master of none.
Gotcha. Okay. And then
labels too. Make sure you do that for like your label. Yeah. Labels and your services. Like if you go in and you start changing that's. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. Yeah. How it like tells you like what services you provide on Google. Like right now, mine is just a ridiculous list because it's like, oh, these are suggested ones that you should include. I'm like, okay, fine. I mean, that's
yeah, I would set it for like go in there and set it for, you want to make sure that you have like St. Louis wedding photography as a label, for example.
Okay.
So that way, and again, if it may be worth brushing up on that Google My Business video. If you haven't like even if you've had it set up, I would probably make sure you went through there and really optimized based on what I put in there.
Okay, I'll go check that out again.
Yeah, that's again, Google My Business, you can get tons of traffic that way.
Yeah.
But you
for
just have
sure.
to, you got to really do it a very specific way.
Okay. And then like, so when you're saying my name should match, so I don't want to change my domain. So should my Google My Business, should that match my domain name? Or should it?
Nah, no, mine
Because
doesn't. Mine is Jeff A-N-D. I don't know if you can do an ampersand in a domain.
I don't
think
know
you
either.
can.
Okay.
But you can, like mine is Jeff and Michelle Photo. But my title of my site is Jeff ampersand Michelle. And then my Google My Business is Jeff ampersand Michelle.
Okay. Well, then they should technically match right now, I think, with the exception of maybe that LLC part. But when I look at the name, the business name, when I look at it, it like to edit information and whatnot, it doesn't say LLC.
You're talking about where on your website or on
the Google My Business.
The Google My Business.
Uh-huh.
Let me just double check it. I know on your site, like your site and your title says Juniper A-N-D Oak for your title. That's what I would change.
Because like my logo isn't. Okay. So I'll have to look at that.
Yeah. I mean, that should be as easy as just going into your title and changing it to ampersand. But, and that bears true for if you've got like wedding wire profiles, the knot, etc. I would make all those the same.
Yeah.
Google likes everything being the same when it comes to stuff like that.
No, I have to figure out where I've put myself everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and I would at least go ahead and get your site changed to just equate to your Google My Business.
Okay,
And then
so
I would do
that might be part of the reason.
Say it again.
So that might be part of the reason why my rankings still aren't getting past that 80 mark.
It could have some bearing on it. Now there's other stuff we can look at for that as well. Let me see what your domain authority has done. I'm kind of curious about that. So I'm going to pull up Moz. I'll screen share so you can kind of see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I have to start closing tabs here soon, or I'm going to crash my computer.
My the IT guys I work with told me that you can put your tabs into groups. I said, you've just opened a wormhole for me.
Yeah, I'm like, can you, but then you know where my brain goes is, well, but can you put the groups into groups?
Can you get like folders for your groups?
Yeah, can you do like galaxies for the groups of folders of groups? Like, and I drive my wife crazy because, I love organizing things in various folders. So I have a very specific pathway of, like I have a folder, then inside the folder, there's multiple folders that then will probably go to more folders. She's like, why don't you just stick it on the desktop? And I'm like, because it will look like that. And then I point to the desktop that she's made look like a jungle of icons. So, the only solution is obviously to use tons of different, folders. So domain authority of 9, I want to say that's changed. If you notice
it
here,
has.
yeah, look at because you were 2, and then as of really, between June and July, you went up 6 points, which is great. We tend to see people getting up towards like around 10, having significantly better time with rankings.
I'm so close.
Yeah, so I like that. Well, even 9. I mean, you can do 9. Still, I think one of the best examples is Ariel, who's, literally, I mean, I don't know what she is today. We can look real quick. Let's see, Google, just because I think she's a great example. Los Angeles wedding photographer, super competitive market. She has a lot of competition. The other day she was above Wedding Wire. She's literally number 3 on here. And I think she's a 9 or 10. I think she's a 10. So I say that because it's encouraging. And like I said, she's in a very competitive market.
Yeah.
So I like that we've seen the uptick. Now, keep in mind, This is not Google telling this.
That's
Okay?
true. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's, you know, just because we've suddenly seen this, Google might still be trying to find some stuff that Moz has already found.
Okay.
You can usually
Uber suggests this seems to be slower most of the time, and that also has me at a 9.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
How many linking domains do you have on Uber Suggest?
It's like backlinks. Are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be the websites, not the total. You can tell me total amount of links too, but usually linking
Okay.
domains is going to be a little bit better. That's going to give me a little bit better picture if you see that. And you can screen share. We can look at this stuff and then we'll compare to what's in Google Search Console.
Okay. Good. I don't know what. Yeah, I can share it. Hold on.
Yeah, you can if you want to screen share, like I said, I can kind of guide you through that. So it makes it a lot easier than you having to figure stuff out yourself.
Sure. Let's do we go. We'll go into that. Yeah, I think Google says I have 29 backlinks, but I don't know about link domains. I'm assuming that's probably in the same.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm going to request remote control.
Okay. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's right in front of my eyeballs.
I was going to say, I was like,
Good
I didn't know if I requested or not. I thought I did, but all right. So we'll go into links. See, so you've got, yeah, basically 25, you know, I don't know what the one is going to the about page, but you've got 24 external links. So that's actually more linking domains than is showing up in Moz. My guess is Moz has probably got most of the do follow ones showing up. Have you gotten all the ones that were on the backlink list?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for some to show up. So I started working on that, the hidden page with links.
Cool. Okay. That's good. That'll help as that starts going up. I would still think that you should be able to get higher than 80 at this stage in the game. Let me double check what the domain authority is on St. Louis, though. It's been a minute. I love when I type out the entire keyword and then I realize that it was not clicked. So, so you're 40. It's 41. So I mean, it's a pretty competitive market. I'd still expect you a little bit higher than the 80s, I think, right now. So that makes me want to go into Google Analytics and poke around for a second.
Go for it.
All righty. Site content, landing pages. Do you know what your easiest keyword was? St. Louis wedding photographers?
Yeah.
Is that the one that you're targeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a 12. That's a super easy one. So
I should be up there.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit. Well, I'm gonna come back real quick because I just want to make sure I have a clear view of like what your rankings are doing right this minute. So that's that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's kind of
usually. Oh, sorry. Is that on the landing on my homepage or is that on a different page? Sometimes I have it set to a page.
Now this is a little bit interesting that you're showing up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's showing up for multiple. Do you have St. Louis keywords on those pages?
So since the last time we talked, I had it in my title and like the meta description.
Yeah.
So I took that out.
Good. I remember this from last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have taken it out now.
Yeah, I've taken it out. And while everyone was talking today, I looked for any places where I have it on other pages that it shouldn't be. Okay. And it was on one, I think just on one other page. So it shouldn't have, I wouldn't think that it'd play too much of an influence that way, but. Okay.
Well, you know, this is something that we want to try to avoid, but now that you fixed it, that's fine. You've submitted those to be indexed, the pages you updated. Good.
Yep.
That may be the big culprit here.
And it's just taking a while to.
Yeah, that's what we've seen is that like it really slows Google down.
Okay.
Because it's almost like Google just gets super confused. And my guess like the logic behind it is that when there's multiple pages, it has to, it like exponentially increases the amount of processes and energy that Google has to expend to use the algorithm to figure out which one of these pages should be ranking.
Okay.
So it takes Google energy, and you know, if you open up several tabs on your computer, you know how it starts to slow it down, right?
Everything slows my computer down. As soon as I get more bookings, I'm getting a new computer.
My computer's pretty good. I'm going to get it clean and see if that helps. But I'm about to the place where, mostly because I'm doing video, you know, I've got videos going through it and everything. I'm like, unless I can get this thing working, I'm about ready to upgrade. But anyhow, essentially this is like opening up multiple tabs for Google. Okay, you know how bad they are if you open up multiple tabs, it starts eating up your RAM on your computer. Well, in the same way, when there's multiple pages it's trying to process, it has to go through complex algorithms to try to understand which one should be ranking. And so but it's not like 3 times as much. I tend to think it's almost like an exponential amount of struggle. So it slows down your ranking. So simply put, it's going to slow it down.
Okay.
So now that we fixed that, that's really good. I think the other thing, you're doing the multi-tiered linking where you're going to allow Google to find your stuff more quickly. So that's good. So let's go back to analytics now that we've kind of rehashed that. I just want to double check on your stats when it comes to bounce rate, session duration, because that's really the other place that I'm like, you know, we just want to make sure everything looks okay there. Let's do 30 days over 30 days. But I'm pleased to see your domain authority going up, not because domain authority is the end all be all, but because, I mean, it is probably giving us a good indication that stuff's getting found. We're heading in the right direction. Your bounce rate looks pretty good. Session duration is looking pretty good, even though it's less than 330, 238, still well within tolerance. So I'm happy with that. The one thing about that I might say you could make a minor little tweak that could improve that would be I know your podcast is on here. Where's that?
You just passed it.
Yeah, there it is. Let's get that centered. Were you having issues with getting it centered?
Yeah, it's wonky because it's trying to embed something and show it. I don't know if it's just me that struggles with it. And they had I think Anchor was down the other day too, so I like putzed with it because it was just a blue box. It was a big 404 screen.
Nice.
But yeah, when I try to embed stuff and then like shrink it into the size that I need it to fit, so it actually is the size that it should be.
Yeah,
it does weird stuff. So I've tried to like,
you gotta use a centering code, which I can help you with real quick if you want to open it up. The other thing that you may play with, depending on what you want to do, Andrea, she really did not like the look of the Anchor window, so she actually opted to use Spotify.
Oh, okay.
And so you can go to the other players on other platforms and embed various different ones. And I think even Spotify allows you to choose custom colors and stuff. So again, if you are finding you're having a lot of issues with Anchor, you can actually use a different one. But go ahead and go to show it real quick. I'll show you. I think I'm going to be able to help you with fixing this. I'll just show you how to do like a quick little fix that should get it centered up and looking nice. But go ahead and go to where you have that code.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So here's what we'll do. All you got to do is we come in here, we do this guy and then center. And then usually you want to break that with a dash center.
Yeah, to close it within the box.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know for sure if you have to do that with show it. Are you okay if we publish that and then check it?
I think so. I don't think I've touched anything.
I'll let you do it because I don't want you to blame me later for anything.
It's okay.
If you
I
need to
just
double
find it-
check, you can. No rush. I mean, we can come back to you. You're like,
it's
oh yeah, I
fine.
forgot I deleted everything on my site just the other day, just to play around. Oh, dang it.
I was putzing with stuff. I changed my picture on the top a little bit. I was like, do I like this more? But it looks like my picture is back. So I think
yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully the world is not over because we just did that.
oh, sweet.
Ta-da! Look at that. Nice and centered, right? Why show it at this point doesn't have a button that just says center. Maybe they do, and I just don't know about it, but center code I've become friends with over the years. So anytime you need that, it's real simple, and you can tell people that you know coding and HTML and stuff, and they'll think you're cool. So
No, I actually do know some though. So that's not,
do you?
that wouldn't be a stretch.
Okay, well, good. Yeah. I mean, I know enough to be dangerous with centering things and a few other little tricks. That's about it. So we're waiting on some of the backlinks to get found. I think that even fixing the Google My Business stuff may help you out quite a bit.
Okay.
So I'm going to say revisit that video, just make sure everything's set up. What else? Was there anything else we covered? Because your bounce rate and session duration are pretty good. I don't think that's an issue for us here. I think we've checked your keyword structuring before. So if I remember correctly, we're good on that. I'll look at it real quick just to make sure I'm not seeing anything funky.
Well, that sounds good. I realized I had changed something. I don't know what it was. I changed something and I had one less like spearhead keyword in there and one less of something else. So I've added those today. So there's like 2 more keywords. Okay. So it should be good, hopefully.
Yeah.
I still don't quite huh?
Well, did you have St. Louis wedding photography?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. I remember that you've got like the IL or something, and I know there's sometimes you use the period and sometimes you don't, stuff like that. So as long as we're good with St. Louis wedding photography, I'm not seeing it, but again, I've probably just got something typed, not exactly how it is in there.
I thought I had it anyway. Maybe I don't. I can look at that.
Okay. Yeah, double check that one because I don't see that there on mine. But again, I know sometimes like you've got Illinois, you've got IL, you've got Saint with a period, Saint spelled out. So I'm almost even going to maybe recommend that because you've got 5 repeats on your spearhead keyword, you could go ahead and replace one of those.
Okay.
Just replace one versus adding more keywords at this point.
And that counts like with the meta tag and the title and all of that, like it still should only be like 5.
Yes. Yeah. So you can take it somewhere, like if it's in your content somewhere, you can take it out of your content somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. The other thing, wedding photographers, St. Louis wedding photographers, but I don't think you have wedding photographers in St. Louis.
I'm
not seeing it.
What was it? We don't just know. I think I have wedding photography and I have wedding photography in St. Louis, but maybe not wedding photographer.
I would do, wedding photographer. I don't think I'm seeing wedding photographer in St. Louis or wedding photographers. So the singular or the plural.
Okay.
Those are some pretty major keywords. I'd get those added in. And again, this is one of those things that we see pretty regularly. People just start sort of broadening out their supportive keywords. Ariel is a good example of this. She's like, man, I'm stuck in the 40s. And she was kind of hanging out in the 40s. And the one thing that she did, you can ask her, the one thing she did was supportive keywords, broaden it out a little bit, and all of a sudden, bam, she was like page 1 in almost no time.
Okay. So wedding photography.
Sometimes it can happen at the because Ariel I don't think she hit page 1 until about right at day 90. I think she's real close to day 90. So it's like she's hanging back in the 40s and stuff. She hits day 90, and right around that time, all of a sudden she's page 1. So sometimes you can kind of see like this static stuff for a while, and obviously that prompts us to look at stuff. So I would get the supportive stuff in there. Just the stuff we've talked about today alone, get that second, 2-tiered linking so we can get those backlinks found. I'd say we're on a pretty good track here.
Okay. Yes,
Despite it still being stuck in the 80s.
I think I'm approaching that 90-day mark pretty soon here.
That's what I was thinking. So, I would do this stuff again with having some of those other pages show up. I think it probably slowed us down a bit, but keep in mind, even, 90 days, most people are hitting page 1 in 30 to 90 days.
Yeah.
Which is still, even 90 days is very, very, very fast in the SEO world. So I don't want you getting discouraged about yourself, even if it takes that long. 6 months is fast. 12 to 15 months is fast. And this is for the people that are successful. There's a lot of people that are not very successful, and either they try and then never rank, or it takes them years and years and years. So 12 to 15 months is an optimistic normal. But again, we want to do it wicked fast. So work on the stuff that we talked about here today, and let's kind of keep rolling. Let's keep analyzing, see what we get to. Okay.
Sounds good.
Cool beans. Thank you, Becky. And again, appreciate you being willing to chat with, I think it was Tracy, right? Appreciate you.
Yeah. She needs anything. That's fine. I feel like I've mastered a few things and show it at this point. So
yep. You got the skills. Okay, cool. So I know we got a couple more people that I think I have to stop screen sharing because I can't even see who's still in the room. So I know we had Casey, we had Joy. Anybody want to volunteer to go next?
There it goes.
I don't mind going next.
What's up, Joy? I knew you wouldn't mind.
What up?
What's up? Good to hear your voice. All right, let me get your profile up here. And
oh gosh, the question that I put was basically like, what do I do from here?
Yeah, which is great.
Okay.
Great question. That's the question of, I don't know what to do. Let's figure it out.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
All right. Well, I'm going to close out some tabs before I crash, and then y'all wonder what happened to me.
Okay.
So let me close out a few tabs here real quick. One of the millions of tabs. All right. So got your site up. Oh, wait, that's not your site. That was somebody else's site. Now I've got your site coming up. So you've made it to page 3.
Yes.
In Houston. Love it. Good to hear that. Congratulations. That's no small
Thank
feat.
you.
I'm just going to do sort of a general overview. If you have something that you want me to really dive into specifically, you can let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to be doing sort of a good overview look at things. Stuff looks pretty good. I've seen a couple things. This is a cool picture, by the way. Just saying.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know if you remember what my last website looked like, but I updated it since then.
I know. I'm like, I feel like this looks a lot more high end than what you had before. So did you take a picture of what it looked like before?
I don't believe so.
There's you should do it just because it's like, and you can see it. There's a website that I think it's called like Time Machine or something, but you can do a Google search and type in like see old version of websites. And
that would be nice.
I think it's called Time Machine. You can go back and see it. And it just makes you feel good to be like, this is what my site looked like. Here's what it looks like now. Even post it to like your social, like Facebook, and be like how proud I am of myself. It's just kind of fun, cool. I think. Again, there's no reason to do that other than I just think it's fun. But I'm saying like, good job is what.
Yeah, thank you. I would actually like to see, make a comparison, because sometimes it's hard to let go of old things. I'm one of those hoarders. So it would be nice to have a picture of like, oh yes, it once was this.
Look, way back. I think it's Wayback Machine.
Okay.
Yep. Wayback Machine.
The Wayback.
Yep. And you come in here and you just put your website. And so like we can go back to 2020 here. It looks like it's got one. And so it's got a snapshot on the 21st of 2020, October 21st. I'll click that. I really want to do this for like my original website. I haven't tried it. I need to, because y'all would laugh at me.
Oh, this is looking very cringe already. No, I remember that one.
Yeah. So sometimes
This
things
wasn't the most previous, but I do remember this one.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't necessarily show you the what do you call it? Like it may not show you the oldest version because obviously it has to like scan the web and it's not doing that all the time. But it'll give you an idea, right? Gives you a little bit of an idea. So sometimes it doesn't show. I don't know if there's a way to get it to, but like sometimes it doesn't show all the images. So again, it's not perfect, but at least it kind of gives you an idea of like where from whence we came, you know? Like, so anyhow, you can play around with that later. Looking over this, I just want to open up SEO Quake real quick. Start to look at your keyword density. So I do see what's your spearhead keyword again?
I think it's wedding photographer in Houston.
Okay. Well, I know I see Houston wedding photographer in there. I don't see the plural version, which is Houston wedding photographers, nor do I see Houston wedding photography. Now, you do want to use those. Okay. Now, maybe you have Houston TX. I don't know. Maybe not. Or Houston, Texas wedding. Doesn't look like it. So definitely start getting some of those variations in there. Wedding photographer in Houston. I do see that. Which website builder are you on?
Show it.
Cool. You can probably use this maybe 2 to 3 less times. So if you need to replace that a few times, I would go for it. Let's see if you've got some other variations here. Yeah, get the variations. Houston, or that's wedding photographers in Houston.
Yeah, I have
wedding
that.
photography in Houston. All those variations, the more that you use, the more that you'll rank for both your spearhead keyword as well as your supportive keywords.
Okay.
So I would use them. Cool. So that's one of the biggest things, though. We see people's rankings go up just when they start to structure that stuff out correctly. Okay. So that's number one. Now, if you want to stop there, we can, because that's like by itself, that's like a massive thing. So do you want to stop there or do you want me to go on? My suggestion would be, I mean, if you think you're going to do more than just that between now and the next session, we can do a little bit more. I don't think
so.
I thought I always like focus. I always like the principle focus. So I'm like, hey, that alone.
Yeah, I think
take care of that.
to see the change that would make would help, because at this point, I mean, I haven't really done much else other than kind of update older blogs and things.
Yeah.
But I guess I just didn't realize that I needed to include the variations. So I will do that instead, because I did kind of overdose on the spearhead keyword only. Yeah.
And when the other common thing that sometimes people will do with that is they'll put it on other pages as well. So I want to make sure that you didn't do that. You don't have it on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, was like, okay, well, this page only should be the spearhead, and then any other page can be the supporting. I don't know why I thought that, but
yeah. So keep it all, you know, because it's a spear per page, and the spear is your spearhead keyword, your your heading being in the, your spearhead keyword being in both in the title, the heading, and then you want to have both the spearhead keyword in the text as well as your supportive keywords in the text.
Okay.
Yes. Cool. That alone, like I literally would just change that and submit it to be indexed and then see how that affects here in the coming days and weeks. Okay.
Yes, I will try that.
There's more stuff that I could go into, but I think for now, let's stop there.
Okay.
That's a big thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably why I've been like hovering, because it's only one variation that I'm using. And I'm just like, I've gone and I've looked at other websites, and yes, they do have the domain authority, but I'm like, they don't have much different wording than I have, but I just wasn't focusing on the variations, plural.
There you go. Do the variations. The easiest way to remember it, by the way, Joy, is where you are, what you're doing, and what you do, where you do it. So wedding, like category 1 would be where you're doing what you're doing. Wedding photographer, or excuse me, yeah, Houston wedding photographer, Houston, Texas wedding photographer, Houston wedding photographers, Houston TX wedding photography. Okay. And then the other one is what you do where. Wedding photographer in Houston TX, wedding photographers in Houston, Texas, wedding photography, Houston TX, etc.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to remember that. You can go in and do the spearhead keyword research to make sure there's no particular other variations that you should be using, because sometimes you see traffic spikes and some, like I know, I don't remember for sure if it's Houston, but like I think Houston has a keyword that's like, what is it? Houston, what is the keyword? It's like wedding. I'm trying to remember. Wedding Houston photographer, I think is what it is.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a weird, but here's yeah, it's, and I there's a reason why. It's like there's a logical reason why you would see that. Let me see if I can find it. Because what happens is people like they'll type in, I'm trying to remember. I need to know the keyword because to know the keyword.
I know there used to be one. Well, when I checked this at the beginning of last month, because I screenshot it, it says Houston photographer's wedding, but that one is hard to rank.
That is
so weird.
Hard to rank for.
Yeah, it says 43. Well, back in at the beginning of July, it was 43.
That is the one though. That's the one. So Houston photographers, because here's what people do. They type in Houston photographers and then they go, oh, well, there's already a bunch. These aren't just wedding photographers. There's portraits and family. I need wedding photographers. So instead of retyping out Houston wedding photographers, they just go, they tap it. And especially on mobile, if you tap on mobile, typically it goes to the end of the sentence. So then they just type in wedding.
Yeah.
So then it's Houston photographers wedding, when what they're looking for is wedding photographers Houston.
Yep.
But because of how the phone works, it ends up being Houston photographers wedding. But I was like sitting around going, why in the world would that be a keyword with tons of search volume?
Yeah, I know. And it had 1,300 search volumes.
I know. It's good. It's good volume. And if you can fit it into your website without sounding like you literally don't know English, then go for it.
Yeah. I can try that.
Yeah. Maybe somewhere down real far on the bottom, maybe one time down there might be okay. But I would just work on the supportive keywords. That's about all I would say for now. And that's going to serve you well. Just make sure once you updated that, submit it to be indexed.
Okay.
Cool. Let me know when you start
Thank
seeing
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Joy. Thanks for being here. See you soon.
Of course.
All right. So we just have Casey left. Casey, I'm going to ask you for a quick favor though, if it's okay. I would love to do two things in like 1 minute, which is water and use the restroom. So if you're not okay with that, speak now. But
no, go for it.
Okay, I'm going to grab some water and use the restroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay. So let me pull it up here, Casey. How have you been doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
I think I put something about full story on there, but you can disregard that part.
Okay.
And then I was ranking for most of my keywords in the 20s, but now I'm kind of like in the 20s and 30s. I don't really know why. I didn't.
Is that on SEO Edge or Google Search Console?
Oh, that's on SEO Edge.
Let's screen share Google Search Console. SEO Edge. I have become less and less confident in its ability to 100% be accurate. It's still a useful tool, but at the end of the day, I trust Google Search Console. Now, Also, you're going to see some fluctuation like that until those hit page 1, more than likely. So if it's like 21 day and 30 the next, that's not too strange, especially with the newer website. So let's see. Is this the version of your site that gets most of the clicks?
Yeah.
Yep, definitely is. All right. So was that the www? There we go. Ooh, look at that. Look at those impressions. Ramping up. And let's do the last, let's look at the last 7 days. We'll sort it to position. How much does it cost to elope in California? Is 3.4. That's cool.
Yeah, that's been my highest one for a while, but it doesn't actually get clicks on it. It just sits there.
Yeah, well, there's, last week there's been 5 impressions. Clicks, to really improve clicks, your meta description has to
Oh, I'm frozen.
you may consider taking a look at. I don't know how much is it ranking for a bunch of variation keywords.
That page.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Sometimes what I see is people will write like an article like that and they have a few good keywords, but then like not really all the keywords that they could have optimized for. So, and I don't know because I haven't looked at it, but one of the big things is sometimes making sure, okay, did you really optimize for a bunch of good keywords? And so that requires, obviously, you got to do keyword research and you got to make sure that you're using those keywords on that blog or whatever, just like you would on your homepage or that you're trying to rank.
Right.
So I was going to try to look up like cost to elope in California, but it's not showing me anything for some reason. Uber suggests it's being goofy. So we'll put a pause on that for now. But if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to dive into it. Other than that, Big Sur elopement photography looks like it's up in the 20s. Elopement packages, California, probably. I mean, that's actually where you're getting most of your impressions out of these, which is cool.
Yeah, I only even included that because Uber said that like when I put in elopement photographer California, that kept popping up. So that's why it's there.
Yeah. Well, people are looking for that for sure. And I'm seeing that trend though in like elopement photography circles, because they're probably looking for almost like a full service. I think that's what it is. And so I know, like, I've talked to a few other elopement photographers. And so like what some are wanting to do, it sounds like, is maybe even partner with like a florist in the area or an officiant or both or whatever. And you kind of together bring that full service. Now, I don't know if that's something that you want to do, but that seems to be a sort of a thing that's maybe even trending.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of people that just from like seeing what other elopement photographers are marketing, it seems like people want that. Like when they look for a photographer, they're also looking for like the whole day to be planned. So
almost like you're the planner, is what it starts to look like. Now, you may not want to do that. I don't know. Have you thought about it much?
Yeah, no, I could do that. I mean, I've been researching it a lot, and that's why I did finally publish my blog about how to elope in Big Sur, or my Big Sur elopement guide, and put that out there so it has like all the information so visitors know that I know what I'm talking about, I guess.
Yeah. You're showing them. Well, and like on these sorts of pages, like the elopement packages stuff, make sure that there's a link and like a blurb about that so they know that that's there. But yeah, I think these, from what I'm seeing, the trend is it's almost like they want to see like this is how they're going to find their full service elopement experience.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now some people are, I've seen some websites ranking that are like real budgety looking, but then others more of like a high scale service. So I think there's probably a market for both, because some people really are just like, I just want it to be like, they're eloping partially because they don't want the headache of a big wedding.
Right.
So they don't want to have the whole piecing together of all the different pieces. They want somebody to just go, cool, we got you covered.
Yeah.
And if you got a florist or whoever you may need that you can kind of work with as a team, it's like, well, we'll charge this much and just divvy it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Might be even good videographer, maybe it's worth having a videographer that's kind of an option as part of that package. And again, it's more of a collaboration. And, if you're the one that's ranking it, I would think typically probably that's like you're kind of the person that's doing the thing. I would think that you would probably get a bigger portion, relatively speaking, than the other people. But again, that's you kind of have to build that out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And that's all up to you. But my thinking is if you come to a few different people and say, hey, look, I'm ranking for this. I'm kind of looking for a few people that, are wanting to do this in these particular areas. Are you interested? And like, we'd have to figure out the pricing and all that. You just build that out for people.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool, the data we can get just from looking at, what you're already ranking for.
Yeah.
How much did look at this Yosemite already ranking up there? Well, that was the one that you were having trouble with, right?
Yeah. Well, after our last mastermind, you told me to like link it in the footer and some other things. And then I did. And then 24 hours later, I was in the 20s. So
Good. Love it.
Fast.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a lot of good keywords here. There's Big Sur elopement photographer, 26 average. And again, this is why I kind of say don't solely look at SEO Edge.
Yeah.
Because this looks a lot better probably than what SEO Edge is showing you right now.
Yeah.
Northern California elopement locations, that looks good. Yosemite elopement photographers. So we're seeing tons of good stuff. Mountain elopement packages, California.
That's interesting.
You're probably not even trying for that one, are you?
No.
That might be a good one. You may do some keyword research on that, because maybe there's a page that's kind of ranking for it, but it's not really like, the best. Okay. So this California elopement packages, you may even put like if you're looking for a mountain elopement, in California, then maybe you have a distinct page for that.
Yeah.
So just a thought on that, because and I would do the keyword research first just to make sure that's actually like worth even spending time on. But that one's it's kind of interesting. You start seeing this stuff if you look what you're ranking for already. Sometimes those are they're like super easy to just take advantage of, because Google's already convinced that you should be ranking for it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see what you're getting the most clicks for here. So you got to click for Yosemite. Cool. That's really the only one right now where you're getting clicks, but being back on page like 3 that's pretty, not a lot of people are actually clicking there. It's getting to page 1 that we need to happen. Going back to this though, I do want to see, do you know what your meta description is on this?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Let me, what was the keyword? How much does it cost to elope in California?
Yeah, I think it's the whole phrase. Or just how much does it cost to elope without the California? Well, SEO Edge says I'm ranking for that, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're ranking for the general one. How much does it cost to elope?
Yeah.
Are you on Wandering Weddings?
No. I am on Wedding Chicks though, but Google hasn't figured that out yet.
Have you done that multi-tiered linking we've been talking about?
Yeah, I did. And then it found one of the blog things that I commented on. But that's it so far. It hasn't found that or anything else that I went on.
Okay. I am seeing you for the how much does it cost to elope in California? So that's good. I'm going to look at your description here in a second, but I had a really good thought and I just lost it. It was a really good thought. Hold on. Come back, thought. Come back. What were we just talking about before I said I found you? You forgot too?
I'm thinking now.
We are goldfish. All right. We
Yeah,
are both of you and
apparently.
I are goldfish, apparently.
Oh.
I had like I was like, oh, this is a really good thing that you should do.
Talking about the general keyword without California, or
yeah, it was something else though, wasn't that?
oh, I don't know.
Okay, we were talking about meta description. I just felt the thought. I don't know if you ever, it's like on the tip of your tongue, you know,
yeah.
you feel it's there. I feel the thought. I literally feel it there. Wandering weddings. That's what it was.
Oh.
Okay. Wandering weddings.
Don't you have
that is a directory.
Okay.
If you get on there, I think you do get a link, and it's probably pretty good.
Okay.
Like a backlink. But it's specific for elopement photographers, I do believe. Or elopement vendors. It may be elopement vendors.
I did look into that, but I think it was like a couple $100 just to like list yourself.
I don't know anything about it. I know we have one person that he's an elopement photographer and he's on there. Okay. I'm not saying you need to do it, but that is one thing I might say, you know, if eventually you decide to do that, it might be worth it just to get the backlink, but I don't know that you need to do that. At this point, I'm just kind of going, all right, so we need to get you from, which you're making progress. I mean, we're getting more keywords, we're getting higher in general, but now it's like, we need you to get up to page 1.
Yeah, I kind of just like don't know what to do next.
Yeah, well, that's what we're figuring out. My first thought, Casey, is probably just to start focusing on one location, one page, and to start building more anchor text in internal links. Have you done any internal link stuff yet? I know you did a little bit.
Yeah.
Anchor text though. Have you spent much time doing anchor text?
You mean like text that you put a link on?
Well, yeah, it'll be you know, like say there's a website that says California elopement photographer, and when you click it, it goes to your website.
Right.
That would be anchor text.
Yeah, I have that like in my on my website.
Yep. And that's good. That would be internal linking. So if you've already built some of that, and let's go ahead and pick a page. Which page do you think we should focus on right now?
I don't know. I guess just California, maybe.
Okay.
Or I don't know.
Have you started the Spearhead podcasting stuff?
No, I have been trying to brainstorm that. I just am not entirely sure what to talk about. Or like what I could talk about, because I haven't like shot like a full elopement wedding yet. So I feel very I don't know
Okay.
what word is I'm looking for, but
number 1, remember, you can literally make an intro.
Right. Okay.
Hey, my name's Casey. I'm an elopement photographer out in California, and I've created this podcast to cover all things elopements. So if that's your thing, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in future episodes.
But then wouldn't it be weird if I don't have any future episodes?
No, it's totally fine. Number 1, nobody's finding it.
True. Yeah.
Nobody's finding it. Now, in the show notes, you put California elopement photographer, and then that gets distributed all over the interwebs.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Like, for instance, it actually gets put on Google Podcasts, which is a good link. Okay. Right. So, you know, I would do that. Do you already have a Google My Business?
Yes.
Okay, good. And that's all set up and everything?
Yeah, I have that for sure. And I like update it too, because I can see all the little pictures, like how many views they get. So I like add to it every once in a while.
Good.
And then yeah, I think I have everything except the podcast, but I did just sit down and try to like brainstorm some stuff that I could talk about. But I mean, yeah, I could do an intro easily. So
at least do the intro. I mean, look, over time, I think you could use, you can utilize it and do some cool stuff. But even just for now, I think what I would do would be just do the intro and, put the show notes in there. So you still get that link going, the hyper, anchor text going to that California elopement photographer page.
Okay.
Because that's going to build some links there. I wanted to pull up Moz and see like if your your website is increasing in domain authority.
Last time I checked, it was pretty low.
It's brand new, so mostly we're just looking for progress. Let me make sure. Yeah. Yep. There, I'll screen share so you can see what I'm seeing. As of July, you went from 1 to 4.
Cool.
So you're moving up.
Last time I checked, it was like 3, so that's better.
Yeah. So it's moving up. Which is great. I mean, that's a cool thing. Even same with page authority. Your page authority is at 10.
Okay.
Kind of curious. Let's see what this is. The specific page. Yeah, it's a 5. So, you've got good forward motion on that stuff. I think as Google starts finding some more of those backlinks, that's probably going to start kicking you up. I double check yourself just to make sure that you feel like you've got good supportive keywords.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you find some maybe you're missing, add them in, make sure you've done your keyword research pretty thoroughly. Make sure you've got good supportive keywords. If you haven't used like some version of that California elopement photographer and say the H2, make sure you do that. But I think right now it's mostly just that us getting your authority built up, which is a few things: time, solid backlinks, and then anchor text specifically coming to that page. That's going to help build up that page authority.
Okay.
So that it starts ranking better. So I would do the intro. That's a big one. Okay. I would do get the anchor text in the show notes so that it actually gets distributed. If you haven't set it up to where Amazon picks it up as well, I would do that. And that's honestly probably the biggest bang for your buck right now.
Okay.
Okay. So other than that, if you see any other big movement, let me know. But I mean, the fact that you're for so many broad terms and pages that you're already hitting like in the 20s, that's with basically a brand new website.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah. So keep it up. The progress you're making is outstanding. I'm super pleased. I know we want those page ones, but don't forget to celebrate a little bit along the way. And enjoy it because you've accomplished a lot. So that's good. Any other questions for now?
Well, yeah, I was gonna Facebook message you, but I guess since I'm the only one here, my 90 days ends like next week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what we do between now and
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, still come we should have one on Tuesday.
Yeah, I can come Tuesday.
The other thing is we can probably do a deep diagnose. At this point, it's like, I really think for you, it's mostly a matter of your backlinks getting found.
Yeah.
So we typically say, okay, let's do like a deep diagnosis. And if we find it, sometimes if there's something deeper going on and we're not seeing momentum, that's where we can figure out a little bit more. But I think right now, I'd say let's go ahead and do the stuff that we talked about. Let's see if anything changes between now and Tuesday, but I would go ahead and get signed up for Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah.
And let's see how things are going on Tuesday. If nothing's changed, maybe feel free to shoot me a message and we'll talk about possibly doing more of a deep diagnosis and possibly seeing if there's something else that we can do specifically for building up your domain authority a little bit more. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Awesome.
I will
Okay.
make a podcast.
What'd you say?
I said I will make a podcast.
All right. Sounds good. I'm proud of you. I know you moving into the area of discomfort, right? But you got this.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. All right. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye, Casey.